Chapter 152. However, compared to Luo Peishan's dissatisfaction with Jin Qinhuang, old Madame Luo's acceptance was quite high. In fact, his current actions were similar to Duchess Ding's, but the nature was different. Jin Qinhuang drew hatred for Jingwan, but he could withstand it. Even if those people were angry, they could not burn Jingwan. His fundamental purpose was to give the best to his wife, and the most, in a word, to give his wife face. It was reasonable to say that for the imperial family, there were many things that had to be done according to the rules. Jin Qinhuang's Nikolai was too excessive, so it was not surprising that Jin Qinhuang was impeached. However, this matter was related to this living king of hell. The so-called impeachment was just a formality. It was all because of his duty. What happened in the end was Lu Qingdi's business. At this time, Lu Qingdi knew what that evil spawn had done. Even if you want to add something, you should take it easy. Moreover, the Nikolai was so generous now. What about the betrothal gifts in the future? Are you going to empty the imperial household department? Raising such a prodigal son, it was sad to think about it. In the end, the matter was left unsettled because His Majesty had personally looked over Nikolai's list. At that time, he did not have any objections. Naturally, he could not contradict himself now. So Lu Qingdi took the blame himself. However, Lu Qingdi, who took the blame like this, was unhappy and pulled his evil spawned son over to reprimand him. However, a certain someone was bored to death. Lu Qingdi scolded him and felt that it was boring. Then, for some reason, his gossipy spirit came. Do you really like the third miss of the Luo family? Li Honyuan glanced at him indifferently. Where did imperial father come to such a conclusion? Was Nikolai's generosity not enough? Lu Qingdi narrowed his eyes and looked at his son, who had a perfect appearance. If he liked her, his performance before the marriage was bestowed was not the least bit like that. Moreover, according to his temperament, if he liked her, he would have snatched her long ago. Why would he wait until now? What do they do to make you unhappy? Looking at Lu Qingdi, Li Honyuan sneered in his heart. Even if Lu Qingdi had been deeply in love and had been infatuated with thousands of possibilities, he still could not figure out the real reason. In Lu Qingdi's eyes, as long as he could be happy, nothing else mattered. If these Nikalis could make him happy, it did not matter even if there were more. Therefore, this kind of external things would not be a display of his son's concern. Lu Qingdi was just that self-righteous. He only knew how to use his tyrannical power to plunder what he wanted. Everyone said that he, Li Honyuan, lived the most unbridled life, doing whatever he wanted. But in reality, that was not the case. He did not have the absolute right to be unbridled. He also had many scruples. However, he was not far from that day. The next day, a small storm was stirred in the seemingly normal capital because Master Liaochen had entered the capital. Master Liaochen had wandered the world, but rarely entered the capital. Even an imperial edict might not be able to invite him. Of course, Lu Qingdi did not need to use this to show his authority. Only a fool would do such a thing. In the eyes of the public, Master Liaochen was a living Buddha. If they could invite him home, it would not only bring them face, it would also be a great blessing. However, before Lu Qingdi did anything, no one dared to act rashly. As expected, Lu Qingdi sent someone to invite Master Liaochen to the palace as soon as he heard the news. Master Liaochen did not refuse and gladly accepted. Lu Qingdi received the news personally at the palace gates. Lu Qingdi put aside his official business for the time being. He wanted to listen to Master Liaochen's Buddhist teachings. Even in the palace, Master Liaochen was no different from when he was in the temple. Therefore, he did not object to Lu Qingdi's request. Others could also listen if they wanted. In the end, there were a few more concubines, princes, and even old princes from the previous generation. For 2 hours, no matter how patient or impatient they all maintained a calm expression. It didn't matter if they were faking it or if Master Liaochen really had the ability to calm them down. In short, Lu Qingdi was very satisfied with the result. Master Liaochen would stay in the capital for 3 days. During this time, the Empress had already arranged a place for him to stay. Lu Qingdi knew that Master Liaochen wouldn't allow him to stay. State affairs were more important. But before he left, he hesitated. "Master, my 6 sons' marriage hasn't been going well. Could you please match their 8 characters this time?" This was Master Liaoqin's purpose in coming to the capital. Naturally, he nodded. Lu Qingdi was overjoyed. He hurriedly ordered someone to bring Jing Wan and Li Hongyuan's birth characters. Master Liaoqin looked at their birth characters. He'd promised Li Hongyuan to give him a splendid match after his marriage with Jing Wan was settled. Even if it was inappropriate, he was willing to do something for the sake of the world. But after looking at their birth characters, he didn't need to do anything extra. These two were truly meant to be together. Lu Qingdi and noble consort Su were both uneasy. What if it was still inappropriate? A match made in heaven, a marriage that comes once in 1,000 years. Master Liaoqin smiled warmly. "Master, are you serious?" Lu Qingdi was overjoyed, but quickly recovered. "Please forgive me, Master. I was just overjoyed. I didn't mean to question you. It's fine." Lu Qingdi felt like a boulder had been lifted from his heart. He didn't have to worry about that bastard's marriage anymore. Speaking of the previous marriages, the birth characters hadn't been bad. It was just that there had been problems every time, so much so that the later statements had been reserved. Lu Qingdi didn't bother to ask if they were true or not. But Master Liaoqin was different. He could be suspected of anyone, but not Master Liaoqin. So far, Master Liaoqin's words had never been wrong. Lu Qingdi was in such a good mood that he felt the wind under his feet as he walked. What happened after that was logical, and there was nothing wrong with it. After the ceremony, the Luo family received a letter of engagement from the imperial family. All that was left was to wait for Jingwan's hairpin ceremony. It wasn't that Lu Qingdi hadn't considered marrying his son before Jingwan's hairpin ceremony. It was the same reason why he'd quickly set the wedding date for Li Hongyuan and Sun Yijia. A long delay could lead to trouble. But thinking about how the wedding date had been so rushed, he decided to let nature take its course. Now that he'd taken Master Liaoqin's reassurance, there was even less of a hurry. This time, Madame Luo was personally taking care of the letter of engagement. Her daughter-in-law and whatnot couldn't care less. Master Liaoqin's comments quickly spread. Those who'd bet on Jingwan's death began to reconsider. Was it too late to withdraw their bets? After all, it was obvious that he was losing in all sorts of ways. But taking back what they'd already given away? Haha, they were daydreaming. Everyone believed in this marriage made in heaven, but there was always someone who didn't. Ruan Fangfei, who had always had a smooth sailing life since she was born, easily got rid of all the obstacles in her way. However, ever since she met Luo Jingwan, it was as if she had met her nemesis. Not only did everything go wrong, she even hurt her face. That's right, she blamed her accident on Jingwan. Ruan Fangfei looked at her face in the mirror. Her face was distorted like a ghost. She wasn't Sun Yijia. Like a woman, she cared about her face very much, even more than many people. Even though her mother had told her that there wouldn't be any obvious scars on her face, Ruan Fangfei, who pursued perfection in everything, couldn't tolerate the slightest flaw. Covering her face, Ruan Fangfei smiled eerily. A match made in heaven? Whether it's a match made in heaven or not, it's up to me. What Ruan Fangfei hated even more was not the amount of gifts given to Jingwan, but Li Hongyuan's personal involvement in this matter. Ruan Fangfei felt that the first time she saw Luo Jingwan, she was abnormally hateful, and it wasn't without reason. Which family is having a banquet recently? Ruan Fangfei asked coldly. Although it wasn't that she hadn't seen Ruan Fangfei like this before, but every time she saw her, it made people shudder with fear. "Miss, the 17th of May is Gongqin Wangfei's birthday. According to tradition, there will be a banquet. Tell my mother that I want to attend." Luo Jingwan was Qin Wang's current fiancée. Although she was also waiting to be married, it was still early. There was no reason for her not to attend her future sister-in-law's birthday banquet. Yes, the people who served Ruan Fangfei never had the right to make suggestions, let alone the right to speak. What she decided, others only needed to obey. There were only a few days left before Gongqin Wangfei's birthday banquet, so the Luo family naturally received the invitation early. Jingwan even received one alone. Later, Jingwan also learned that Ruan Fangfei would also go. Jingwan could roughly guess her purpose. Well, Ruan Fangfei was not afraid of being pointed out by others when she went out. So how could Jingwan be afraid of facing her? On that day, Jingwan went out in a splendid dress. Compared with the dress that Great Elder Princess prepared for her on the day when she recognized Great Elder Princess as her adoptive mother, Jingwan's dress was not inferior. She took 2 of the 4 maids, plus Bai Xiao, Sister He, and Mammy Gong. This time, she went out as a guest, which was probably the most grand occasion. Even if she was said to be a fox pretending to be a tiger, as soon as she became Jin Xinhuang's fiancée, she didn't hesitate to do so. Madame Luo was very satisfied with Jingwan's dress. It was natural for her to rise with the tide. If she still wore the same dress as before, she might be said to be narrow-minded, even if this characteristic could never be found on Jingwan. Sitting in a small sedan chair, Lin Mingya entered the second gate of Prince Gong's mansion and met the Gongqin Wangfei, who personally greeted her. Although it was not the first time they met, it was the first time that they got along as future sisters-in-law. It was said that Li Hongyuan's behavior made Jingwan hate him. Most of them were the princesses of Li Hongyuan's brothers. Because of her father, the Gongqin Wangfei lived very unscrupulously in the Gongqin Wangfu. Even though she had been married for many years, she still had some of the spoiled and unruly attitude she had before she was married. There wasn't even the slightest bit of sorrow on her face. The Gongqin Wangfei wanted to give Jingwan a show of strength. First, she wanted to suppress her aura. However, the idea was good, but in the face of the smiling Jingwan, her aura was useless. When she saw the people Jingwan brought, she even suspected that Jingwan was here to give her a show of strength. Since the Gongqin Wangfei did not achieve her goal, she did not do anything unnecessary. If she went too far, she would lose her face. Her gaze fell on Sun Yijia's face. Yijia is becoming more and more beautiful. This makeup is really good. Sun Yijia nodded and accepted her praise as a matter of course. As for whether it was true or false, who cared? The Gongqin Wangfei covered her mouth. Yijia's temperament is still the same. She hasn't changed at all. Everything is going well in the in-laws' house. There's nothing to change. Sun Yijia said indifferently. That's true, but I heard that the Luo family's 3rd young master loves his first wife. He doesn't even look at the other women outside. Outside, there were rumors that she was a rouge tiger, but it had already reached her ears. Sun Yijia nodded. Wangfei Nyang is also not far off. If they were really talking about rouge tigers, the number 1 was really not her, Sun Yijia. Sure enough, the Gongqin Wangfei shut her mouth. She took care of the Gong Prince. Even if there were women with official status in the house, she would not easily let them get close to the Gong Prince. Even if she had already given birth to a legitimate son, other women would occasionally be taken advantage of by her. But the next day, she would send people to force them to prevent pregnancy. It was rumored that there was once a pregnant concubine who was beaten to death by her. Without waiting for them to enter the courtyard, the people of the Ruan family arrived. Seeing Ruan Fangfei's face covered, many people whispered, she really hurt her face? It must be said that as the capital's twin beauties, both had disfigured faces. Shouldn't they be sympathizing with each other? Unfortunately, these two people didn't even make eye contact. However, Ruan Fangfei glanced at Sun Yijia. That strange but beautiful makeup made her eyes darken. Even if many people compare the two of them, Ruan Fangfei didn't take Sun Yijia seriously. However, after a similar experience, the other party didn't have any effect. Instead, she was getting better and better. Ruan Fangfei was like a clown who couldn't see through, no matter how she thought about it. It was very unpleasant. Jingwan moved a step, blocking Ruan Fangfei's line of sight on Sun Yijia's face. Miss Ruan as well. Miss Luo as well. It was a very peaceful scene, but it made people feel like sparks were flying everywhere. It was really strange. The Gongqin Wangfei didn't know what was going on, but her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Today's feeling wasn't right. Welcoming the two families to the back garden, it was the season of blooming flowers. No matter which family's courtyard it was, There was a scenery to see. When they faintly heard voices coming from the garden, their group met another person. Greetings to the Gong Prince. Greetings to the Jean Prince. The Gong Prince called for them to be excused. Then, everyone saw Li Hanyuan walk straight to Ruan Fangfei. What was he doing? The others couldn't help but look at Jingwan. Before, there were rumors that the Jean Prince cared a lot about the Luo Sangunyang, but now there was a good show to watch. Ruan Fangfei's eyes were watery as she slightly raised her head to look at Li Hanyuan. Jingwan looked at her. Sure enough, this pervert really liked the Jean Prince. Li Hanyuan suddenly reached out and took off Ruan Fangfei's veil. The deep affection in Ruan Fangfei's eyes quickly retreated, and she subconsciously reached out to cover her face. Li Hongyuan's other hand reached out and blocked her hand. Ben Wang heard that you were disfigured, so he wanted to see it with his own eyes to see if it was true. This person became ugly, so her brain doesn't work well? If it doesn't work, then learn from others. Next time when you go out, remember to cover it up. It's so ugly, it's not good to scare people. He threw the veil on her face and turned to leave. Chapter 153. Ruan Fangfei slightly raised her head. At this time, no one would think that she was trying to maintain her pride. It was the weight of the veil that caused her to tilt her head back. The blood on her face also rapidly receded. In a flash, her face was as white as paper. Even if it was the people who were originally watching for fun, at this time, there was a trace of pity in their hearts. Jean Qinhuang's words were unavoidably too vicious. Not to mention anything else. In any case, she was still half your fiancé. She shouldn't. Well, perhaps it was because of this relationship that Jean Qinhuang would be like this. It had nothing to do with him, and he wouldn't even give her a second glance. Who didn't know that Jean Qinhuang was fond of beauties? It would be strange if he still liked her after her face was disfigured. Sun Yijia felt pity for Ruan Fangfei. Should she rejoice now that Jean Qinhuang was still being lenient towards her? However, even if he wasn't being lenient, it didn't matter. Who would care? Thinking of some of her own conjectures, Sun Yijia's pity disappeared without a trace in a flash. During the Dragon Boat Festival, Wan Mimi was schemed against. She only asked Wan Mimi who she met during that time and what she did. The biggest suspect was her, Ruan Fangfei. She also had a reason to scheme against Wan Mimi. Sun Yijia looked at Jingwan. Her expression was unusually indifferent. This was not in line with Wan Mimi's nature. She didn't admire Jean Qinhuang. Based on this point alone, she wouldn't have any opinion about Ruan Fangfei. It could be seen that Wan Mimi's attitude must have other reasons. Between Jingwan and outsiders, no matter who was right or wrong, Sun Yijia would naturally always stand on Jingwan's side. Moreover, Wan Mimi wasn't someone who took the initiative to stir up trouble. The root must be Ruan Fangfei. Therefore, Sun Yijia glanced at Ruan Fangfei. She deserved it. Ruan Fangfei's nature was vicious, but her temperament was far from being invincible. If there was anyone in the world who could make her collapse with just a few words, other than Li Hanyuan, there was no other choice. There is probably nothing more hurtful than being humiliated in public by the person you liked. Li Hanyuan was narrow-minded and would not allow anyone to hurt Jingwan. Similarly, he was selfish by nature and would not hesitate to abandon someone who was no longer of value. However, if such a person did not know what was good for him, he could not blame him for ruthlessly trampling on him a few times. Don't expect him to have the slightest bit of mercy. Before this, Ruan Fangfei still thought that Li Hanyuan cared about her. But at this moment, if such a ruthless slap didn't wake her up from her daydream, then she would really be the stupidest person in the world. Thinking about all the times they interacted in the past, when had he ever given her the slightest bit of gentleness? Could it be that just because he didn't ruthlessly expel her, she thought that he was different from the rest? She never thought that she was wrong. This was true, but it didn't mean that she wasn't clear-headed. It was probably true that everything had always been smooth sailing. There was nothing that she couldn't get if she wanted. In her opinion, she had talent and beauty, not to mention the entire capital. Even in the entire Qiyuan, there was no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. If she fancied a man, he would be infatuated with her. It was just that there were too many people like this, and they had always been successful. She thought that even if Li Hongyuan was different, the final result would not change at all. So, it wasn't like that. However, since she fancied him, then he must be hers. If she couldn't get him, she would rather destroy him than give him to others. Ruan Fangfei raised her head, as if she wanted to force back her tears. Unfortunately, it didn't have the slightest effect. Tears still rolled down her cheeks like a broken string of beads. Her appearance really made people's hearts ache. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, the Gong Prince's face was severely damaged by Li Hongyuan. Even now, his anger still hadn't subsided. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have invited him. He originally thought that he wouldn't attend as usual, but who knew that today he would go crazy. Not only did he come, he also ran around everywhere. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that he would cause trouble, or to be exact, he was worried that he would put a green hat on his head. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the patience to follow him around like an attendant. Now that a beauty was crying, well, even if he didn't look at the place where she was hurt, she was still a beauty. It really aroused his inner desire to protect her. Sixth brother, aren't you going too far with your words? Li Hongyuan's footsteps paused, and he turned around. What position do you have to say this? What does she have to do with you? That's right, her old man is the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. Each and every one of you wants to win him over, so naturally you're all drooling over his most valuable daughter. Doesn't this prince have reason to suspect that you've already secretly hooked up with her? If it's not you, then it's someone else. Or is it that Ruan Rue Zhong is casting a wide net, and you're all involved? The Gong Prince thought, if that's really the case, then it's good. On the other hand, old Madame Ruan's face was ashen with anger. While comforting Ruan Fangfei, she looked at Jean Prince with a gaze like a knife. Wang Ye, don't make venomous slander. Li Hongyuan sneered. Is this prince wrong? 16 years old. Not only is she unmarried, she hasn't even been married once. If there isn't something fishy going on, who would believe it? If Ruan Rue Zhong is really upright, then is there a problem with your daughter? This prince has no power or influence, and Fu Huang inexplicably stuffed this person into my hands. Do each and every one of you really think this prince is easy to bully, that I'm a sucker? Originally, the place where the other female guests were seated was relatively close. Now, it naturally attracted the attention of many people. That curiosity, everyone had it. Those close by directly pricked up their ears, and those far away saw this situation and came over one after another. Li Hongyuan didn't lower his voice. As soon as he spoke, it caused a small commotion. What Jean Prince said seemed to make a lot of sense. Apart from those child wives, this girl, when she was younger, even when she was 7 or 8 years old, she started looking for a man. Later, at most, she was 13 or 14 years old. There really wasn't anyone like Ruan Fangfei. Previously, Sun Yijia's situation was somewhat similar to hers, but although she didn't talk about marriage, she had Prince Kong, that well-known partner. Only Ruan Fangfei's shadow was completely absent. Once the seed of doubt was planted, when they looked at Ruan Fangfei again, their gazes were particularly strange. It was no wonder that Jean Prince didn't speak kindly to such a beauty before, and even delayed marrying her back to the Fu. If it was any other man, it would be the same. This girl, no matter how beautiful her face was, no matter how talented she was, if her reputation was ruined, it was all in vain. Old Madame Ruan was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Why didn't her own daughter talk about marriage? It was fine if other people didn't know, but he clearly knew, yet he still said such words. Those who liked him were all blind, and her stubborn daughter was the first blind. When did our Ruan family offend Wang Ye? To let Wang Ye humiliate us like this? Merely stating facts. If old Madame Ruan feels that it is humiliating, then so be it. Li Hongyuan, Ruan Fangfei, suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice was sharp, and her eyes were filled with hatred. You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. Directly calling Ben Wang's name. Is this a rule taught by the Ruan family? Li Hongyuan coldly said. Wang Ye, please forgive me. My daughter was only angry for a moment and didn't mean to be disrespectful to you. Old Madame Ruan hurriedly apologized. This kind of crime, on the big side, could be said that Ruan Ruizhong didn't teach his daughter well, which was enough to impeach him. On the small side, it could be said that Ruan Fangfei didn't follow the rules, and when she met someone with strict rules, she couldn't help but be slapped. For Ruan Ruizhong's sake, Bin Wang can overlook it. However, Bin Wang will wait and see how you prepare to make Bin Wang regret it. This time, Li Hongyuan really left, leaving the crowd with a black figure. No matter how proud Ruan Fangfei was, no matter what kind of psychological preparation she did before coming, she couldn't continue to stay here. She turned around and walked back to Li Hongyuan. Her back stopped, maintaining her dignity and pride. Then, another family just happened to come in from outside. When they saw Ruan Fangfei's appearance, they couldn't help but stand to the side. Then, when the Ruan family left, they couldn't help but look at each other. What happened? It turned out that the rumors were true. Ruan Fangfei was really disfigured. Then, when they saw Sun Yijia, this makeup was really good. Then they remembered that she was also disfigured. What happened this year? The capital's twin beauties were all disfigured. From the beginning to the end, Jingwan watched indifferently. Because the target of Jin Qinhuang's poisonous tongue was the enemy, her heart was somewhat carefree. But to say that the feeling was very strong, it wasn't to the extent. No matter what kind of suffering Ruan Fangfei suffered, it wouldn't make her feel anything. Giving that kind of strong emotion was a waste. However, Jingwan actually felt that Jin Qinhuang's behavior was a bit strange. His nature was cold and ruthless. If he didn't like her, then he didn't like her. He could have done it more simply and crudely. It seemed that there was no need to use such a roundabout method comparing the two. The former was more damaging to one's reputation. As for the latter, the most obvious thing was that Ruan Fangfei would be surrounded by rumors and slanders, becoming the topic of conversation for everyone in the capital. Her previous good reputation was now a bad reputation. The higher she was praised before, the more miserable she would fall now. Just like a piece of white paper, if dirty water suddenly splashed on it, it would be very obvious. If it was a piece of black paper, then even if it was soaked in ink and then picked up, it would still be the same. The former was like Ruan Fangfei. The latter was like Li Hongyuan. Therefore, Jin Qinhuang's reputation couldn't be worse. It didn't matter if it was tarnished, but this time he didn't do so. Unable to figure it out, Jingwan also didn't think about it. It was naturally better not to have to constantly guard against Ruan Fangfei's tricks. The Gong Qinhuang Fei's birthday was far less lively than great elder princesses. After all, except for the important people, the rest of the people invited were the Gong Qinhuang's faction. Before the banquet, there were only so many activities. If it wasn't some small games, it was reciting poems and so on. It was very boring. Now, Jingwan was now a person who attracted a lot of attention. Naturally, there were people who wanted her to participate. Jingwan naturally refused all of them. If it was something she wasn't good at, why should she hit her face until it was swollen? Luo Sangunyang isn't good at it. Why don't you play something you're good at? Just think of it as celebrating the Gong Qinhuang Fei's birthday. Today's performance seemed to be the Gong Qinhuang Fu's performers. Suddenly, she was asked to play the zither. Was someone looking for trouble? But why did she want to entertain them? Wang Fei Nyang Yang, please forgive me. Chenu's hand hurts today. https://11//11807/6653105. Chapter 154. Jingwan's first reaction was, did she encounter an arrogant retard again? Could it be that this was the common logic of these people? All right, in this place with a clear hierarchy, the other party belonged to the top of the food chain. It was natural for them to be aloof and think that their face was boundless. As long as there was even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction with their wishes, that would be sweeping away their face. These people, they could be ragged on the inside, but this face was sometimes more important than their lives. If they lost even the slightest bit, They could take out a stance that would not rest until they were dead. However, she seemed to have one foot in your class. Her grandfather and grandmother had said that she could live a bit more willfully, a bit more selfishly. Then now, she could refuse, so why would she use this kind of method to humiliate herself to give other people face? Although right now, she was just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, completely relying on her fiancé's name. The so-called luck was a kind of strength. Being able to borrow power naturally also counted as a kind of strength. Moreover, even if she didn't have this fiancé, according to her grandfather's power and status, the Gongqin Wangfei couldn't do anything to her, right? Jingwan fiddled with the prayer beads on her wrist. She gave her a way out, but she couldn't be blamed if she lost face. Looking at the Gongqin Wangfei, she faintly smiled. If Wangfei Nyang insists on thinking like this subject girl has no opinion. Don't mention the Gongqin Wangfei. The vast majority of the people present didn't dare to believe it. Was this courage borrowed from the heavens? Impudent. The Gongqin Wangfei stood up and directly smashed the cup. The Gongqin Wangfei was thunderous with rage. The servants kept quiet out of fear. On the other hand, those people who were Li Hongyuan's sister-in-law or sister-in-law looked like they were watching a play on the wall. Jingwan remained unmoved, slightly tilting her head as if she was thinking about something. After a moment, she stood up. If Wangfei Nyang doesn't welcome this subject girl, then just directly send out the guest order. There's no need to make it so ugly. Who is a fool? This subject girl will take her leave. Jingwan crouched down, unhurriedly turning around. Her gait was leisurely, truly preparing to leave. Gongqin Wangfei was so angry that her face turned ashen. Ever since she was born, no one dared to not give her face like this. What kind of place do you think this is? You don't want to come and go as you please? Then, Jingwan was stopped in her tracks. Jingwan stopped and turned to look at Gongqin Wangfei. Then, what does Wangfei Nyang want? Gongqin Wangfei sneered. Mama, tell our Luo third miss. What is the crime of disrespecting the imperial family? I think the princess consort has misunderstood. This minister's daughter is not disrespecting the royal family, but rather disrespecting a person who wants to humiliate this minister's daughter for no reason. Anyway, my grandfather is the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and my foster mother is Great Elder Princess. It doesn't matter if I'm humiliated, but it's not good to implicate them. Your Highness, don't you think so? She was the dignified Qin Wangfei, yet she had humiliated others first. If she really wanted to pin a big hat on her, then she would have to come up with an explanation. If you admit your mistake first, then she will also admit that she disrespected the imperial family. When the time comes, even if she is punished, your Gongqin Wangfei's arrogant and despotic reputation will spread out. Jingwan was unmoved. From the beginning to the end, she was calm and even had a faint smile. In this world, naturally, there was no need to pursue equality. That thing had never been heard of. Even if it was an iron law in the privileged class, it could be regarded as a child's play. Jingwan was not born at the bottom, so relatively speaking, she still had some right to speak. Therefore, Jingwan still tried her best to protect herself and the people around her. Luo third miss is really sharp-tongued, because this minister's daughter likes to tell the truth most of the time. She doesn't know how to beat around the bush, which is really not very likable. The reputation of being sharp-tongued was not a good thing for a girl, but Jingwan refuted it so easily, saying that she was not good. It didn't matter. Everyone was not good together. While the Gongqin Wangfei was angered by Jingwan to the point of her liver hurting, on the male guest side, Li Hongyuan was the first to hear the news. Originally, he was drinking alone, but because Jingwan was there, he didn't leave. Someone dared to bully his wife, but after all, that was a woman, and also his sister-in-law. Directly making a move on her, even if it was reasonable, it would become unreasonable. Li Hongyuan directly had someone bring a large jug of wine, slapped open the seal, picked it up, and walked directly to the Gongqin Wangfei. The courtiers who were talking to the Gongqin Wangfei, seeing this living king of hell, hurriedly made excuses to leave for fear of being implicated. The Gongqin Wangfei was stunned, then immediately realized something, subconsciously turning around. Sixth brother. What's the matter? It must be said, Li Hongyuan's brothers, the most sullen thing was that they had to be polite from time to time. But there was one who didn't care, even if they exploded in anger. After turning around, you could only act as if nothing had happened, and act like a good brother. Li Hongyuan slightly pushed upwards, tossing the jug up a bit, his hand moving down from the side, his palm supporting the bottom of the jug. To fourth brother, it's just a jug of wine, please. Motherfucker, do you have to toast me one by one? Even a cow couldn't stand it a few times, right? One could tell just by smelling the wine. Not to mention a jug. Even if it was half a jug, it would still cause one to collapse immediately. Lousy didn't provoke you right now. What the fuck are you playing at? Sixth brother. Are you joking with fourth brother? It looks like fourth brother isn't willing to accept. Fourth brother, are you not giving this prince face? Li Hongyuan slightly narrowed his eyes, a ruthless aura condensing in his eyes, as if a man-eating beast was about to break out of its cage. The Gongqin Wangfei was startled by Li Hongyuan's gaze, unconsciously taking a step back. And it was this reaction that made the Gongqin Wangfei even angrier, the hands behind his back clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, trying to suppress his anger, his voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Li Hongyuan, don't go too far. So, you really don't want to give me face? Why should this prince drink? How much face do you have? The Gongqin Wangfei lowered his voice, but in this silent scene, there were too many people who heard his words. You really don't want to drink? The ruthlessness in Li Hongyuan's eyes seemed to fade a bit, as if saying that if you don't drink, then forget it. If I don't drink, what can you do? The Gongqin Wangfei was clearly prepared to be unyielding to the end. It looks like this prince really can't do anything to you. In any case, your imperial father's son, this prince can't kill you. Li Hongyuan said, taking back his hand. The wine jar in his hand fell straight down with a bang. Wine and porcelain shards flew out. The Gongqin Wangfei hurriedly retreated. Naturally, he was caught in the crossfire. Li Hongyuan stood in place, not moving. Even if the porcelain shards splashed on his calf, he was indifferent. They all say persimmons are easy to pinch. I can't touch you, but this prince actually has a lot of people I can touch. His gaze swept over the audience, and the people who heard him wanted to immediately dig a hole and bury themselves. But in fact, they didn't dare to move, afraid that if they moved, they would fall into the eyes of this living king of hell. Where's Qin Tianming? What's a small fry? If you want to make a move, you need to find a big one. That way it'll be interesting. Li Hongyuan, you dare. The Gongqin Wangfei almost jumped up in anger. He thought that he was unyielding, making Li Hongyuan, who never admitted defeat, admit defeat. This was something that even imperial father couldn't do, and he was a bit proud of himself. But the result, this bastard wanted to make a move on someone. It was even more unbearable than making a move on him. After all, Li Hongyuan still had some scruples, but his father-in-law, although he was a military general, Li Hongyuan's martial arts were definitely above the other side. If he really made a move on his father-in-law, it would highlight his incompetence, and it would make the people who supported him feel disappointed and bitterly disappointed. The damage was simply not on the same level. Master, the left governor hasn't arrived yet. He should still be in the yamen. That's right. It's only the imperial concubine's birthday. Most of the people who came were women. It's already not bad for the courtiers to come and eat before the banquet, and that's to give the Gongqin Wangfei face. Most of them won't show up. Since Laozi isn't here, my son is fine. Li Hongyuan stretched out his hand, as if he was stretching his fingers. Not long after his voice fell, 3 of Qin Tianming's sons were dragged out by his guards, and like dead dogs, they were thrown in front of Li Hongyuan. This Laozi was clearly a tiger, but these 3 were trembling in fear, without the slightest bit of backbone. Li Hongyuan didn't hold back and directly lifted his foot to kick. The Gongqin Wangfei wanted to stop him, but Li Hongyuan's foot just turned, easily avoiding him, and then he landed on whoever he wanted. In the blink of an eye, there was a series of wails, and the 3 were kicked out, and all of them were vomiting blood. 100% their internal organs were injured. The Gongqin Wangfei's guts were about to burst. These were all his brothers-in-law. Although they weren't his father-in-law's most valued eldest son, but 3 of his sons were in his house. Because he was injured, his father-in-law would put all the blame on him. In the end, the only one who couldn't bear the consequences would be him. After all, that was his biggest reliance. And it had nothing to do with Li Honyuan. Qin Tianming didn't dare and couldn't touch Li Honyuan. The Gongqin Wangfei's eyes were red, and he directly wanted to pounce on Li Honyuan. Li Honyuan stepped aside. Are you sure you want to fight with this prince? You fought with this prince first. If you're injured, you can't blame this prince. Stretching his wrist, there was obvious malice in his eyes. The Gongqin Wangfei's reason came back a little, and more importantly, he saw Prince Kong in his line of sight. Thinking that this big brother of his was almost directly crippled by him, his heart was filled with fear, and he naturally showed a cowering posture. If his vassals saw this, he didn't know whether to be disappointed that he was a spineless coward or gratified that he could bend and stand tall. Why? Li Honyuan, this prince only wants to ask you, why are you acting crazy for no reason? Chapter 155. Looking at Li Hongyuan's departing back, he even looked somewhat leisurely, while the Gong prince stood in place, desperately restraining his anger. His eyes were red, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He looked exactly like an enraged beast. The enemy was clearly in front of him, but there was an invisible cage firmly binding him, unable to take a step forward. Until Li Hongyuan's figure disappeared, the Gong prince was unable to return to his senses for a long time. At this moment, even Prince Kong and Prince Rui looked at their 4th brother and felt that he was a little pitiful. However, they had also suffered losses in the hands of that king of hell, so they couldn't sympathize with him. As for what happened to the female guests, they had to ask clearly. They didn't want their own family to make the same mistake. At that time, the one who would be unlucky would be themselves. The women of the inner compound cut his face. As a man, he couldn't bicker with them. After all, no matter how much of a scoundrel he was, he still needed this kind of bearing. So only men like them could bear it. He was so righteous and confident. If it was someone else, they would be the same. But far from his level, they wouldn't be able to vent their anger like him, standing in Li Hongyuan's position. Wasn't it very satisfying? And what happened here naturally reached the Gongqin princess consort's ears at the first moment. Her own prince was ruthlessly humiliated. 3 brothers were kicked until they vomited blood. Her vision darkened, and she almost fainted. And when she heard the reason, she wasn't stupid. She could still connect the dots. She looked at Jingwan again, as if she was dipped in poison, but her lips trembled, unable to spit out half a word. Among the sisters-in-law, she lived the most unscrupulously, and the least needed to play tricks. In this aspect, she was naturally weaker, but that didn't mean she was like Luo Jingying without any self-awareness. If she blurted out something bad, perhaps that king of hell would put the dead on her husband and her family. The consequences were absolutely not something she could bear. The so-called disaster from the mouth was probably like this. Jingwan was baffled by the Gongqin princess consort's gaze. What kind of life and death enmity was there? Mu Gonggong walked over to Jingwan, 3rd miss. Unconsciously, there was a bit of flattery. Jingwan slightly retreated a step. The people around Jin Xinwang seemed to be a bit scary. Greetings to eunuch. What instructions does eunuch have? It was better not to offend her future husband's steward. Seeing Jingwan salute him, Eunuch Mu hurriedly avoided her. Even if he had 9 lives and 9 guts, he didn't dare to accept it. But at the same time, she also realized that she had gone overboard. It was true that 3rd Miss Luo was Master's most cherished person, but she herself did not know. If her actions were too obvious, not only would she fail to please Master, but she would also be frightened. When she returned, she could probably prepare to die. Thus, she hurriedly straightened her face. 3rd young lady, this servant doesn't deserve this. Master asked this servant to inform Miss that Miss can return with your family. Since she was not happy to stay here, she naturally did not need to stay any longer. So to say, Gong Qin Wangfei's change in expression should be related to Jin Wang. Since he had already asked her to go back, she was more than happy to do so. Anyway, if she hadn't been stopped, she would have already left. So she nodded, and then she saluted everyone high and mighty. There was no need to call her family. Just now, when Jingwan was preparing to leave, they had already stood up. Jingwan looked at old Madame Luo and nodded her head without leaving a trace. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Luo family, led by old Madame Luo, slowly walked away. And the servants of the Gong Wang Fu, without master's permission, naturally didn't dare to stop them. The old madam of each family, the mistresses of the family, and even the noble women, all looked at each other in dismay. If it was said that Jingwan left, then it could be said that she was young and impetuous and couldn't bear being wronged, so she had a small temper. However, old Madame Luo didn't even say a word. Her granddaughter said to leave, and she just led the way. Wasn't the right thing to do to teach her own child, mediate, and everyone would have a way out. Then, everyone would still be amiable. Even if Luo Peishan was an important official in the court, it was very unwise for the Luo family to offend a Wang Ye who held real power. Old Madame Luo wasn't such a short-sighted person. There were rumors that she loved the Luo third young lady very much. Looking at her attitude, it really wasn't fake at all. She couldn't tolerate the slightest grievance, to the point where she had no principles and didn't care about the Luo family. Everyone was smart. Seeing the attitude of the Gong Wangfei and the appearance of the Qin Wangfu's personal attendant, they immediately sent people to inquire about it. Then they quickly got the news. After all, with such a big commotion, it was impossible to hide it even if they wanted to. With the King of Hell taking action, everyone shut their mouths. This lord, no one could afford to offend. Master Liao Chun said that Jin Wangfu and the Luo third young lady are a match made in heaven. The imperial concubine Yang Yang in the palace has already said that Jin Wangfu didn't bring bad luck to his wife. It's just that the marriage hasn't come yet. His Majesty also attaches great importance to it. Jin Wangfu's protection of the Luo third young lady, whether it's because there won't be another one if he misses this one, or because he really lost face. In short, the Luo third young lady who is connected to Jin Wangfu's fate cannot be provoked. A noble woman said lightly. When the people around heard this, they nodded in deep agreement. The third miss of the Luo family looked gentle and kind, but if someone really provoked her, she would be a tough nut to crack. With her protective grandparents, great elder princess's support, and the King of Hell, whoever provoked her would be unlucky. It was fine if it was her own fault, but if her family was implicated, she would be a great sinner. Didn't they see the wife of the left governor crying to see her son just now? He was kicked to the point of vomiting blood. If something went wrong, it might leave a lifelong illness. When Jin Wangfu left, he seemed to have said that the left governor should go to him and ask for forgiveness. TSK, who knew what would happen. Looking at the Gongqin Wangfei again, her birthday was like this. However, there were still a few people who pitied her, and more people were rejoicing in her misfortune. The main reason was that she was usually too flamboyant. Other people's husbands took in concubines, but she showed off how much her own Wang Ye's husband cared about her. Other people's concubines stirred up trouble, but she lamented that the Gongqin Wangfu was too quiet. When everyone was the same, their hearts would be balanced. When other people's feet hurt, you still ruthlessly stepped on them. How could you not be hated? Therefore, today, you were ruthlessly taught a lesson and lost a lot of face. You deserved it. That was why it was said that people should be low-key. Even if they were living a good life, they should just be happy. Not everyone could be like Jin Wangfu, who casually drew hatred and didn't worry about being retaliated against. However, it might not be the right time to retaliate against Jin Wangfu. Therefore, thinking about it this way, perhaps Jin Wangfu was just enjoying himself in time. On the way out, because there was no master's order, the servants also didn't prepare a soft sedan. The group of people left on foot. Jingwan and the others also heard Li Hongyuan's actions. Even Sun Yijia, who had an extremely bad impression of Li Hongyuan, was silent. No matter what his purpose was, it was very satisfying. From now on, whoever dared to find trouble with Wan Mimi would have to think twice. On the contrary, Jingwan appeared to be very silent. Jin Wangfu's actions had repeatedly exceeded her expectations. Instead, it was old Madame Luo who patted Jingwan's hand. Silly girl, don't think so much. The so-called one's glory is bound together. One's loss is also bound together. You and Jin Wangfu are engaged. Gongqin Wangfei, humiliating you, is no different from humiliating him. This was Jin Wangfu's own words, and it was basically what everyone agreed on. At this time, when old Madame Luo emphasized it again, Jingwan instead felt that there was a deeper meaning. Don't think too much, but this person, had a bit of a rebellious heart and would subconsciously think too much. If Jin Wangfu wasn't because of this reason, then it could only be because of her. All right, she really shouldn't think too much. Thus, Jingwan didn't hesitate to throw this question to the side. Old Madame Luo was actually very satisfied with Li Hongyuan's actions. When she found out that Jin Wangfu really didn't have a terrible reputation and no power on the surface, she immediately nodded and agreed. The most important thing was that he could protect Wan. In fact, he did this impeccably. If it was other people, such as Chan Zhengmin and Sun Yilin, when they encountered today's matter, they could only remain silent. No matter how angry they were, they could only watch as Wan was bullied. At most, they would swear in their hearts that they would do this and that in the future. But most people would only look at the present. Even if they retaliated in the future, the current grievances were real. She even hoped that Wan wouldn't be wronged in the slightest. When they left the Gong Wangfu, everyone boarded the carriage. Then, not long after, they were intercepted halfway. Daring to do this kind of thing so openly, other than a certain person, no one else could think of it. Fortunately, the only people who came with old Madame Luo were Jingwan and Sun Yijia. As for the others, even Wang Shi didn't come. When Li Hongyuan found Luo Peishan and said those words, Luo Peishan basically repeated them word for word to his old wife. To let Wan be alone with him, to want her granddaughter to be pure and innocent and not be taken advantage of, that was absolutely impossible. But could you stop him? If you really were stopped, you probably wouldn't be a living king of hell. So, this grandson-in-law, if you were satisfied with something, you would be very satisfied. If you were dissatisfied with something, you would want to chop him up. Old Madame Luo finally sighed and could only nod in agreement. She only hoped that Jin Wangfu wouldn't be too excessive. Li Hongyuan only had Gong Mama stay behind to serve, and everyone else was sent away. Sun Yijia watched as Jingwan boarded Jin Wangfu's carriage. It didn't have the symbol of the Wangfu, and it wasn't eye-catching. Thinking of his bad reputation, she was worried that Jingwan would suffer. Even if the two were engaged, as long as they weren't married, they would still be a single man and woman together. If people knew, it would also be bad. If he cared even a little bit, he shouldn't have done this kind of thing. Sure enough, it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. She endured and endured, but in the end, Sun Yijia also jumped off the carriage. Yijia, come to grandmother's carriage. Before she could take 2 steps, Sun Yijia was stopped by old Madame Luo. Looking at old Madame Luo, who was lifting the curtain, and then at Jin Wangfu's carriage, she hesitated, but still gave up and didn't chase. Old Madame loved Wan Mimi dearly, and was so calm and collected, there shouldn't be any problems, right? She turned and boarded old Madame Luo's carriage. Grandmother. Old Madame Luo pulled her to sit beside her, and the carriage slowly moved forward. A moment later, old Madame Luo opened her mouth. Jin Wangfu treats Wan differently. You don't have to worry. Sun Yijia stared blankly. She didn't understand what this meant, but seeing that old Madame Luo didn't have any intention to talk more, she could only suppress her doubts. I understand, grandmother. You're also a good child. In terms of status, marrying Jingbua is a grievance for you. It's nothing, grandmother. I don't feel wronged. Really, I don't feel wronged at all. Sun Yijia paused. To tell you the truth, in the Luo family, I feel much happier than in Dingwa Fu. Being able to marry Jinghua is my life's greatest fortune, a fortune cultivated from 8 lifetimes. It's also Jinghua's fortune to be able to marry you. Don't think too much about your maternal family's matters. Just live a good life with Jinghua. As for grandmother, I don't ask Wanwan to have great glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. I only wish for her to be well. I also have the same expectations for you too. It's just that the heavens seem to want to shower her with riches and honor, but it's hard to predict whether it will be smooth sailing. She hopes that you too will be well, so you must be well. Sun Ijia's eyes reddened. How could she not know what old Madame Luo meant? One person for a lifetime. She also knew and even supported it. Grandmother. All right, stop crying. Let's not talk about this. If you don't mind that grandmother is an old woman, you can chat with grandmother. You can talk about anything. Perhaps it was because of Jingwan, but she was more patient with people who were close to Jingwan. And on the other side, Jingwan sat at the side of the carriage with her head slightly lowered, while Li Honyuan half leaned on the middle seat. Ever since Jingwan got on the carriage, his line of sight never left her. If Jingwan knew that he had previously smashed the wine jug and splashed his clothes and shoes, she would know at this moment that he had completely changed into a new set of clothes. This carriage didn't look conspicuous from the outside, but it was actually very big. The decorations inside were also very luxurious. Compared to the carriage that Jingwan had stayed in for a short period of time, this carriage was even better. Every little detail revealed that Jin Xinwang was rich and super rich, but it wasn't the least bit uncouth. It was extremely tasteful and matched his status. Moreover, Jin Xinwang was clearly a hedonist. Luxury, tastefulness, and comfort. When these 3 things were put together, it was even more difficult to satisfy. But for this person, it seemed like it was just a piece of cake. Come here. Li Hongyuan's slightly low voice sounded. It was relatively soft, almost enough for Jingwan to hear without scaring her because of the sudden sound. Jingwan raised her head. Li Hongyuan pointed at the seat in front of her. The meaning was self-evident. Jingwan hesitated for a moment, but still got up and sat over there. First, she couldn't refuse. Even if she was tough, she still had to choose a partner. Obviously, it was useless for Li Hongyuan. Also, Jingwan wasn't a native of the ancient times. The concept of keeping a distance between men and women wasn't that heavy. The other party was her own fiancé, and there was no one around, so it didn't matter if he got closer. Although, subconsciously, she rejected romantic stallion men, but she didn't have any expectations for the other party, let alone hope for love. Sooner or later, she would reach this step, so she wouldn't be very resistant. Li Honyuan very naturally put his hand on Jingwan's waist. With a little force, he pulled her in to prevent her from losing her balance. At the same time, he also brought her closer to his body. Jingwan subconsciously reached out to block his chest. However, even if she was much stronger than the average girl, she was still far from Li Honyuan. His other hand held Jingwan's white and slender fingers and gently rubbed them. Jingwan only held hands with her boyfriend in her previous life, but compared to this, the difference was like heaven and earth. Moreover, this handsome man was looking at her tenderly and affectionately, as if she was his whole world. The touch of his fingertips caused an electric current to surge through her body, making her feel numb, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Your Highness, Li Honyuan responded softly. His voice was low and seductive. He pulled her hand to his lips and kissed her fingertips. Once, twice, 3 times, he took turns kissing her, not letting go of any of her fingers. Jingwan only felt that Li Hongyuan's lips were slightly cold. Like she said, he was the kind of handsome man who had no flaws. The shape of his lips was naturally exceptionally beautiful. Even Jingwan had the urge to go up and have a taste. Although it wasn't that she hadn't kissed him before, but at that time, she was forced to kiss him while she was unconscious. She was scared to death, so who would have the mood to experience what it was like? Thinking of this, Jingwan unconsciously swallowed her saliva. When Jingwan realized what she had done, her face flushed red. She lowered her head and wished that she could be an ostrich for once. Jingwan would never admit that she was a pervert. It was all this bastard's fault. Jingwan's series of reactions naturally fell into Li Hongyuan's eyes. He curled his lips and laughed softly. Li Hongyuan let go of her hand and pinched her chin. He used a bit of force to force her to raise her head. Then his hand moved along her neck and clasped the back of her neck. At the same time, he used his hand on her waist to press their bodies together. Li Hongyuan lowered his head slightly. Their lips were extremely close to each other. "Let you have a taste?" Li Hongyuan coaxed. His breath caressed her face. In this aspect, a certain king of hell was definitely at the elite level. Jingwan was probably even worse than a rookie. The difference between their levels was too great. She couldn't control herself and was about to die. A demon had appeared, who would be kind enough to take him away. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer and were about to touch each other, Jingwan's head suddenly tilted back and her body began to struggle. However, her struggle was futile, and Li Hongyuan's eyes were getting darker and darker. "Wan, don't move. I'm going to get angry." It was more threatening than threatening. Jingwan was a little frightened by his eyes. He was temperamental. That's right. Li Hongyuan didn't insist on kissing her and leaned back. However, his hands weren't content. The touch on her waist and neck was gentle but couldn't be ignored. Jingwan felt goosebumps all over her body. Her waist and legs were weak. Jingwan really couldn't take it anymore. "Your Highness, It was still that bewitching tone. "Can you let go of this subject's body?" Jingwan said with a slightly trembling voice. "Okay." Jingwan wasn't happy. Not only because his hands didn't stop moving, but also because the more agreeable he was, the more likely it was a turning point. But, as expected, Li Hongyuan's tongue swept across her lips. "Kiss me, and I'll let you go." Jingwan was originally trembling because of his seductive actions. However, after hearing his words, her face couldn't help but darken. "You're a dignified prince. Do you have to be so shameless?" "Bad girl, you clearly wanted to kiss me just now. Now it seems like you're forcing yourself. I've already told you that I won't force people." Jingwan wanted to swear. Isn't this forcing others? Seeing Jingwan's glare and sullen appearance, Li Hongyuan was in a good mood. "You really don't want to kiss me? But I want to kiss Wan. I was thinking that if you took the initiative, I would just kiss you. If it was me." Jingwan suddenly leaned forward and pecked him on the lips before moving away. "Your Highness, please let go." Jingwan's movements were too fast and too sudden. Li Hongyuan didn't have time to do anything even if he wanted to. He couldn't help but laugh. "What a silly girl. Have you tasted it yet? This kind of thing should be experienced properly." Then, he told her how to experience it with his own hands. At first, it was just a kiss on the lips. Not long after, a certain someone was no longer satisfied with such contact. With a domineering force that couldn't be refused, he opened her teeth. It wasn't that he didn't kiss her deeply. It was just that when she was awake, that kind of refusal seemed even more wonderful. His lips swept across her pearly white teeth, swept across her palate, and entangled with her tongue to dance with him. He didn't know when, but Jingwan's action of pushing him out completely turned into an act of obedience. Not only her hands, but also her tongue. When a certain hand crept up to her chest, Jingwan's muddled consciousness seemed to finally realize that something was wrong. She suddenly woke up and retreated. She pressed Li Hongyuan's hand down and glared at him angrily. Li Hongyuan licked his lips as if he hadn't had enough. He looked at Jingwan and curled the corners of his mouth. There was an inexplicable sense of wickedness and mockery in his voice. Wan, do you think that I don't have enough strength? So you want to press harder?" Jingwan was a little confused at first. Only when the hand squeezed her chest did she react. "Bastard." At the same time, she slapped his hand hard. From the sound of her voice, it was clear that she didn't show any mercy. This time, it was Li Hongyuan's turn to be startled. In his previous life, he seemed to have only been beaten by his father. This kind of method, this kind of person was really fresh. Li Hongyuan looked at the back of his hand that was a little red. Should this prince be glad that Wan didn't slap my face? Jingwan pursed her lips. She was also angry out of humiliation, so she subconsciously slapped him. One must know that there were only a few people who dared to hit this prince, and the ones who really did were probably Emperor Lu Cheng and noble consort Su. If an ordinary person dared to hit him, it would definitely be a serious crime. However, he had already hit her. Li Hongyuan pinched her chin. After hitting this prince, shouldn't you immediately ask for forgiveness? TSK. If it's you, you're the one who's wronged first. This subject's daughter is rude. Your Highness, please forgive her. Li Hongyuan was a little surprised. I thought that you would resist to the death and not admit defeat. Last time in the palace, when I wanted to flog you, you didn't even frown. How can it be the same? It's not my fault. So, Wanwan now feels that she was wrong? It's not enough to admit that she was wrong. She still has to change. This person had already been slapped. How could she change? Moreover, she didn't think that this matter was her fault. But forget it. She couldn't get through to these people who were under the imperial power. There was no need to resist to the death. She looked at Li Hongyuan with vigilance. What does your Highness want? Li Hongyuan first tapped his lips. Wanwan, you can either compensate me or let me hit you back. Jingwan looked at him, then closed her eyes. Your Highness, you can hit me back. Seeing that Jingwan seemed to be facing death with equanimity, Li Hongyuan's hand on her waist slid down to her buttocks. Then he leaned close to her ear. If you want to hit me, you should hit me here. Moreover, you should take off my pants and hit me. Jingwan immediately opened her eyes and grabbed his collar. How could he be so shameless? Even if he had a bad record, she didn't have a bad impression of him from the few times she had met him. She thought that he was actually very cultured and didn't lack gentlemanly manners. Why was there such a big difference? You were just a subject before. Now you're my fiancé. Of course it's different. It turned out that Jingwan had voiced out her thoughts in a fit of rage. Your Highness also knows that I'm your fiancé? How many people haven't seen each other before getting married? As for herself, she had already been taken advantage of. Li Hongyuan raised his eyebrows. Wanwan wants to consummate her marriage with her husband the first time she meets him? I thought that you would prefer this. There's a process of getting familiar with each other. When the time comes, it'll be natural. Of course, it was better to get familiar with each other first. However, that was to improve their understanding of each other's temperament, not their bodies. Li Hongyuan pinched her face. You're the one who needs to apologize to this prince. It's your choice to choose one out of the two. All right, I'll give you a chance to choose again. There's no third choice. Li Hongyuan shook his head. She had already taken off her pants and buttocks. The level of embarrassment was off the charts. In any case, they had already kissed, so one more kiss wouldn't matter, right? This time, she closed her eyes and blushed. Wanwan is such a smart girl. How could you make mistakes again and again today? You're the one who should apologize to this prince. He had already kissed her, yet he still wanted her to take the initiative. How shameless. Fine. Jingwan grabbed his clothes again. She pulled hard and bit down. It was a real bite. Li Hongyuan didn't just feel the sting on his lips, he also tasted blood. This small injury was naturally harmless. On the contrary, Li Hongyuan felt that it was quite exciting and enjoyable. This little wolf cub, like Wanwan, reminded him of her ruthlessness when she killed people in his previous life. It made him want to strip her clean right now and eat her whole. However, Li Hongyuan restrained himself and didn't move. Other than cooperating with her a little, he completely let her do as she pleased. Jingwan felt that he wanted her to take the initiative to apologize to him. His lips moved away slightly. Continue. This apology has to be sincere. At the very least, it has to satisfy this prince. For this kind of thing, whether he was satisfied or not was up to him. Who knew if he was satisfied or not? Jingwan wanted to bite this shameless person to death. Wanwan still wants to bite this prince? Come at me, this prince doesn't mind. Jingwan directly let go and pretended to be dead. She didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. Moreover, now that she thought about it, he was able to bite anyone he hugged without any hesitation. His flirting and seducing techniques were also very experienced. It was clear that he was a super stud horse who was used to doing this kind of thing. Jingwan also despised herself for falling for it so easily. She was so easily dazed by his kiss. Chapter 156. Li Hongyuan could clearly feel the change in Jingwan's mood. To be honest, he felt that it was a little strange. He didn't have many women in his previous life, but they weren't few either. They weren't much different from those maidservants who served him. Naturally, he couldn't expect to understand the temperament and preferences of those women. At that time, those women were his vassals, so naturally, they should follow his every whim. Later on, he met Wan and interacted with her for a period of time under special circumstances. He had some understanding of her, but that was after experiencing setbacks and tribulations. Perhaps her nature hadn't changed, but her temperament had definitely changed. She was definitely different from the Wan who still had the worries of a young girl. Although he started to understand her daily life a few years ago, that kind of understanding was only on the surface and couldn't touch her heart. If he wanted to understand her completely, he still had a long way to go. Li Hongyuan sighed in his heart. He was looking for trouble. However, there was no other way. Who asked him to want such a precious treasure? Not only her body, but more importantly, her heart. If he didn't want her to be like other women, he could only try to understand her. Then, no matter how big the punishment was, he still had to endure it. Li Hongyuan leaned back and stepped on the couch with one foot. He lifted Jingwan up to sit on his other leg and let her lie on his body. Her head was pressed against the side of his neck. He used his chin to gently rub her forehead and stroked her back with pure comfort. Then, he quietly hugged her and didn't do anything else. Jingwan was a little confused by him. Just a moment ago, he was full of lust and flirting with her in various ways. How did he become a war man in the blink of an eye? This was completely wrong. Jingwan wanted to see what kind of expression he had at this moment. What? Wan still wants to apologize to this prince. Li Hongyuan didn't stop her and just chuckled before she got up. Jingwan paused for a moment and obediently lay back down on the bed. This time, Li Hongyuan's voice lasted a little longer. His chest vibrated along with the sound of his heartbeat. Jingwan subconsciously clenched her fist and punched him. Then, she realized that she had made a mistake again. This slightly coquettish punch was like an itch to Li Hongyuan, and it was especially aimed at his heart. Although he was a little restless, he restrained himself and reached out to hold her hand. "You have a bad temper." Jingwan didn't say anything and didn't pull her hand back. After the initial confusion, after she threw a little tantrum, her heart was now very shocked. Because of Li Hongyuan's attitude, he was taking her emotions into consideration and even indulging her. No matter how she thought about it, it wasn't right. Then, Jingwan unexpectedly thought of another characteristic of Li Hongyuan: 7 days of intense affection. She didn't know much about this point. She only knew a little from Sun Yijia's extremely dissatisfied nagging towards Jin Xinhuang. He would give extreme affection to the beauties he fancied. As for the specifics, Sun Yijia didn't know. Then, did Jingwan have reason to suspect that everything he did to her today, whether it was the previous teasing or the current care, were all part of his intense affection? If every time this happened, he could restrain all of his bad temper and really hold a woman in the palm of his hand, with a perfect skin and a tenderness that could drown people, it wouldn't be a difficult thing to fall for him. No wonder she heard that every few days, many women would be infatuated with him and go crazy for him. However, once those few days passed, the gentle lover could transform into the cold king of hell. Don't expect to get even the slightest bit of pity from him. Jingwan wasn't sure if she had stepped into this kind of situation. She didn't know if, after 7 days, she would be ruthlessly abandoned by him. Of course, her identity was different, and it was impossible for her to stay by his side for 7 days. However, it seemed that the so-called 7 days of intense affection, 7 days was only the longest time limit. No one exceeded 7 days, and the number of people who reached 7 days could be counted on one's fingers. It seemed that after 1 day, he would completely lose interest. Jingwan thought that she had found the crux of the problem and relaxed instead. She even thought optimistically that since she was able to be doted on by Jin Xinhuang, it meant that her appearance should be a little more beautiful than she thought. Or perhaps it was just her identity that gave her extra points. Perhaps, after today, he would no longer pay attention to her. In any case, from the beginning, she only wanted a status. Because of Master Liao Chen's approval, as long as there were no uncontrollable accidents, she didn't need to think about breaking off the engagement. Thinking about Jin Xinhuang's former fiancés, this kind of uncontrollable accident was something that Jingwan would absolutely not allow. Seeing that she was his wife, at most, he should throw her in the inner courtyard of the Wangfu, and not another courtyard where he kept beauties. After all, that would also damage his face, right? Jingwan refused to think about more details at this time. Since Jin Xinhuang was so interested in playing, then she would enjoy it. She wanted to see to what extent his so-called intense affection could pamper her. Li Honyuan clearly felt that Jingwan's body had softened, unlike before when she was more or less tense. He didn't think that his pacification was the main reason for this. As for what it was, he couldn't think of it for a while. However, no matter what the reason was, for Jingwan to be able to lean on him like this, it was a scene that he had longed for too long. It was a rare enjoyment. If Li Honyuan knew of Jingwan's thoughts, who knows what kind of expression he would have. However, Li Honyuan was actually a person who wouldn't repent even in death. He would walk a path until it was dark. Even if he hit the southern wall, he would probably dig a hole and continue to walk. Perhaps in the future, when Jingwan led him around a corner, he would probably obediently follow. Therefore, Li Honyuan felt that he and Jingwan would still have to grind after that. It was really the truth. Now, the two people's brain circuits were on completely different frequencies. The carriage fell into silence, and the expressionless faces of the people outside finally eased a little. However, when they thought that someone had endured for so long and finally had a chance to take advantage of her openly, they were afraid that this kind of thing would not be rare. Therefore, they could only feel depressed. Of course, the only one who was really depressed was Nanny Gong. The others were at most a little embarrassed after hearing the scene. In fact, since the King of Hell learned about this marriage from his father, he had been in a good mood recently. When he was in a good mood, it meant that the days of suffering of the people around him were reduced. According to their thoughts, it would be good if Luo could marry into the king's mansion immediately. When the carriage stopped, Jingwan got up with Li Honyuan and also sat up. The place where she didn't sit was unchanged. He reached out and rearranged the slightly messy hair ornaments on Jingwan's head. However, because he was not familiar with it, he accidentally hooked Jingwan's hair. Before Jingwan did anything, he felt distressed. He simply took off all the hair ornaments on her head that were just for decoration rather than fixing her hair. I'll redo it later. Are you hungry? Let's go eat something. In fact, it was still early to eat. However, compared to the two of them staying in this enclosed space, it was better to go out. Therefore, she nodded. According to Li Hongyuan's idea, he wanted to directly carry Jingwan off the carriage, but Jingwan firmly refused. Li Hongyuan did not argue with her and got off the carriage before Jingwan. Then, when Jingwan came out, he naturally reached out to help her down. Jingwan paused for a moment before reaching out and placing her hand in his palm. Jingwan felt that it was somewhat inconceivable that the rumored temperamental, cold, and ruthless Jin Xinhuang could lower himself to this extent when he was favoring her. Those women who were born and raised here and whose status was far inferior to hers, she was afraid that they would be overwhelmed by this favor and would be one step closer to falling into his hands. It was no wonder that Jingwan's thoughts couldn't be turned around. It was just that no matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem like it was the first time that he had done this kind of thing. According to common sense, for a person like him, after getting off the carriage, it would be good if he could just stand there and wait for you. Don't mention Jingwan. Even the people who served by Li Hongyuan's side were all unusually shocked. Because of the assassination at Bailong Temple, Li Hongyuan's bodyguards who belonged to the other factions had all been removed. It looked like there might be people from other factions, but in fact, they were all loyal to Li Hongyuan. Even if they were not as close as the group of people who were closest to Li Hongyuan, they more or less knew about his matters. They knew that there was a person at the top of their master's heart. After the marriage was confirmed, they also knew that that person was the current future Wang Fei. However, when they saw this scene with their own eyes, they were even more clear about the position of the future Wang Fei in their master's heart. After the Wang Fei married into the master's family, how should they treat her? They obediently lowered their heads and looked down. Daring to stare at the future Wang Fei, did they want their eyeballs to be dug out? After standing still, Jingwan looked around. Unexpectedly, she had already entered an elegant courtyard. There were winding streams, small bridges, pavilions, flowers, and rockery. To some extent, it was very in line with Jingwan's preferences. When Nanny Gong's serious gaze landed on her head, Jingwan suddenly felt awkward. There was also an inexplicable shyness. She slightly lowered her head and felt a little helpless, as if she had been caught doing something bad by the head of the household. Li Hanyuan glanced at Nanny Gong, took Jingwan's hand, and stepped directly on the small bridge in front of them. Nanny Gong didn't feel anything about the living king of hell's eyes that couldn't wait to kill her completely. She just lamented for Jingwan in her heart. As soon as the status was confirmed, the living king of hell began to devour it blatantly. The girl was afraid that, passing through the garden, they went directly into the attic on the opposite side. This attic was different from other places. First of all, it was quite spacious. There were only a few main pillars supporting it and a guardrail at the edge. The other places were empty, and there were curtains hanging above. After the two entered hand in hand, a few maids quietly put down the curtains. And the furnishings inside were all luxurious, elegant, and stylish. However, Jingwan's eyes unexpectedly fell on the big bed with a cone-shaped sandman hanging on it. She looked back at the man beside her. Even if it was bottomless, Jingwan seemed to feel a cluster of flames. Chapter 157. Under his burning gaze, Jingwan subconsciously wanted to shake off his hand, but in the end, there was no need to mention it. What did he mean by compared to the two of us staying in this enclosed space, it's better to go out? It was obviously better to stay in the carriage, where a certain someone only kissed and hugged and didn't do anything out of line. But now, it was obvious that he wanted to eat her up. Jingwan was really a little panicked at this time, and she wanted to turn around and run away immediately. Her hand was still held by him, and even if he didn't use much strength, Jingwan couldn't shake it off. In the end, she lowered her head, pursed her lips, and kept silent, and didn't make any crazy movements to struggle desperately. This was the territory of the living king of hell. If he really wanted to do something to her, then even if she could shake him off, she would definitely not be able to get out of this courtyard. Moreover, the result of struggling was bound to be embarrassing. If he let her go out, then what awaited her was bound to be surrounded by people. Not only would her reputation be ruined, but the Luo family would also lose face. A person like him probably wouldn't allow anyone to disobey him, and if she really angered him, she was afraid that she would suffer worse treatment. Although Jingwan was flustered, she didn't lose her head. She very rationally weighed the pros and cons, and then gradually calmed down. After calming down, she even had the leisure to think about other things. She should have thought about what might happen next, and it could also be considered as a part of the great favor. In the eyes of these powerful men, other means of favor were just supplementary. The real favor should be in bed, to be favored by them. That was the blessing of 8 lifetimes. At this moment, the little bit of affection Jingwan once had for Li Hanyuan shattered into pieces. At first, she didn't shake him off, but then she didn't do anything else, and the slight trembling of her body disappeared in an instant. From these reactions, he could roughly guess her thoughts. The fire in Li Hongyuan's eyes extinguished. She clearly knew the situation she might face, but she was still so calm and rational. Was this the reaction of a normal girl? If she was unwilling, she would want to escape regardless of the consequences. If she was willing, she should be shy and nervous. Li Hanyuan added another piece of strong evidence to his previous speculation. Li Hanyuan had never been a good person. Even if it was the person he loved the most, he wouldn't be soft-hearted when scheming. He admitted that he wanted Jingwan so much that he wanted to be close to her and wanted to tie her to his side all the time. Therefore, even though he knew that his image in her heart would become more and more unbearable, he still wouldn't let her go as she wished. Other things could be discussed, and could satisfy her, but there was absolutely no room for discussion. Li Hanyuan knew Jingwan's thoughts, but he wouldn't give any promises. He was notorious. The more sweet words he said, the more he would be seen as a flowery mouth, and it would only have the opposite effect. Therefore, towards Jingwan, at least before she fell in love with him, there were many words that couldn't be said. He could only use actions to tell her, and use time to tell her. Li Hanyuan pulled Jingwan's hand and sat down at a low table, taking Jingwan to sit in his arms. If she didn't see wrongly, this should be a cushion used for kneeling. Sitting on the ground without any image or rules, Jin Qinhuang, where are your etiquette and upbringing? Jingwan then noticed that there were a lot of seasonal fruits on the table. There was a bright red watermelon cut to the size of a thumb, and the seeds were carefully picked out. A bright red skin that looked like a lychee that had just been picked. A large cherry that looked very attractive. There was also a yellow pineapple that had been peeled and cut. A black bayberry that was full of water, sparkling and translucent crystal grapes. Most of the production areas weren't in the capital, and whether it was preservation or transportation, it was inconvenient. But these things all looked fresh, not damaged, and there wasn't the smell of fermentation. 2 servant maids brought over a basin of water and other things. They knelt on the ground in a well-behaved manner and raised the basin to a suitable height. Li Hanyuan personally took off the things on Jingwan's wrist and placed them on a tray at the side. Then he held Jingwan's hand and dipped it into the water. The temperature of the water was just right. Raising the water, he washed the 2 pairs of hands, one big and one small, and took a cloth towel to wipe the water off the hands. Until the servant maids left without making the slightest sound, Jingwan didn't take the initiative to move a finger. The servant maids were so indifferent that their eyelids didn't even move. It could be seen that they were used to it. In reality, the servant maids were very shocked. It was just that the living king of hell's tyrannical power was too strong. They shouldn't make any movements, say any words, or even make any expressions that they shouldn't make. Is there anything you like? Li Hanyuan held Jingwan's waist with one hand. He hesitated on the fruit platter for a moment, then picked up a cherry and sent it to Jingwan's mouth. Try it. Jingwan tilted her head to look at him. This wasn't her previous life, and transportation was very inconvenient. How much manpower, money, and material resources did he spend to achieve this step? Did His Majesty bestow this to Prince? Li Hongyuan's expression was gentle, and the corner of his mouth had a faint smile. There isn't any in the palace. If Imperial Father wasted money like this, the Imperial Censor will nag him to death. Jingwan thought that he dared to casually use the word death on His Majesty. He really didn't care about taboo at all. The only person who can do such a wasteful thing is probably this prince. However, in any case, I still have to leave some face for other people. These were all privately brought back by this prince. Li Hanyuan casually pointed at cherries, lychees, and the like. A lot of these were used up on the road. When we reached the capital, there wasn't much left. If you want to eat, there's more than enough. He once again sent the cherry to Jingwan's mouth. Try it. He said it as if he had specially brought it for her. Don't make her look like a demon concubine. However, whether it was true or not, she wasn't in a position to persuade him right now. Jingwan opened her mouth, but before she could take it, Li Hanyuan took advantage of the situation and stuffed it into her mouth. His fingertips lingered in her mouth for a moment, sweeping the tip of her tongue. When he saw Jingwan's eyes unconsciously widen, he very naturally took his hand out and slowly moved it to his lips. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked it, his eyes staring straight at her. Jingwan couldn't help but blush and abruptly turn her head away. Bastard, will you die if you don't tease people? Li Hongyuan's smile became even more obvious, as if he didn't notice Jingwan's embarrassment at all. Is it good? Jingwan felt that he wasn't asking about the cherry in her mouth, but Pa. His broken finger didn't have any taste at all. It wasn't good at all. Her mouth moved, and her mouth was overflowing with the unique sweetness of cherries. It was a very pure taste and was quite good. Li Hanyuan suddenly leaned forward again and kissed Jingwan's lips. He parted her lips and teeth for a while before pulling away. At the same time, he took the cherry in Jingwan's mouth with him. He turned his head and spat it out onto the empty plate on the table. When Jingwan saw Li Hanyuan pick up another cherry, She directly covered her mouth with her handkerchief. "I'm not eating anymore." Li Hanyuan seemed to be rather regretful. He directly threw the cherry into his mouth, then brought the plate over and placed it next to Jingwan's hand. His meaning was obvious. He wouldn't touch her mouth anymore. If she liked to eat, then she could eat without worry. Having something to do to distract her, even if it was just eating, seemed to be better than looking at him. As expected, Li Hanyuan did as he said. He just watched Jingwan eat the entire time. There weren't many cherries on the plate, and Jingwan finished them one by one. She didn't know if it was because she saw Li Hanyuan spit out the cherry or because of some other reason, but Jingwan didn't eat as gently as she usually did. "Try the others." Li Hanyuan took a lychee and peeled it. "I'm really not eating anymore." Jingwan shook her head. "Just one. Try the rest as well." Since it was delivered to her mouth, she naturally couldn't refuse. It was acceptable to eat a little of everything. After feeding Jingwan until she was full, Li Hanyuan also began to be restless. He hugged Jingwan and buried his head in her neck. Jingwan put her hands on his shoulders and even raised her head, adopting a welcoming posture. However, she unconsciously tightened her grip on Li Hongyuan's clothes. Her eyes were misty and her body was trembling slightly. All of this showed that even if she had prepared herself mentally, she still couldn't calm down. Feeling Li Hanyuan taking off her clothes, Jingwan couldn't help but cry. She bit her lip. When her outer clothes were taken off, Jingwan said in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, don't humiliate me." This was her last plea, and also her last struggle. In the end, she was different from the beauties he kept. If she lost her chastity before marriage, it would be fine if she married other men. However, he was a prince, a member of the imperial family. His dignity couldn't be lowered, and his face couldn't be swept away. It would implicate the entire Luo family. With so many people watching, even if it was fake, it was very likely that it would be discovered by the experienced and astute maids in the palace. That would be an even bigger crime. And if others scolded her, it wouldn't be as simple as being shameless. Li Hanyuan paused. As long as it was a girl from a decent family, they would only receive a little bit of vague knowledge about love from their mother or close female elders before marriage. Before marriage, if they didn't personally experience it, they wouldn't know what it meant to be completely humiliated and lose one's chastity. However, she knew about Wan Wan, and she was very clear about it. It couldn't have been the Luo family who told her. Didn't this once again prove that she had an extraordinary background? Thinking that she might have personally experienced it, Li Hongyuan's heart was so crazy that he wanted to kill someone. However, when he thought about what she said in her past life, and the fact that he had more than one or two women, he had no reason to do anything to Wan Wan. And the man that he wanted to chop into minced meat would never be found. Thus, he threw all those annoying things aside and just enjoyed the moment. How could he not feel Jingwan's forbearance? However, he had endured for so long before he could have a taste of her openly today. If he just gave up like this, he would doubt whether he was still a man. Stabilizing his already chaotic breathing, he raised his head and held her face, letting her look into his eyes. His eyes were filled with endless gentleness and heat, and he kissed away her tears bit by bit. The salty taste. Fool, the most precious thing naturally has to be saved for the wedding night. This was his eyeball, his heart, and liver. He was afraid that she would melt in his mouth and fall in his hands. If he held her in his hands too tightly, he was afraid that she would stop breathing. If he held her too loosely, he was afraid that she would fly away. How could he bear to let her be humiliated? How could he let her have the slightest possibility of not being able to raise her head in the future? Perhaps it was really because he was too gentle at this moment. Jingwan believed his words and unconsciously relaxed. She even unconsciously curved her lips into a smile. Li Hongyuan's heart fiercely clenched. This silly girl. Does she only ask for this little bit? Does Wanya like me? Jingwan said, as if she was joking. Like very much. Li Hongyuan softly opened his mouth, but it was unprecedentedly serious. Jingwan inexplicably felt that what he said was true. He really liked her. At least at this moment, he liked her. She couldn't escape, couldn't hide. She didn't want to make it look like a murder scene, and it seemed that there was no need to pretend to be a dead fish. Moreover, Jingwan felt that Jin Wang Wang was such a master of the brothel. She hadn't done anything before, but she had already ruthlessly witnessed his high-level methods. When he really moved, she couldn't say how she would be aroused. This physiological reaction was not something that could be controlled by reason. Under the premise that she could keep her bottom line, why not experience the things that made countless men and women go crazy in any era and any background? In his eyes, she was completely reflected. Jingwan trembled as she kissed his lips. It was no longer fear, worry, or even despair, but only nervousness. Li Honyuan raised his eyebrows with some surprise. In fact, Wan Wan's understanding of this aspect was also not bad. Although it was less fun to teach her from scratch, it was also more interesting. It wasn't the first time that they kissed, but she was still so nervous. It could only be said that at this moment, she was sincerely taking the initiative to kiss him. Her heart wanted to kiss him. This knowledge made Li Hongyuan's body and mind feel very happy. Gong Mama stood outside the door, watching the atmosphere between the two of them change little by little. She knew that Miss falling into the hands of this living king of hell, in the end, would definitely not have a good fruit to eat. But she could only look on helplessly as the former mistress carried the current mistress onto the bed. Spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, she closed the door tightly. Then, she turned around and dutifully opened the door. It must be said that what Miss was doing now was actually the same in nature as fourth Miss before. However, she couldn't produce the slightest bit of malice towards her Mississippi. Even if she completely lost her virginity in the end, that was because she was abducted by that bastard. This was the relationship between closeness and estrangement. After about an hour, there was gradually no more movement inside. Gong Mama's hearing was extraordinary. She basically heard everything from beginning to end. From Miss's reaction, Wang Ye really did what he said and didn't let Miss lose her virginity. At the same time, she was relieved. In fact, she admired him for being able to endure so much. Jingwan felt that the last of her strength was gone. Her whole body was soft and without any strength. She didn't want to move a single finger. She didn't manage to become like this in the end. When that day really came, what happened to lingering in the flower bushes, excessive drinking and women and weak body? Were they all eaten by dogs? Well, she only heard that Jin Wangya was fond of beauty. She didn't say that he was overly indulgent. Moreover, in the few times they met, there was no time when his complexion was not good. He actually knew how to control himself. It really wasn't easy. However, when they got married in the future, Jingwan would recall the word control that was given today. Her face would hurt for a long time. She felt that she was beaten into a pig's face every day. Wangya, can you loosen your grip a little? It was simply like being entangled by a python. Was it necessary to hug so tightly? Chapter 158. Your Highness, can you loosen your grip? It was as if she was being entangled by a giant python. Was it necessary to hug her so tightly? Li Honyuan, who had his eyes closed, heard her words. Not only did he not loosen his grip, he turned over and pressed Jingwan under his body. Jingwan took a deep breath. The weight of a grown man, and a strong one at that. Was he trying to crush her to death without letting him eat his fill? Did he have to be so ruthless? Sensing Jingwan's deathbed struggle, Li Honyuan finally moved his conscience away. He didn't care that his chin was still resting on Jingwan's shoulder. His face was close to hers, and he whispered in her ear, "Jiao jiao jiao jiao." That's right. Li Honyuan didn't call her Wan Wan anymore. It was only because she had suddenly made such a request a moment ago. Who was Li Honyuan? He immediately thought of the cause and effect. He already knew that Jingwan had misunderstood him and treated her as a substitute for another woman. Although he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, in a situation where he couldn't explain himself, this misunderstanding was actually the most reasonable explanation for his words and actions towards her. In fact, he could actually tell what Luo Peishan had said to Jingwan that he cared about her. but he knew that she could accept the cruelest truth and didn't like it when others lied to her. Therefore, even if his lie would never be exposed, he didn't want to lie to her. Moreover, based on his own unusual experience, he inferred that Jingwan was also unusual. It was hard to guarantee that Jingwan wouldn't discover any clues in their future interactions. He didn't want to make her unhappy with a lie now. Midway, Jingwan's small request made Li Honyuan quite happy. Even if Jingwan didn't say anything, he could guess what she was thinking. Although he wasn't happy to be used by his wife, it was the most gentle way to achieve his goal. However, other than this title, she didn't care about anything related to him. Perhaps she would even feel guilty towards him because she used him. After they got married, she would use him as a good wife to make it up to him. Her sudden request showed that she cared. At least at that moment, she didn't want to be someone else's substitute, even if she wasn't sure if he was thinking about her or Wanwan. This realization made Li Honyuan happy, but at the same time, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As a result, he stopped calling her Wanwan. Instead, he gave her a nickname that didn't match her at all, but was the target of his hard work, Jiao Jiao. He raised her to be Jiao Jiao. After that, he became even more ruthless. Li Honyuan closed his eyes and kissed her shoulder, which had changed color. "Do you like it?" Jingwan's face turned red. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and spoke without thinking. "Shut up." Li Honyuan chuckled. "Jiao Jiao, what kind of nonsense are you thinking about? A good girl should be reserved." Was she thinking about something crazy? She wasn't reserved? She even dared to play the blame game. Jingwan gnashed her teeth in anger. This bastard, hooligan, and pervert. Jingwan even suspected that she had returned to her real 14-15 years old self. Otherwise, how could she be so easily provoked by him? She really wanted to bite him alive. In any case, he was a prince. How could he be so shameless and shameless? At the very least, he should have some poise, right? It turned out that it was all eaten up by dogs. He knew that Jingwan was sulking, but he was very happy. Sure enough, compared to her calm and collected self, he preferred her lively and lively. Perhaps it wouldn't be as difficult to raise Wanwan into Jiao Jiao as he had expected. Another thing that made Li Honyuan happy was that after this intimate contact, he was at least 70% sure that his obedient Jiao Jiao had never experienced the matters between a man and a woman. Although he had already said that no matter what her background or experience was, he would accept it all without reservation. But when he thought that she would only belong to him, he couldn't help but feel particularly happy. In reality, Li Hongyuan's possessiveness had been very strong since he was young. It was just that in his previous life, he restrained himself and didn't show it so obviously. Later on, when he became the emperor, the world was his, and there wasn't anything that he particularly wanted to possess. After his rebirth, it was different. In addition, when he was the emperor, he was used to being overbearing and willful, so he didn't restrain himself at all. As a result, some of his actions towards Jingwan were attributed to his possessiveness by his old man. Li Honyuan touched Jingwan's hair that had already been separated. It was soft and smooth, and the hair was still black and shiny all the way to the tip. There were no forks, so it could be seen that it had been carefully maintained. "Are you hungry? How about I have someone prepare the meal?" Jingwan was half pressed down by him. Even if she wanted to look at him, she couldn't do it. Her heart was somewhat complicated. In fact, she was now doubting the so-called great favor. Thinking back on the past 2 hours, excluding those parts where he specifically teased people, his actions, even if it was in her previous life, she basically couldn't find a man who would do it to this extent. What's more, in a feudal society where men were superior and women were inferior, if they didn't rely on men, it would be extremely difficult for a woman to survive. Under this kind of background, the other party was a dignified Qin Wang, the emperor's favored son. Male chauvinism and self-centeredness, this was normal. Their so-called favor should be more material. In other aspects, it was mostly indulgence and a bit of gentleness. But if the beauties that Jin Qin Wang kept, it was said that they all came from very humble backgrounds. The best were probably those girls from the down-and-out official's family. The proportion of these people was very small. Most of them came from brothels, dance halls, opera troupes, and there were also some commoner women. Upbringing and environment determined one's self-cultivation, bearing, and even taste. Jin Xinhuang, who was born in the imperial family, received the best upbringing. The palace maids that he came in contact with, their appearance and words were all first class. Even if he left the palace and opened a residence, his taste had changed. But could these women make him change his self-title from Ben Wang to I? Could they let him take care of them everywhere, putting the other party first in everything? Some of the things that were served by the maidservants, he would personally take care of them? If it was just a woman that he loved to the bones, there might be some possibility. But those favor didn't last more than 7 days, and he would throw them away after playing with them. He dared to talk back to the emperor, brazenly punish his brothers, ignore the forbidden laws, and attack the court officials. Would such a person lower himself for those women? Was it possible? She, who gave him the title of Sheng Dote, had a problem with her brain. In the end, it was still because of the Wan that he spoke of. Jingwan was really curious. What kind of woman was the other party to be able to make Jin Xinhuang this kind of deep affection, so deep that she was just a substitute, yet he could hold her in the palm of his hand? But such an important person, why didn't third sister-in-law mention a single word? It couldn't be that she was hidden so tightly that the people outside didn't even hear a bit of the news, right? But was Jin Xinhuang the kind of person who would hide things? So, no matter what kind of situation it was, there seemed to be something that didn't make sense. Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided not to think about it anymore. Her stomach was hungry now. Moreover, this exercise, in addition to the fact that it was already summer, not to mention that it was countless times more tiring than her usual exercise, the degree of stickiness also multiplied. It was unbearable. Freshen up first. Okay. Li Hanyuan rubbed Jingwan's face, sat up, and pulled Jingwan up. He pulled the thin quilt over and wrapped her tightly. Someone come. Gong Momo pushed the door and entered, respectfully and properly. Does Wang Ye and Miss want water? She understood Jingwan's habits very well. Li Hanyuan faintly answered. Gong Momo withdrew. Jingwan watched Gong Momo leave for a short period of time and didn't raise her head. But even so, Jingwan still couldn't help but shrink into the quilt, leaving only the parts above her eyes exposed. Li Hanyuan looked at it and found it funny. Ben Wang, I should have no problem bathing and changing your clothes. But if you want to freshen up, you still have to let your mama do it. So, it was useless to do anything now. In a while, she still had to face it. Really have no prospects. You are a master. Jingwan glared at him angrily. There was still a hint of spring in the corner of her eyes, but it wasn't threatening at all. Instead, it made a certain someone's heart flutter. He reached out and pinched the tip of her nose. Don't tempt me. Otherwise, you probably won't be able to go home today. Jingwan looked away and took a deep breath, telling herself not to argue with this bastard. 4 servant girls carried in an oversized bathtub that was meant for 2 people. It was obviously filled with water, but the 4 of them looked no different from ordinary servant girls. They carried it steadily and even seemed to be very relaxed. If one looked closely, one wouldn't notice anything when they were separated. But when one looked at them as a whole, one would discover that their movements were shockingly identical. Because of this discovery, Jingwan suddenly raised her head to look at Li Hanyuan. Then their eyes met. It felt as if Li Hanyuan had been looking at her all this time. It felt as if something was out of control. It wasn't a good feeling. What's wrong? Do you have something to say to me? Li Hanyuan gently caressed her slightly swollen lips. Nothing. He clearly told her that he wasn't as nothing as the outside world said. She had already guessed that he wasn't as simple as he seemed. But why did he tell her these secrets so easily? What was his intention? Could it be that he wanted to win over grandfather? Jingwan was slightly annoyed. She had overreacted. Li Hanyuan was also very helpless towards his wife's unnecessary worries. He had these people serve him because they were completely loyal to him. They definitely wouldn't reveal anything about him. It was all for the sake of this silly girl's reputation. Otherwise, if today's matter were spread, even if he didn't completely devour her, the nature would be the same. After the servant girls left, Li Hongyuan lifted the quilt and carried Jingwan off the bed. He walked around the screen and approached the bathtub. He stretched out his long legs and stepped in. Then, he submerged their bodies into the water. Li Hongyuan lifted her chin and teased, "What's wrong? Are you still shy now?" It would have been better if he didn't say it. Now that he said it, Jingwan couldn't help but blush. However, she felt that her reaction was too cowardly. Previously, she was the one who took off this person's clothes. If she was shy now, wouldn't it be a joke in front of him? So, she tried her best to remain calm and let the blush on her face fade as soon as possible. This guy let her discover his secret. Was he just going to let it go and not say a word? Jingwan continued to think about the problem just now. Chapter 159. Such a carefree laugh, in Jingwan's eyes, was an ear-piercing mockery. This time, not only did her face turn red, her entire body seemed to be boiling hot. Jingwan held back her restless claws. She warned herself that the other party was a prince and had a noble status, so she couldn't hit him. But this bastard was really too much. His arrogant laughter continued for a long time. Jingwan turned around to face him. Her legs were apart as she knelt on either side of Li Hongyuan's thighs. Her hands were on his shoulders. Compared to before, her posture was naturally a bit taller. The part that was previously submerged in the water was exposed to the air. Li Hongyuan was dazzled. His laughter naturally disappeared, but the corners of his mouth were still hooked. His hands didn't move. He even calmly leaned back and spread his arms on the edge of the tub. His posture was welcoming her teasing and tasting as she pleased. Under his deep and teasing gaze, Jingwan was still terrified. For this kind of thick-skinned and hungry wolf who hadn't eaten his fill, teasing him was the same as sending herself to his door to take advantage of her. She withdrew her hands and stepped back. Her body sank into the water, and the water directly reached her chin. Li Hongyuan was originally waiting for Jingwan to settle accounts with him. Sure enough, she was shy. Being stripped of his clothes by her was already something that could only be encountered by chance. Li Hongyuan was quite regretful. However, his Jiao would obediently throw herself into his arms one day. There was no rush. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He reached out and pulled her over. He felt Jingwan's resistance. "I won't tease you. Let me hug you." In the end, his wife was still a bit young. Even if she hadn't lost her virginity, he didn't dare to go too far. It would harm her body, and if he was provoked again, he would be the only one to suffer. Jingwan looked at him very suspiciously, but in the end, she didn't argue with him. If she didn't comply with him, when he made a move, she would be the one to suffer. She followed his strength and snuggled into his arms. Her back leaned against his chest, and her head leaned back on his shoulder. She relaxed her body that still hadn't fully recovered. Li Hongyuan splashed some water on Jingwan's shoulder. "I was wondering if Jiao was going to use the same method to shut me up again." He sighed regretfully, sealing it with a kiss. "You wish." Jingwan thought that he couldn't see it and rolled her eyes. "You dare to roll your eyes at me?" Jiao's courage is indeed not small. Having been caught, Jingwan felt uncomfortable and speechless at the same time. "Why do you keep staring at her?" "I think His Highness was mistaken." "All right, whatever Jiao says. However, didn't I tell you to call me Ayuan? Why are you calling me Prince now?" Jingwan smiled. "How can this subject call your Highness by his name?" She could call him anything she wanted in bed. That was just for fun. If she still called him that after they were done, it would be disgraceful. Li Hongyuan raised his eyebrows, but didn't continue to pursue the matter. When this girl was stubborn, even 9 oxen couldn't pull her back. "Your Highness, miss." Mama Gong's voice sounded from outside the screen. "What's the matter?" Li Hongyuan asked indifferently, replying to your Highness. Mrs. Meals are always punctual. She must be hungry now. This servant has prepared some snacks for Miss to fill her stomach first. Please allow it, your Highness. As usual, Mama Gong spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly. Li Hongyuan rubbed Jingwan's stomach. It was this prince who didn't think it through. He kissed Jingwan's forehead. Jiao Jiao, eat first. Then let your mama help you bathe. When she's done, we'll eat together. When he finished speaking, he moved Jingwan a little further away and stepped out of the bathtub. He casually grabbed a robe from the side and put it on. Then, he tied the robe around his waist. His movements were casual and unhurried. Disregarding everything else, just looking at him right now, this man had a fatal attraction. Li Hanyuan tossed his hair behind his back. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Jingwan leaning against the edge of the bathtub and looking at him. Her small eyes were filled with pure praise and appreciation. All right, it's not bad that this body can attract one's attention. He stepped forward and tapped the tip of her nose. What? Have you been charmed by this prince? Jingwan raised her head to look at him and suddenly smiled. Your Highness is boundlessly handsome. Everyone loves you. Flowers bloom when they see you. Li Hanyuan raised his eyebrows. Does she have resentment in her heart and want to find a way to tease him back? It doesn't matter if other people love me or not. Having Jiao Jiao's love is enough. Little girl, with this level of skill, she still wants to tease me? Li Hanyuan calmly walked away barefooted. In fact, it wasn't impossible for him to wash Jingwan clean from head to toe. Compared to Jingwan being seen naked by other people, he was quite willing. However, he had never served anyone before. He was afraid that it would take a lot of time. If he didn't do it right, he would make Jingwan wait with an empty stomach. He would also feel distressed. He could only give up and wait for another day. Jingwan was depressed and speechless. This little rookie, shouldn't go and arm wrestle with other people whose skills have long been maxed out. Gong Mama held the pastries and turned around the screen to look at the marks on Jingwan's shoulders that were different from the color of her skin. Even if it wasn't the first time she saw it, she still found it hard to calm down. Miss, Gong Mama put the tray on the table next to the bathtub. Try these pastries and see if they are to your liking. If they are not, Nubi will go and change them. Because Jingwan was uncomfortable, she shrank her body and didn't notice Gong Mama's matter-of-fact tone in Jin Qinhuang's territory. Because Gong Mama had always been an upright person, she was really afraid that her behavior would make her unhappy. She wrapped her arms around her chest and wanted to cover the marks on her body. However, there were marks all over her body. How could she cover it up? Instead, there was a smell of wanting to cover it up. Mama, Gong Mama reached out and began to wash Jingwan's hair. This is not Miss's fault. Miss doesn't need to care about it. It's just that this man can't be pampered or indulged. They're used to giving an inch for a foot. Therefore, Miss should refuse when you should refuse. If you comply with everything he wants, the only one who will suffer will be yourself. Originally, her skin was as white as snow, but now, it definitely wouldn't disappear in a few days. That living Hell King didn't want to let Miss know before because he had some misgivings. This time, it was not an ordinary kind of ruthless. Jingwan was speechless. Mama, your style seems to be a bit wrong, ah? However, Jingwan chose to keep quiet at this time. She said in her heart, Mama, the other person is a Wang Ya. The consequences of refusing will be very serious. Moreover, your family's miss, I am also not living up to expectations. I can't help but sink into it, Therefore, this thing really does a lot of harm. After Gong Mama helped her wash her hair, she also loosened her muscles and bones. After Jingwan finished washing and drying her hair, she found that everything inside was very complete. The clothes were also prepared. They were brand new and fit her very well. It was as if the clothes were tailor-made. The material was of the highest quality, the workmanship was exquisite, the embroidery was first class, and there were also some ingenious little designs. In her opinion, the high-end goods from her previous life were probably just like this. Even if people were of the same age, there would be differences in height, weight, and weight. Moreover, she worked out all year round, so there were many parts of her body that were stronger than other girls. Although it wasn't to the extent that her muscles were protruding, the minute details of her body were still different. These clothes were definitely made according to her standard measurements. Originally, she thought that the other things here might have been used by unknown people, so she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart and didn't want to use them. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that all of them were brand new. Moreover, from the way they were placed, It seemed that no one had moved them after they moved in. This intention. Jingwan frowned. Mama Gong saw Jingwan's expression, but didn't say anything. Miss, please sit down first. This servant will comb your hair. Jingwan nodded. Jingwan heard the sound of footsteps. It was very light, but she knew who it was. Sure enough, when the person appeared, he was neat and tidy from head to toe, not a single hair out of place. However, he wasn't wearing the commonly seen black brocade clothes, but moonlight silk. That's right, it was blue moonlight silk. The surface seemed to be flowing with moonlight, and it looked extremely luxurious. Even the embroidery thread used on it had the same effect, and it didn't spoil the overall effect at all. Because of this set of clothes, it softened the violent aura on his body. In addition to his good mood, it complemented each other even more. Every move of it showed an extremely good bearing and cultivation. He was a complete nobleman. At the same time, that restrained aura gave him a confidence that the world was under his control. Because of this confidence, he was indifferent, calm, and even leisurely. Li Hanyuan took the comb from Mama Gong's hand and combed Jingwan's hair. Jingwan was about to say something, but she seemed to think of something. She hesitated and didn't say anything. As he combed Jingwan's hair bit by bit, he couldn't help but think of the time when he was with her in his previous life. No matter whether he had recovered or not, she would comb his hair every day. She was very attentive, careful, and gentle. Seeing Li Hanyuan in a daze, Mama Gong reminded him softly, "Your Highness." Li Hanyuan casually returned the comb to her and sat to the side. Eunuch Mu served him a cup of tea. At this time, the screen had been removed, the bathtub had been taken out, the floor and other places were cleaned, and needless to say, the bed outside was cleaned. Li Hanyuan sipped the tea leisurely and watched Mama Gong comb Jingwan's hair. Mama Gong's movements were swift, and it didn't take long for her to finish. She hesitated for a moment, and then opened one of the jewelry boxes on the dressing table. Inside was a set of light pink pearl head ornaments. Mama Gong's eyes brightened. She didn't need to look at other things. Just this set was very suitable for this young lady's clothes. Jingwan looked at Mama Gong's impolite appearance and was speechless again. "This isn't you, ah. Wake up quickly, ah." Jingwan found out that her mama seemed to have a big opinion of Jin Xinwang, but she couldn't do anything to the other party. So she used this kind of piling on the other party's things to take revenge on the other party. Thinking about what Mama Gong said before, it was right for her to throw a tantrum at Jin Xinwang. Now, it was also right for him to take revenge. Why did it seem like Jin Xinwang owed her? However, she didn't know where to put those things from before, so she couldn't refuse. Jingwan stood up and automatically turned in a circle in front of Li Hanyuan. "Does it look good?" No matter what, it was the other party's things. He should admire it, and, at the same time, let him find a sense of accomplishment from her. Li Hanyuan nodded. His family's jiao was really beautiful. Getting up, he pulled Jingwan's hand. "Let's go, let's eat." Jingwan was indeed hungry. Seeing the fruit on the table before, and the delicious dishes, her stomach became even hungrier. There were only 8 dishes and 2 soups. For Xinwang's identity, it really wasn't much, but it looked like they were all excellent. Li Hanyuan waved away the maidservants who were preparing to serve the dishes and personally ladled half a bowl of soup for Jingwan. Things that shouldn't be done by him, he had done it again and again. Jingwan was now a lot calmer, but politeness demands politeness. She also ladled half a bowl for Li Hanyuan. "Oh, is this the young couple having a meal intimately?" A teasing and frivolous voice sounded. Chapter 160. Compared to the last time at Rouge Pavilion, her clothes were thinner, her waist was tighter, and her breasts were even more swollen. She leisurely walked in like a cat, her plump buttocks swaying left and right. She charmingly smiled at Jingwan, blinked her eyes, and waved her hand at Jingwan in a flirtatious manner. At this moment, Jingwan really didn't know what kind of expression to take out to face her. On the contrary, Li Hanyuan didn't even lift his eyelids as he picked up a piece of fish with the bones removed and placed it in Jingwan's bowl. "Still not hungry? Hurry and eat." That attitude was as if he completely treated Yin Yang as an invisible person. Feeding his hungry wife was the most important thing. As for the rest, don't mention Grandit. Even if Imperial Grandfather crawled out of the Imperial Mausoleum, he would have to stand aside. Seeing this, Jingwan hesitated for a moment. Her stomach was indeed hungry. It was true that the other party was once a princess, but she didn't know Ah. Moreover, she was in front of certain Qinhuang. Therefore, Jingwan concentrated on eating. Yin Yang saw a certain unfilial grandson ignoring her, and her mood wasn't so wonderful. Princess Yang, who was in a bad mood, rolled her eyes. That belly full of bad water seemed to overflow from her eyes, and the red mole under the corner of her right eye became even redder. Swaying her waist, she walked to Li Hongyuan's side and boldly threw herself on Li Hongyuan's body. She stretched out her finger to point at Li Hongyuan's head. "You heartless man, forgetting the old when there's a new person. In vain, Nu Jia treated you wholeheartedly in vain, yet you were so heartless and cruel." While speaking, she pretended to rub the corner of her eye. Jingwan looked at her in surprise. She should say that she really deserved to be called the Princess Hyang who dared to raise a gigolo and was unrestrained, single-handedly beheading the Northern Han King. If it was another person, who would dare to casually throw herself on a man? Moreover, the other person was her own grandnephew. When she saw that Yin Yang deliberately pressed those 2 lumps on Jin Qinhuang's chest to change shape, she couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from twitching. Li Hongyuan's face was as dark as ink. Originally, it was not easy for him to hold the wife he had been longing for a long time today. Although he did not eat to his heart's content, it did not change the fact that he was in a good mood. Unfortunately, there was someone who did not know what was good for them and came to make trouble. Even his personal attendants did not allow them to get close to him, let alone an old woman who did not want to do it. In addition, the smell of cosmetics was completely different from Jiao Jiao's, which seriously affected his appetite. Scram! The living king of hell unleashed his tyrannical aura. He was furious, ruthless, and cold. The 3 words, living king of hell, were vividly displayed at this moment. Even though Princess Hyang, who had experienced great winds and waves, experienced killing on the battlefield, and had traveled extensively for several decades, at this moment, she still felt a burst of fear and trepidation. She had long known that this grandnephew was not simple. Among the princes, he was the most ferocious beast that lay dormant in the dark. Although she did not know what he did specifically, but every time the other princes suffered a great loss, he was most likely involved in it. Compared to the other grandnephews who abided by the rules and talked about bearing, but were actually just sanctimonious hypocrites, it was clear that Li Hongyuan, this grandnephew who did not take etiquette seriously like her, was more liked by her. However, this brat sometimes had a bad temper, as well as his private insidiousness and viciousness, which made people loathe him. Yin Yang paused, and then sat upright as if nothing had happened. She flung the fragrant handkerchief in her hand. "What's the matter? Are you worried that your wife will be jealous?" Li Hongyuan ignored her once again and patted Jingwan's head. At that moment, the intimidating aura he exuded earlier was gone. "Are you scared? Don't worry. Ben Wong will target anyone but you. Hurry up and eat. Don't mind this old woman." Li Hongyuan was a bit frightening just now, but Jingwan was not frightened. She had a feeling of so the rumors were not false. In front of her, Jin Qinhuang really restrained his temper. It's just that, to say that Princess Yang was an old woman, wasn't that the same as specifically picking on people to step on? Yin Yang looked much younger than her actual age. Her figure was well maintained, and the clothes she wore were more colorful. It could be seen that she cared a lot about her age and absolutely refused to accept that she was old. With a glance, sure enough, the one with a black face became Yin Yang. The seductive aura on her body was swept away, adding a bit of sharpness. Unfortunately, to Li Hongyuan, there was no threat at all. No matter what you did, he would remain unmoved. Moreover, this was his territory. If you annoyed him, it was possible that he would throw you out. This kind of thing, he would definitely do it. Speaking of how many men Yin Yang had played in the palm of her hand in this lifetime, She had suffered a big loss at Li Hongyuan's hands. She had always wanted to secretly make up for it, but it was very obvious that she had not been successful. As for using his secret to threaten him, she was afraid that as soon as there was a sign of that, he would have already silenced her. Yin Yang was very clear about this point. Ever since she received some information about Li Hongyuan's nature, he directly sent a person to her. Serving was one aspect, but as for the nature of it, everyone was well aware. Yin Yang calmly accepted it and used it without the slightest trace of politeness. Yin Yang couldn't do anything to him. She rolled her eyes, and her gaze fell on Jingwan. Then, she thought about the attitude this king of hell had towards her and shifted her gaze. "Little girl, do you know who I am?" Jingwan hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell the truth. "I heard grandmother mention it." "Oh, Luo Chunshi? Why did she mention this servant to you?" Yun Yang asked with interest. "Because after seeing Yun Yang in Rouge Pavilion, I went back and mentioned it to grandmother. Grandmother said that it must be you. After all, she had a deep impression of you. Speaking of which, she could not expose her own nanny. On the contrary, it was better to let her grandmother take the blame." Yin Yang would not go to her grandmother to ask for confirmation, so the lie would not be exposed. "Oh, Luo Chunshi should have a deep impression of this servant. After all, this servant almost pulled your grandfather to bed at that time." Yin Yang giggled like a young girl. Jingwan laughed and shook her head. Things are different from what Yin Yang thought. Grandmother said that Yin Yang has a good memory and has seen a lot. Although you are a girl, you do what men do. You care about the country and the world. Women are not inferior to men. Moreover, your heart is more tender to women than men. Even many women are still moved by you. Grandmother even said that if Yuning was not married, she might also fall in love with you." "Did Luo Chunshi really say that?" Yin Yang laughed and patted the table. "If this is the case, why should I care about Luo Peishan? I should just hook up with Luo Chunshi." Seeing that Yin Yang revealed her true colors, Jingwan coughed softly and chuckled. "Yin Yang, image lady." Turning her eyes, Yin Yang revealed a coquettish expression and even gave Jingwan a shy smile. "Don't be so pretentious and disgusting here," Li Hongyuan said lightly. "Can your wife make you pregnant? Disgusting my ass." Yin Yang retorted without any trace of politeness. "Cough." Jingwan choked and coughed, quickly covering her mouth. She was indeed Princess Heong. When she became fierce, she was really... Li Hongyuan glanced at her coldly. "Watch your words. If you lead Jiao Jiao astray, this prince will burn down your Rouge Pavilion." Yin Yang suddenly reached out and pulled Jingwan's arm. She rolled up her sleeve and saw the red plum blossoms on it. Seeing this, she sneered. "Do you think you are a good person? Would a normal man do such a thing to his fiancée? Burn down my Rouge Pavilion? Right now, your wife has a share. If you have the guts, then go burn it." Li Hongyuan slapped her hand away and rolled down Jingwan's sleeve. "If I burn down your Rouge Pavilion, this prince can give her a bigger one." He was very rich and overbearing, very disdainful. "Why don't you ask if your wife is willing to be raised by you?" Yin Yang felt that this Luo family's third daughter was actually very similar to her in some aspects. She had never thought of relying on a man. This time, Yin Yang simply poked a hornet's nest. How could Jingwan be the same as this old woman? Wan indeed did not rely on a man, but it did not mean that she would accept anything. She did not rely on feelings. She wanted to be equal and never betray each other. Material things were just an additional product on this foundation. If she accepted you as her person, then whatever you gave her, no matter how much it was, she would gladly accept it. The problem now was that Jingwan did not care because she did not care about him, so she did not care about what he gave her. He wanted to raise Jingwan into Jiao Jiao. He wanted to give Jingwan the best and most things in the world, but the most important problem was not solved. At that moment, Yin Yang only felt that she was being targeted by a poisonous snake that could bite her at any time. She would die in an instant. Her scalp was numb and her back was cold. "Ah Yuan." Jingwan reached out and placed her hand on the back of Li Hongyuan's hand. Li Honyuan instantly returned to his senses. Seeing Jingwan's slender hand, he suddenly hooked his lips into a smile, as if spring had returned to the earth. He turned his hand and held Jingwan's hand. It's been half a day and you haven't eaten much. Hurry up and eat, otherwise the dishes will be cold. If you have anything to say it after you finish eating. It really made people see how temperamental he could be. But Jingwan did not know why she blurted out his name, so quickly forgetting the awkwardness caused by Yin Yang rolling up her sleeve. What was even more inconceivable was that Jin Xinwang's heart was so easily appeased by her. It seemed that her influence on him was so deep that it was somewhat inconceivable. Jingwan suppressed the doubts and uneasiness in her heart and nodded her head. Yin Yang narrowed her eyes, containing a deep sharpness, looking at Li Hongyuan. Then, she looked at Jingwan with a profound gaze. She did not tactfully disturb their meal and slowly got up. Come find me after you finish eating, regarding the situation at the western border. Then, her figure swayed as she left. Jiao Jiao, don't worry about her. She's just the owner of a rouge shop. If the situation at the border was not mentioned, she was indeed just the owner of a rouge shop. But when it came to the Qi Yuan dynasty, then she was the one who killed the king of the northern Xiongnu, the one who reversed the deadlock between the Qi Yuan and the northern Xiongnu, Princess Yang. Also, he seemed to intend to let her know more things about him, those secret unknown things. When she saw the tip of the iceberg, it was already destined that they could no longer be separated unless she died, annulling the engagement before marriage, and she should not think about it in the future. Jingwan calmly continued to eat. Chapter 161. Jingwan continued to eat calmly. As for whether she was really calm or just pretending to be calm, only she herself knew. Li Honyuan was wholeheartedly focused on feeding Jingwan. Other things, whether it was Princess Heong or the situation at the border, were put aside. What he changed was mainly in the imperial city of Qiyuan. Except for Jingwan, he secretly gathered forces and secretly changed the structure of the imperial court. On the surface, it was not much different from the previous life. The biggest change was probably Luo Peishan. In the previous life, he always kept a low profile and basically did not participate in the fight for the throne. Outside the imperial city, there were naturally officials who were transferred, but everything was under control and there were no problems for the time being. Moreover, there were many spies planted in various countries outside the Qiyuan. However, these spies were only focused on collecting information and were not allowed to act rashly without orders. These spies did not even know who their real masters were. So far, the situation outside the Qiyuan had basically not changed. Therefore, even if Princess Heong didn't tell him about the situation at the western border, he also knew what was going on. It was just a small problem, but this small problem originated from the internal affairs of Qiyuan. In his previous life, if it wasn't solved properly, this small problem would lead to a big disaster. In the end, these soldiers united with the local military families who had been in business for 2 or 3 generations and became the local bullies, oppressing the ordinary people. As a result, the matter was reported to the court. His father sent people to deal with it, and Old Ninth and Old Tenth, who had just entered the imperial court, became imperial envoys. However, these 2 people were not young, and their respective families were also ambitious. They secretly urged them to do all kinds of things, and naturally, they had different opinions on this matter. In the end, because they could not reach an agreement, the problem was not solved for a long time. Due to the instigation of people with ulterior motives, it caused a riot. One of the emperor's sons, the Prince of Qiyuan, was injured in the riot, and the other was arrested. The imperial court was divided into 2 factions. One faction advocated pacification, and the other faction advocated suppression. On the surface, Emperor Lucheng was an emperor who did not like to fight. In the end, he made the decision to pacify the people, but he could not tolerate the culprits who caused the riot. After all, this matter made him lose face. However, when the imperial envoys were still on the way, the the conflict at the border escalated again. The angry mob cut off one of Old Tent's arms. The local garrison took the initiative to use bloody measures to suppress the riot. When there was suppression, there would naturally be resistance. However, the other party was a civilian after all. Even if they posed a threat to the garrison in the beginning, the consequences were self-evident. Moreover, the garrison was hot-tempered. In the end, he ordered the old, the weak, the women, and the children to be killed. One could imagine how big of a shock it caused. More importantly, the news of this matter was leaked from the beginning. Under the arrangement of people with ulterior motives, almost everyone in Qiyuan knew about it, as if it had grown wings. This caused the people's hearts to be unstable, and even the ruling status of the Li dynasty was questioned. When it rains, it pours. Not long after that, there was a big flood in the south, and millions of people suffered. Because of the inaction of the officials, there were very few problems with the embankments. In the end, Emperor Lu Cheng was the one who took the blame for this disaster. Before Emperor Lu Cheng's decree of guilt was issued, the victims revolted and robbed the local granaries. Moreover, the rich families and many of the officials did not have a good ending. In the end, the army was naturally deployed. It did not take long, about a month or so, to quell the riot. Fortunately, other places were already prepared, and the enemy country did not take the opportunity to attack Qiyuan. After all, even if there was internal strife in Qiyuan, it was still under control. To a certain extent, Qiyuan was also a huge monster. If they wanted to take a bite out of it, it would depend on whether they had the ability to do so. After this incident, Emperor Lu Cheng's face was gloomy for a long time. He originally thought that the enemy country was behind this, but in the end, it was completely an internal strife. In his previous life, Li Hongyuan was far less favored than he was now. Because he was outstanding and had a good reputation, he was qualified to compete for the throne. His father should have felt guilty towards him, but because he was outstanding, he was not liked. Because he was a Japanese, he was seen as an ominous person, and he was not qualified to covet the throne. However, he did not know that, and he was quite sad at that time. After this incident, his father disliked him even more. At first, he was puzzled. What did this have to do with him? Gradually, some rumors about his birth mother quietly spread. His birth mother was from the Pei family, the most powerful family in Jiangnan, and she was the daughter of the first wife. The Pei family was loyal to the royal family of the previous dynasty. The Pei family was not willing to be loyal to the new emperor, so they reached an agreement with the new emperor and retreated to Jiangnan. It was said that the Pei family was involved in the riot at the beginning and the later uprising. However, there was no evidence. It should be known that Taizu had personally decreed that unless the Pei family committed a great crime of rebellion, the emperor of the Li family could not embarrass the Pei family. Without evidence, it meant that the Pei family could not be touched. Even if they wanted to secretly do something, it was not so easy. Because the Pei family was flourishing in Jiangnan, except for not entering the court as an official, they were involved in all other aspects. In particular, the Pei family had produced many famous scholars. These people had many disciples, and many of these disciples had entered the court as officials. Did you think that the Pei family had no influence in the court because they did not enter the court? Naive. Moreover, the Pei family had a high reputation among the people. Touching the Pei family was equivalent to touching the entire Jiangnan, and a large number of officials might be dismissed. It was even more difficult to deal within the Sun family, which had Duke Dinghua. No emperor would like such a large and uncontrollable clan. Li Hongyuan, a son with the bloodline of the Pei clan, was naturally the target of his anger at this time. To some extent, this was the beginning of the change of Li Hongyuan's fate. But now, when Princess Heong learned a little through her Rouge Pavilion, Li Hongyuan had already arranged everything. He still did not touch the overall situation, but only controlled the person who fanned the flames behind the scenes and planned everything. He would probably be sent to the capital soon. Li Hongyuan wanted to see if the person who was said to have died early in his previous life was a member of the Pei family. Mother's family? Oh, The tyrant Li Honyuan had cut off more than half of the branches of the Pei family. The ones who want to deal with this matter were probably Old Ninth and Old 10th. He had already removed the biggest disaster, but he did not know what their ending would be. If it was good, they would probably return with meritorious service. If it was bad, they would probably come back after messing things up. They would probably be trained and then abandoned by the people they relied on. Their lives would be over. As for the flood in the south, he had already made preparations 2 years ago. He had already strengthened the dam in the key areas. Although it was impossible to completely eliminate the flood, the serious consequences of the disaster would be reduced by at least 60%. As for the people who wanted to take advantage of this situation to cause trouble, he had already set up a trap. As long as they dared to make a move, they would immediately become a turtle in a jar. Jingwan saw that Li Honyuan was lost in thought, so she did not disturb him. However, she saw him drinking cup after cup as if he didn't know what was going on. Moreover, he hadn't eaten anything in the first place, so it would definitely hurt his stomach. After all, he was her fiancé. Previously, they had hugged and lingered together, and he was very indulgent towards her. She hesitated for a moment. Your Highness, drinking on an empty stomach is harmful to the body. It's better to drink less. Otherwise, you should eat something first. Li Honyuan looked at her with a smile, as if he had never been distracted. Jiao Jiao, are you worried about this prince? Jingwan also smiled, and there was no trace of the pitiful appearance from before. If your Highness wants to think so, it's not impossible. It's not easy to hear good words from Jiao Jiao's mouth. All right, I won't drink anymore. He casually threw the cup away. He picked up his chopsticks and hastily ate something. Jiao Jiao, are you done eating? Generally speaking, if the other party was done eating, she would eat well. If the other party wasn't done eating, she would continue to eat with them. However, when she thought about how they were still unmarried and how much he indulged her, she chose to be willful this time. She nodded. This subject's daughter is done eating. Li Honyuan put down his chopsticks and approached Jingwan with a teasing smile. Jiao Jiao, you're putting out all the rules now. You weren't like this before. You were pinching and biting this prince, and you even had the guts to tell this prince to shut up? Jingwan blushed. What was she talking about that she shouldn't talk about? What? Did he want to settle the score with her now? Jingwan didn't speak and just looked at him quietly. In the end, she wasn't as conservative as the local girls. This matter had already happened, and she had already been embarrassed. There was no point in continuing to hold on to it. Li Honyuan was worried that if he annoyed her, it wouldn't be easy to eat her in the future. He reached out and pinched her face. This prince really doesn't know what to do with you. Without saying much, Eunuch Mu immediately called for someone to bring water to wash her hands and rinse her mouth. Li Honyuan already wanted to help Jingwan wash her hands, but Jingwan avoided and refused. He raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Forget about the others, just wear these Buddhist prayer beads. Li Honyuan took off the Buddhist prayer beads and wrapped them around Jingwan's wrist. Let's go. This prince will send you back. In fact, if he could, he wanted to keep Jingwan for a while longer. But it wasn't short time. If he annoyed old Madame Luo, it would be disadvantageous for him to see Jingwan before the marriage. Although they had done more intimate things, but this kind of intimacy still made Jingwan somewhat at a loss. They had only met a few times before, so it didn't make sense for their relationship to suddenly become so close. Although it was mostly Jin Qinhuang's one-sided actions, he seemed to be very familiar with her. Everything he did seemed natural and casual. No matter who saw him, they wouldn't feel that he was a stranger. Other than this subject's third sister-in-law, is this how Wang Ye treats all of his previous fiancés? Jingwan curiously asked. Really, it was just purely out of curiosity. Li Honyuan glanced at her and indifferently said, Ben Wang is not familiar with them. I haven't seen more than half of them. So the topic stopped and didn't continue. Li Honyuan held her hand and matched her pace, walking slower. The courtyard next door is about the same size as this one. In front is Rouge Pavilion. This was originally Yun Yang's place. I want to renovate it. Jingwan knew that Jin Qinhuang was revealing some secrets to her. So, She only had ears and not a mouth. Jiao Jiao, you and I are together. You don't have to be so careful. My matters, there is nothing that you can't know. Many thanks for Wang Ye's love, but this subject's daughter feels that it is not the right time. Li Honyuan helplessly sighed and didn't say anything more. Getting on the carriage, Li Honyuan still pulled her into his arms and hugged her. It was just a simple hug. After sending Jingwan back to Luo Jia, he saw her enter the door and her figure disappear. Only then did he let someone drive the carriage away. He didn't go to find Yin Yang. Instead, he directly returned to the Wangfu. In front of the gate of the Wangfu, there was an honored guest waiting for him. This old subject greets Wang Ye. The Grand Secretary came to the Yamen very early today. Li Honyuan sat in the carriage. He just lifted the curtain and didn't have any intention of getting off. There is nothing to do today. Therefore, the officials of Qi Yuan were relatively free. After finishing their work, they could occasionally leave early. What business do you have with Ben Wang? If Wang Ye is dissatisfied with my daughter, you can ask His Majesty to withdraw the order. There is no need to humiliate her like this. Ruan Rue Zhong said, as calmly as possible. Heaven knows how distressed he was when he returned home and saw his wife and daughter crying until their eyes were swollen. Li Honyuan sneered. Ruan Darren has always been dissatisfied with Ben Wang. You wanted to be a good subject, so you didn't resist the decree. Why should Ben Wang be a disobedient son? You flaunted yourself as a loyal subject of the country. For this, you can give up your beloved daughter's happiness, but you want Ben Wang to bear the reputation of being disloyal and unfilial. Do you really think that it doesn't matter if Ben Wang is covered in dirty water? Ruan Rue Zhong, don't be too obvious about your double loyalty. Ruan Rue Zhong's old face reddened. Li Hongyuan's words were not completely correct, but also not completely wrong. His lips trembled. In the end, my daughter is your fiancée. Wang Ye knows that she has always admired you, so he didn't talk about marriage. Chapter 162. Even if Li Hongyuan's words implied that his daughter was looking for humiliation, Ruan Rue Zhong had nothing to say. That's right, his daughter was just a concubine. In the end, she was just a concubine, and from the looks of it, the main character didn't seem to want her very much. It was also true that he indulged her. Every time he saw her silently crying in front of him without making a fuss, he would feel distressed. Then, without exception, his heart would soften every time. However, from the bottom of his heart, he looked down on Jin Qinhuang, thinking that he was just a big fire pit. On this point, he firmly refused his daughter, always waiting for her to give up. Then, he delayed again and again, resulting in today's bad consequences. His daughter was beautiful, had a good temperament, was talented, and was even a good cook. Apart from her lack of temperament, in other aspects, he wasn't boasting, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find a girl more outstanding than her. Originally, there were a lot of talented young men to choose from, and in the future, she wouldn't be bad. In the end, why did she have to take a fancy to someone that everyone else avoided? Just like him, he couldn't figure it out. It wasn't like he had to go to the Gong Prince's residence. Why did he have to get involved at this critical juncture? Li Honyuan saw his constantly changing complexion and could probably guess what he was thinking. Ruan Rue Zhong was born to mix in with the officialdom. Therefore, the ups and downs of the officialdom, to him, didn't affect him at all. Overcoming 5 difficulties and defeating 6 generals to reach the position of Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. All of this showed his extraordinary ability and extraordinary wisdom. However, such a man also had a fatal weakness. Because of his self-confidence, he was conceited, thinking that he would succeed in every endeavor. This was also true for women. So his second wife was obedient to him in every way, taking care of the inner residence properly, treating the children of the first wife as her own, and treating the children born of concubines as if they were her own. In his opinion, this was how it should be. That woman did a good job, so he gave her all his trust, never intervening in the inner residence, never paying attention to it. So naturally he didn't know what kind of scene was behind the orderly appearance of his family's inner residence. In the end, it wasn't that he trusted his wife, but that he believed in his own charm. However, Why didn't he think about it? What right did he have? Her daughter-in-law was older than her. After marrying into the family, not only did she become a stepmother, but she also became a step-grandmother. You would find it too old to be a father. How could a teenage girl not have any complaints? Even the emperor who ruled the world did not have such confidence, right? Now, his wife was like a young married woman. When the two of them stood together, not to mention father and daughter, people would believe that they were grandfather and granddaughter. Not to mention other things. Could he still get hard to satisfy his wife? Although it was normal for a woman to be alone after 30, and if that woman was really a good wife and mother, then it was fine. However, Li Honyuan, who knew her nature, sometimes even maliciously thought, "Our powerful grand secretary, do you know how many green hats you've worn?" Ruan Ruiz Hong, who had been a winner in life for decades, ended up having his entire family executed in his twilight years. First, it was revealed that his stepwife had an affair with his son, and it seemed that they didn't even have the same son. Then, it was revealed that the youngest daughter of his first wife was not his biological daughter and belonged to some unknown man. Then, it was revealed that a letter of treason was found in his study. Of course, when these things happened, Li Honyuan had already been forced to leave the capital. Qi Yuan was in the midst of a war at the border. When he returned, the Ruan family's matter had already come to an end. There was no way to know the details. He only found out by chance that Ruan Fangfei had married someone else and did not know where she went. Plus, she was not Ruan Ruizhong's biological daughter, so he did not pursue her whereabouts. In this life, because treason was not something that could be done in a short time, and Ruan Fangfei was far more persistent in him than in his previous life, Li Honyuan had carefully investigated from the beginning. The results he obtained were really unexpected. Ruan Ruiz Hong, who had been shrewd all his life, fell into the hands of a woman. He was cuckolded and took the blame for someone else. He probably did not know what had happened even when he died. When he found out the truth, Li Honyuan suspected that Ruan Ruizhong's stepwife might not have died in his previous life. She had hidden it well for more than 20 years. Why would she suddenly reveal everything? These things might just be to divert other people's attention to hide her true identity. If the water was mixed up, it would be easier for her to escape. Ruan Ruiz Hong was so conceited, and Ruan Fangfei was quite similar to him in this aspect. Therefore, Li Honyuan was a little surprised that Ruan Fangfei was not his daughter. However, whether she was or not, it did not matter to him. Fortunately, Ruan Ruiz Hong was not like that when it came to political affairs. Otherwise, he would have probably fallen into a trap long ago. Seeing that there was no doubt about his ability, Li Honyuan would definitely keep him for a few more years. Didn't he want to work hard for Qi Yuan until he died? If he did not squeeze all of his value out of him, wouldn't he be letting him down? However, he had to let him have a taste of falling into the dust. He had to let him know the truth bit by bit and see what kind of things the mother and daughter he held in the palm of his hand were. At that time, the expression of the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet should be very interesting. Li Honyuan leaned lazily. He was in a good mood now, so he calmly added another stab to the Grand Secretary. Ruan Ruiz Hong, you don't like this prince, but do you think this prince likes you and Ruan Fangfei? Only you think that your daughter is a national beauty, a rare commodity worth hoarding. You treat her as a treasure, but in this prince's eyes, she is not even a blade of grass. In fact, you should be glad that you did not compromise and ask Imperial Father to grant you a marriage a year or two earlier. Otherwise, you and your daughter would have lost all face at that time. Did you know that if your good daughter enters the Imperial family, she can't be the official wife because of Master Liaochun's order? She wants to marry this prince wholeheartedly, so she will live the life of a concubine for the rest of her life. Ruan Ruiz Hong was shocked speechless, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Li Honyuan told him that he was not worried that he would say anything. It was impossible for him to ask his imperial father for confirmation, and it was even more impossible for him to tell his good wife and daughter. However, even if he said it, it didn't matter. So what if he already knew about it? Leaving behind Lord Ruan, who was stunned for a long time, Li Honyuan returned home. However, When Yin Yang found out that Li Hanyuan had sent her little sweetheart home, he did not even think of looking for her. Who knew if she would fly into a rage? However, even Emperor Lu Cheng could not do anything to her, let alone her hidden grandaunt. When Jingwan returned to the Luo residence, she had completely changed her clothes. However, the people who saw her along the way did not seem to have any abnormalities. Everyone was even curious as to why she came back so late. Back then, when Luo Jingying had sneaked out and returned, she had even changed back into her original outfit. She had been hiding all the way, but in the end, things had turned out this way. Now that Jingwan was so open and above board, no one suspected anything. This was the biggest difference between being liked and disliked by the elders of the inner residence. When Jingwan returned to the elegant begonia residence, Sun Yijia had been waiting for a long time. When she saw that Jingwan had changed from head to toe, she would never pay attention to how expensive the things on her body were. Instead, she would pay attention to the problem behind this matter. Just imagine, a girl went out alone with her fiancé for more than 2 hours. Moreover, she had completely changed her clothes. Anyone who knew a little would understand what this meant. If Sun Yijia did not have a good upbringing, she would not just be a little angry and irritable. When she saw that someone was more nervous than her, the knot in Jingwan's heart gradually disappeared. The lingering touch on her body also faded a lot. On the contrary, she felt quite happy. She smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? What are you smiling about? Look at the situation now. How can you still smile?" Sunny Jia could not help but pinch her. Jingwan smiled and dodged. At the same time, she grabbed her hand. "You're speaking so seriously. Is the sky collapsing or the earth sinking?" When Sun Yijia saw her reaction, she thought that she was overthinking. Then, she subconsciously reached out to pull Jingwan's collar. She only pulled it open a little. Her face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "I knew it. How can that bastard be a gentleman?" Jingwan hurriedly pulled her hand away. She really wanted to call her ancestor. She knew that she had good intentions, but she should at least take it easy. This was only her. If it were someone else, wouldn't it be embarrassing to expose such an embarrassing matter in public? Wouldn't that make them want to die of shame? Sun Yijia also belatedly realized that something was wrong, but she couldn't help but worry. "Wan Mimi, other than this, is there anything else that does it hurt there?" She leaned closer and lowered her voice to ask hesitantly. Jingwan was speechless, but at this time, she could only pretend to be stupid. With a puzzled face, she asked, "Where does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anywhere." Sun Yijia breathed a sigh of relief. "It doesn't hurt anywhere. There's nothing at all." But she muttered, "At least that bastard still has some humanity." Although this body's age was younger than Sun Yijia, in reality, it treated her as a younger sister. However, this sister-in-law was also worth it. After she approved of you, she would also treat you wholeheartedly. Not to mention other things. When she was bestowed marriage to Jin Qin Wang, she did not say a word. But when it came to her own head, she had always been nervous. Even if she couldn't do anything, she still had to accept this favor. "Jia Mimi, don't worry. It's really fine." Sun Yijia was like a frosted eggplant, wilting in the blink of an eye. Ever since she married Jingbua, Wan Mimi didn't call her Jia Mimi anymore. This was really comforting her. She was a little annoyed. "Maybe I shouldn't have told you these things. The more I say, the earlier you worry about the future. If you didn't know, you could still live a carefree life before you got married. But now, the things that should be known and the things that shouldn't be known will be known sooner or later. Even if it wasn't sister-in-law who told me, it would have been someone else. In reality, it's better to know from you than from someone else. After all, if I wasn't mentally prepared and was suddenly ridiculed by someone, I might not even know what was going on. So, I should actually thank Jia Mimi." Sun Yijia rolled her eyes at her. "You can keep comforting me." Jingwan pulled her to the side and sat down. "Sister-in-law, I feel that your mood seems a little unstable these days. Why don't you call the food doctor to take a look?" "Really? I don't think so. It's you who thinks I'm annoying." Jingwan was helpless and didn't mention it. On the other hand, Sun Yijia's wet nurse's expression was a little strange. The two of them didn't see it, but Mama Gong saw it. Third young madam, this servant knows a little about medicine and can accurately feel some common pulses. Why don't you let this servant take a look at you and treat it as a check of your pulse? That's good. Now that there's a result, this lass won't make up stories about me. As she spoke, she raised her hand and showed Mama Gong her wrist. As soon as Nanny Gong put her finger on her pulse, she felt that something was wrong. However, she couldn't be careless about this kind of thing. After a while, she asked her to use her other hand. Her serious attitude made the people around her nervous. Gong Mimi, is there something wrong? Young madam's appetite hasn't been good these days, and she's been feeling nauseous. I'm worried that she has eaten something bad, but young madam refuses to ask the food doctor to take a look. Sun Yijia's wet nurse couldn't care less at this moment. After all, she hadn't been married into the Luo family for long. If she mobilized so many people to ask for a doctor, she was worried that others would think that she was being nosy. Sister-in-law, this is wrong. How can you hide this kind of thing? It's just that my appetite hasn't been very good. It's just a small matter. Perhaps it's because the weather is hot. I've been suffering from summer. Third young madam, you're wrong this time. It's not just a small matter. It's a big matter. Seeing that everyone was nervous, especially her young lady who was asking about what was wrong, Mama Gong didn't keep them in suspense. Third young madam didn't eat something bad. She's pregnant. She's been pregnant for more than a month. I think she got pregnant a few days after the wedding. It's a joyous occasion. That's impossible. Sunny Jiao was stunned for a moment before she immediately denied it. She got pregnant on her period last time. Mama Gong looked like she understood. Even if third young madam was young and didn't know anything, her wet nurse by her side should know. So this was the problem. This kind of situation does happen. Some people will have this kind of situation in the first month of pregnancy. It's just that it's much less than normal and it doesn't last that long. Gong Mimi, now that you mention it, I'm afraid this matter is not far from the truth. Sun Yijia's wet nurse looked very excited and a little upset. I've heard of this kind of situation. Why didn't I think of it? My good sister, is there anything wrong with third young madam's condition? From third young madam's pulse, there's no problem. However, it's best to ask the estate's physician to take a look. Yes, you're right. I'll ask the estate's physician to take a look. Sun Yijia placed her hand on her lower abdomen. She was still in disbelief. However, when she saw her wet nurse about to leave excitedly, she quickly reached out to pull her. Wet nurse, because she was pulling her, Sun Yijia's body suddenly moved forward, scaring her quite a bit. My good girl, please slow down a bit. Because she was so nervous, Sun Yijia was not as nervous. Wet nurse, don't be anxious. It's better to report this matter to mother and let her make the decision. If you go excitedly to ask the physician for help, won't the whole estate know about it? People nowadays only reported the good news after the pregnancy was stable. Before that, except for a few people who knew about it, most people kept it a secret. Go directly to grandmother. Mother doesn't care about things. If you tell her as soon as possible, she probably won't be able to hide anything without giving her time to recover. She won't care about it. Instead, she'll be glad. Jingwan said, Qingzhu, go to grandmother's place and ask the estate's physician to come here. Tell him that I'm feeling a little unwell and that he needs to take my pulse. Yes, I'll go right away. Sun Yijia's wet nurse thanked Jingwan repeatedly. This is my sister-in-law. The child at her belly is my nephew and niece. There's no need to thank me. Jingwan looked at Sun Yijia with a smile and teased, You got pregnant a few days after your wedding. Sister-in-law, are you better than my brother? Your mouth is really infuriating. Sun Yijia was embarrassed and angry. I'm wrong. You're pregnant with twins now. Take it easy. Jingwan grabbed her hand. But sister-in-law, when you're feeling unwell, the people around you listen to you and don't ask for a physician. What about my brother? Does he also listen to you? Don't blame your brother. He's been a little busy recently. I didn't let him find out. What's there to be busy with? If he can't finish it, he'll postpone it. How can he even neglect his wife? Jingwan was dissatisfied. Sun Yijia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who was to blame for this? She was the one who had been busy all day long. She just wanted her to be less busy, but she was the one who was playing the blame game. However, it wasn't a big deal to begin with. Why did little sister Wan think that her third brother had done something unforgivable? Was it that exaggerated? Qingmei, hurry and ask third young master to come over. Ask him to put those things aside. His wife and child are the most important thing now. Seeing Jingwan's tough attitude, Sun Yijia couldn't say anything to stop her. Because the couple's courtyard was just next door, Luo Jingbua came very quickly. It was obvious that he ran over directly. When Luo Jingbua appeared, he only had eyes for Sun Yijia. He didn't seem to see anything else. He carefully asked Sun Yijia if it was true. He looked very stupid. However, no one would laugh at him for becoming a father-to-be. Madame Luo came very quickly. However, she was someone who had been through a lot. Although she was happy, she definitely wouldn't lose her composure. She excused Sun Yijia from bowing and took Jingwan's hand out of habit. She looked at it until Jingwan couldn't help blushing. She then looked away, sat down, and looked at Sun Yijia. Qingzhu has already told me clearly. Yijia, since you've married into the Luo family, there's no need to be so distant. Your health is the most important thing. No matter whether it's a big or small problem, you should call a doctor as soon as possible. This time, it was also Wan's sudden suggestion. Otherwise, if it were up to you, in Jingbua, what would you do if you accidentally hurt the child? In Jingbua, no matter what, you can't neglect your own wife. The husband and wife were very embarrassed by Madame Luo's words. They couldn't help blushing and repeatedly promised that there wouldn't be a next time. Fortunately, the resident's doctor rushed over at this time. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. The resident's doctor took their pulse. Nurse Gong's diagnosis was correct. Both mother and child were safe. Madame Luo also couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. This was the fourth generation of the Luo family. Jingda's daughter-in-law always had problems. This was very good. Naturally, it was worth being happy about. Moreover, she got pregnant so soon. It was a good sign. However, not long after they were happy, someone barged in and shouted, "Madam, something big happened." Madame Luo's face darkened. "Why are you so flustered? This is a lady's courtyard. How dare a man like you casually barge in?" The manservant's face paled. "Madam, please forgive me. Madam, please forgive me. What happened?" Third master fell off a horse and broke his leg. Also, his waist was stepped on by a horse. Chapter 163. Not to mention the others, even Madame Luo was shocked. This was a sign of paralysis, even if she didn't die. Madame Luo calmed down and asked, "Where is your third master?" Replying to Madame Luo, "He should be entering the door soon." I came back first to report. As soon as I saw Madame Luo, I went to the main courtyard to report to you. When I learned that you came to third Mrs. Courtyard, I was anxious and chased after you. Madame Luo immediately made a decision. "Old doctor, I'll have to trouble you to go to the third branch. This old one will understand the matter clearly and go there immediately. As for the matter here, I ask the old doctor to take care of it." Presumably, Madame Lu also sent someone to invite him, but he also missed the opportunity. At this moment, that servant was probably also on the way to Begonia House. Madame Luo is too polite. Since he was the consecrated doctor, he must keep his mouth shut in addition to doing things for the Luo family. However, she just found out that she was pregnant, and such a disaster had happened over there. After all, it was not a good sign. "Madame Luo, this old man is not particularly good at treating this kind of illness. This old man suggests that you ask the Imperial Hospital for help. It's more appropriate." Well, it was still necessary to have self-awareness. Many thanks for the old doctor's reminder. She turned around and asked her mother to go back to the main courtyard to get Luo Peishan's invitation. The old doctor cupped his hands and left first. After he left, Madame Luo began to interrogate the whole story. "You should tell me everything clearly. Where did third miss fall off the horse and why? Now that something happened to third miss, you people who serve her can't escape the blame." The servant trembled and began to narrate. "Today, third master invited someone to go out of the city to ride a horse. When they arrived at Prince Kang's farmstead, they were interested and said that they wanted to go hunting, so they went into the forest. Third master and the others ran very fast. By the time this little one chased after them, something had already happened. Madame Luo frowned. Your third master doesn't like to ride horses, let alone hunt. Why would he participate in it for no reason? Who took the lead? Moreover, it's not his turn to rest today. Old Madam, it was Prince Kang's close associate who led the group. There were also several young masters from other families. There were a total of 7 or 8 people, all of whom were more or less related to Prince Kang. Third young master said that it was not good to refuse, so he changed the day of his holiday with the people from the Yamen. This was a disaster waiting to happen. However, Madame Luo suddenly realized that there must be something wrong with this. It seemed obvious who did it. Moreover, Prince Kang also had a motive to do this to the third prince. The third prince used to rely on him, but now his legitimate daughter had entered Prince Rue's mansion. Moreover, he had a bad temper and dared to betray him. Naturally, he would want to make up for it, or even kill the chicken to warn the monkey. However, Madame Luo's intuition told her that this matter was not so simple. Prince Kang's brain was not as smart as Prince Rue's, but he would not be so obvious. However, she could not rule out the possibility that he deliberately arranged this, which would make people think that someone was framing him. As for the specifics, he would have to rely on his master to investigate. Why did you send your third master back? Why didn't you go straight to the clinic after entering the city? The servant swallowed his saliva. Old Madam, they refused to take over. She understood. They were too seriously injured and were afraid that he would die in their clinic. Under normal circumstances, relatives would vent their anger on them. This was because they were worried that it would bring disaster to the clinic. However, none of the people who went with him came out to vouch for him. They went back after entering the city. Madame Luo sneered. A group of cowards. However, did they think that they could get away with this? If a man stood out to take charge, the Luo family might not do anything. However, since they were cowards, then don't blame the Luo family for being impolite. Go directly to the Yamen of the Ministry of Personnel and report this matter to my master. Yes. The servant hurriedly left. Madame Luo turned her head to look at Sun Ijia, who was rubbing her stomach with a pale face, and Luo Jingbua, who was standing beside her with his mouth tightly pursed. Don't let your imagination run wild. This has nothing to do with your child. However, Ijia, you can't report the good news to your mother for the time being. You have to rest for a while. As for the food, you don't have a small kitchen in your courtyard, so you can use one that's 1-1. It's close, so it won't be inconvenient. Similarly, I'll build one for you after this period of time. Later, I'll have someone send you some money and send someone to buy it outside. Each branch had their own custom of buying things in private, so it wouldn't be conspicuous. Sun Ijia was naturally grateful for Madame Luo's arrangement. She was afraid that her child would be known as a jinx. However, she said, "Grandmother, there's no need for the money." Granddaughter-in-law, Madame Luo waved her hand to interrupt her. What the family should give you naturally can't be less. Every daughter-in-law of the Luo family is the same. Your own dowry is another matter. How you want to use it is also your own business. How can you confuse it with a portion that you deserve? You should pay special attention to this point. Only take it out when it's time to take it out, and when it's time to accept it, you must accept it. If you only take it out and don't take it in, after a long time, people will take it for granted, and it will also increase the appetite of some people. When you don't take it out, it will instead become your fault. Thank you for your teachings, grandmother. An elder who didn't mean well, for her absolutely wouldn't say such words. All right, hurry and wash off the makeup on your face. Jinghua, take good care of your wife. I'll go to the third branch to take a look. With Jingda's daughter-in-law as an example, Madame Luo now couldn't bear to see a pregnant woman put on makeup. Moreover, Sun Ijia didn't use makeup powder. Who knew if there was something harmful in it? Although she knew that if Wan dared to use something on her face, she should have already thought about it. Normally, there wouldn't be any problems. But now, Both mother and son were delicate, so she had to be careful. Who in the Luo family didn't know about little Wang Shi's matter? Most likely, many relatives also knew. Only then did the husband and wife realize it. They hurriedly asked someone to fetch water to wash their faces. After that, they wouldn't be able to put on makeup for a long time. Originally, every time Sunny Jia came back from going out, she would wash her face immediately. But today, she was worried about Jingwan and was anxious, so she forgot to do it. "Grandmother, I'll go too." Jingwan followed. Madame Luo glanced at her. "Change your clothes and come back." Although these words were very normal, Jingwan couldn't help but blush. She felt uncomfortable that everything was seen through. Moreover, third uncle was seriously injured, and she didn't know if he could survive. Her clothes were indeed a little delicate. "Grandmother, go ahead first. I'll come after I change my clothes." Madame Luo nodded and left with her people. "Jinghua, let's go take a look too." After son Yijia finished washing her face, she whispered to him. Luo Jinghua frowned subconsciously. "It's probably a busy time over there. We won't be able to see third uncle. Also, what if you get hurt? I guess the younger generation of each branch hasn't received the news yet. Let's wait. If something happens, grandmother will probably send someone to inform us. Also, if little sister wants to go, she has always been reliable. Even if grandmother forgets, she definitely won't." Sunny Jia thought about it and agreed. The child in her belly was the most important thing now. Jingwan changed her clothes and came out of the room. She was dressed plainly, but it didn't affect her temperament at all. Luo Jinghua reminded her twice. Jingwan nodded. "Don't worry. Sister-in-law, just take care of yourself and don't worry about anything else." When Jingwan arrived at the third branch, eldest Aunt Madame Wang, fourth Aunt Madame Wu, and her mother were all there. As for the other women, they must be third uncle's concubines. Ah, this number was really large. The other three brothers probably only had this many concubines, right? Grandfather might not like third uncle, but in terms of teaching, there shouldn't be too much of a difference. But why was the final result like this? Was it really because of their own problems? These women cried endlessly, but with grandmother outside, they didn't dare to cry too loudly. They only sobbed softly. She wondered if these women were really sad or worried about their future. If Luo Romping died, the Luo family wouldn't ignore them. But if they didn't have children, they would be in danger. Among these people, there were no good concubines or noble concubines. If Madame Lu was ruthless, she could sell them all. Therefore, they didn't want Luo Romping to die the most. That's right, they just didn't want him to die. Anyway, when he was well, they were also neglected and paralyzed in bed. Jingwan didn't see concubine Huan, who made third uncle and third aunt completely fall out with each other. Concubine Huan was probably serving in a room. She was also pregnant now, so she wasn't afraid of accidentally bumping into her. Speaking of which, these women's clothes were really very ordinary. To be honest, Jingwan felt that they couldn't even compare to the maids by her side. Compared to the other branches, the third branch was indeed a lot poorer, but it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Was it because Madame Lu embezzled, or they really didn't have the money to support them? Maybe it was both. In the Luo family, each man's concubines were only given to 3 people. If there were more, they would raise them themselves. Luo Romping obviously didn't have the money to raise them, but he raised so many of them. After a while, he threw them aside and didn't care about them. What was going on? It was no wonder that Madame Lu was so ruthless to them. As for why she didn't sell them, not only did it cost money to raise them, but it also made people uncomfortable. Perhaps, as the saying goes, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Madame Lu probably wanted Luo Romping to see. There was already a pile of them in the room. How to raise them? In the beginning, he had not been able to take out anything decent to please the beauty. Based on his character of wanting to save face and putting up a false front, he would probably be too embarrassed to bring anything into the room. As for asking him to sell it himself, don't joke around. This kind of losing face. If he gave him away, he could still make friends with them, but he would probably be beaten half to death by Luo Peishan. Seeing Jingwan, Madame Zhang hurriedly came up. Wan, I just heard that the doctor came from your place. Are you feeling unwell? Why didn't you tell me? Mother, I'm fine. I probably used some ice last night. The doctor has already seen me. I don't need to take any medicine. I was going to tell you, but I didn't have time. Madame Zhang was relieved when she heard this. I know you suffer from summer, but it's still early from the hottest time. You can't use the ice basin now. Otherwise, when it's the hottest time, the basin will still be hot. It's not good for a girl to be exposed to too much cold air. I know, Mother. There's no need. Madame Zhang still wanted to say something, but Jingwan gently squeezed her hand, so she swallowed back her words. Jingwan respectfully greeted the others. Needless to say, Madame Wu had always liked Jingwan, and Madame Wang was grateful to Jingwan because of Madame Wang's matter. Naturally, they all hurriedly asked her to get up. In the Luo family, no one else received this treatment except her. Jingwan sat next to Madame Luo. Grandmother, how is the situation? Madame Luo's face was cold and solemn. It's worse than expected. The doctor is not sure. However, even if a divine doctor comes, the best-case scenario is that he will be paralyzed in bed. The worst-case scenario, needless to say, everyone knew that if something went wrong, the Luo family would have to hold a funeral. Jingwan also did not expect that her third uncle would fall into such a situation. Although Luo Jingying did not get along with her, Madame Lu was scheming and could not bear to see others doing well, and Luo Romping was utilitarian and wanted to climb up the social ladder. None of them were likable. However, Jingwan only disliked them, but she did not hate them. One had to know that it took effort to hate a person. Jingwan was too lazy to waste her energy on them. Therefore, she did not want them to die. What was the saying in her previous life? If they're not doing well, I will be relieved. Jingwan had a bit of this mentality. As for these three people, if they had not already arrived at their bad destination, then they were on their way to their destination. Jingwan would not go against her heart and say that she was sad about her third uncle's situation. She just felt a little sad. However, the three little children of the third branch were all there. Only the legitimate son, Luo Xiaoba, was not there. As for the eldest son, Luo Jingming, he should still be attending classes at the Imperial College. Where is Xiaoba? Is he still studying at home? It's better to have someone bring him back. Madame Luo nodded. Yes, we should bring him back. Otherwise, if something happens... Also, Jingming, go to the Imperial College and inform him to come back quickly. Also, go inform area. The people of the third branch could not leave at this time. Madame Luo directly sent someone to pick up Luo Xiaoba, but the person who came to pick him up came back very quickly. However, when she saw his appearance, Madame Luo could not help but burn with anger. Not only was his body dirty, but he was also crying. This child was already 9 years old, not 3 years old. How did he end up like this? What exactly is going on here? Where's the person who served him? Where the hell did he go? Madame Luo was quite fond of the children of the third branch, except for Luo Jingying. Madame Lu's treatment of her two children could be said to be completely opposite. Not only did she not let the slightest bit of dirt on her son, she even raised him to be a little too pure and even a little delicate like a girl. In addition, his temperament was not bad and he liked quite a lot of people. How could she not be angry when he ended up like this in her own home? The manservant behind her scrambled in, and without saying anything, he directly knelt down and kowtowed to beg for forgiveness. This manservant was only 2 or 3 years older than Luo Xiaoba. At this time, he was quite frightened. Jingwan hurriedly got up and comforted the still sobbing Luo Xiaoba. Together with Mama Gong, she took him to wash up and change his clothes. However, as soon as they stepped out of the door, they met the maidservants and wet nurses who rushed over. When they saw Luo Xiaoba's appearance, they even forgot to greet Jingwan and kept saying, "Little ancestor, how did you end up like this?" Jingwan looked at them coldly. She did not care whether they were sincere or not. Hurry up and take him to wash up. Facing Jingwan's cold eyes, the maidservants and wet nurses could not help but tremble and hurriedly responded. Jingwan narrowed her eyes. "Mama Gong, you go with them." Mama Gong also knew what Jingwan meant. There was a little ghost around the eighth young master, but she did not know who it was. She was too lazy to ask about Madame Lu's matter. But now that they met, Luo Xiaoba's surname was Luo, and he was the master. How could she watch him be bullied by some demons and monsters? Yes, Mississippi. Jingwan went back and heard the servant's narration. It was indeed a lesson at home, but she did not know why Luo Xiaoba suddenly wanted to come back. Luo Xiaoba had always been obedient at home. When he asked the teacher for leave, the teacher also agreed. However, as soon as he entered the courtyard of the third branch, the servant needed to pee, so he left for a while. But when he came back, he was gone. He stopped a passerby and asked about it, and then hurriedly came back. When he saw his master again, he was already like this. That is to say, he did not know what happened when he left. Was the servant's departure just a coincidence, or was it deliberate? It was a crime to leave without taking good care of his master. Seeing that he was still young, Madame Lu gave him a light punishment and only gave him 10 strokes. Madame Lu naturally cared more about her son. She had been sitting in the room. When she heard that something happened to her son, she hurriedly came out. But when she saw Madame Luo's cold face, she hurriedly stopped. A woman's husband was the sky. At this moment, she did not know whether her husband was alive or not. But because of her son's trivial matter, she did not care about her husband. Mother, her lips trembled. She did not know how to speak. Do you think I'll let my grandson suffer a loss? Mother, I didn't mean that. Then I'll have to trouble you. She reluctantly turned back. When Luo Xiaoba was brought back, other than his eyes being a little red, there was no other problem. Madame Luo, when I was changing eighth young master's clothes, I saw that eighth young master's hands and knees were bruised. This servant took the initiative to ask. Eighth young master said that his servant went to the toilet. He was about to come back to find third madam, but he was suddenly pushed and fell to the ground. Not only was he bruised, but he was also pressed down on the ground. That servant told him that third young master is gone, and third madam is not liked by you. In the future, he will be a pitiful worm in the Luo family. Madame Luo stroked her sleeves. He really has guts. It was not a heavy sentence. But even Madame Wang, who had been in charge of the family for many years, could not help but tense up when she heard it. Madame Luo waved at Luo Xiaoba. Xiaoba, come here. Grandmother, Luo Xiaoba went over. Is my father really gone? Do you really not like me anymore? Don't listen to those people's nonsense. Your father was accidentally injured. Nothing will happen. Our Xiaoba has always been an obedient child. How can grandmother not like him? Tell grandmother. Who was the person who said these words to you and pushed you? Madame Lu usually looked fierce, but now she couldn't even manage her own courtyard. Grandmother, I don't know. I was pushed from behind. It seemed to be a maid in a green dress. Except for the people in this room, gather all the servants of the third branch. Eldest daughter-in-law, you deal with this matter. If there is anything wrong, don't be polite. They will all be sold as guilty slaves. Yes, mother. First aunt, I have a small suggestion. I don't know if I can say it. Jingwan stopped Madame Wang. What can't you say? Just say it. Third young lady has always been smart. Maybe you can quickly find the real culprit. First aunt, you flatter me. Separate everyone and find more people. At the same time, ask them what they have done, who they have seen, and even what they have said during this period of time. Record them one by one. Madame Wang immediately understood after Jingwan said this. Her eyes lit up. Third young lady, this is a good idea. After comparing them one by one, it will be clear at a glance who is the culprit. We can even extend the time. Those who are alone will also know if they are doing what they were supposed to do. Jingwan nodded. First aunt, you are very thoughtful. Third young lady, don't flatter me. Then, they just had to wait for the results. However, the imperial physician had not arrived, and the situation inside was getting worse. The physician was now trying his best to keep third Master Luo alive. As for the concubines outside, even though Madame Luo was there, they couldn't help but cry even louder. Madame Luo had a headache because of them, but she didn't say anything to stop them. Luo Jingming hurried back. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was red. When he entered, he couldn't stop panting. Grandmother, father. How is father? It's not good. The imperial physician hasn't arrived yet. Sit down and rest for a while. Why hasn't the imperial physician arrived yet? Luo Jingming was in disbelief. The imperial hospital was obviously much closer to his home. I'll go out and take a look. Then, he turned and left without giving anyone any chance to stop him. Madame Luo sighed. When a Lu matriarch married into the family, Luo Jingming was already born, and he was a boy. It wasn't hard to imagine that he was definitely a thorn in the Lu matriarch's side. In less than half a year, Luo Jingming's own concubine died. She committed suicide, and the Lu matriarch was framed. In reality, many people knew that the Lu matriarch didn't do it. However, everyone knew that the Lu matriarch would make a move on the mother and son sooner or later. If the Lu matriarch simply died, she could still protect her son. Thus, even if the Lu matriarch felt like there was a fishbone stuck in her throat, she didn't dare to do anything. When Luo Jingming was enlightened, he was assigned to live in the outer courtyard. Among the brothers, he was the youngest to live alone. It was also because of this that although he hated the Lu matriarch, he wasn't blinded by reason. On the contrary, this tender seedling was perfectly straight and was growing healthily. He was very outstanding, and he wasn't any worse than the legitimate sons of the first and second branches. Luo Romping also thought highly of him. However, with Luo Peishan watching over him, it didn't matter if he pretended to obey, but if he brought his son along, Luo Peishan would definitely beat him to death. It was also because of this that the relationship between the father and son was actually relatively pure. Therefore, Luo Jingming really admired Luo Romping. Luo Romping was his closest relative by blood. Therefore, if something really happened to Luo Romping, Luo Jingming would be the only one who would be heartbroken and in pain. Then, not long after, Luo Jingming ran back with a person on his back. There was no doubt that that person was the imperial physician. Just by listening to the sound of running outside the door, one could tell how fast he ran. After entering the door, he staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, he was quickly pulled back by the people around him. Imperial physician, I'm sorry for troubling you. Luo Jingming's legs turned to jelly, and he almost fell again. Previously, his face was flushed because of the vigorous running, but now it was a little green. This wasn't a good thing. All right, you should quickly rest by yourself. Imperial physician, please come in, Madame Luo said. The old imperial physician was quite old. At first, he was very displeased when he was treated so rudely, but now he was a little envious. What a filial child. The imperial physician went in and was about to help Luo Jingming sit down when Jingwan hurriedly stopped him. She asked the servant to help Luo Jingming walk around. If he couldn't be helped, she would find someone else to help him. In short, he couldn't stop and rest immediately. Jingwan was never one to speak without thinking. She must have her reasons for saying that. Jingwan saw Luo Jingming smile at her and felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation in her heart. This cousin of hers actually had a very good personality and treated his younger siblings well. She once heard from third brother that he had secretly helped second cousin with Luo Jingxian. Now, he was also secretly helping the three younger siblings of the third branch. His own expenses were basically the small portion of the family's allowance, and half of it was given out. He actually lived very frugally. Third brother wanted to help him, but he refused every time. He was very clear-minded and would help when he could. He always controlled the extent of his abilities. Luo Romping was such a person. It was worth it to have such a son in this life. However, as father and son, they also proved that feelings were mutual. Actually, did Luo Jingming not know at all what Luo Romping was doing? No, he should more or less know, but he couldn't say anything. To a certain extent, he was actually sandwiched between Luo Peishan and Luo Romping. That kind of feeling was probably not good. At this moment, Jingwan hoped that Luo Romping was only paralyzed and would not jump around outside. That way, second cousin would feel much more relieved. As long as he was still alive, second cousin would not fall into the pain of losing a loved one. Another imperial physician and their entourage arrived soon after. Jingwan's father, Luo Rongyan, was also with them. After asking, they found out that they had met on the road. Also, the reason why the imperial physician was so late was because the prince's brother-in-law was injured. It wasn't serious, but when the Luo family went to invite the imperial physician, they deliberately delayed the imperial physician. Everything seemed to indicate that they were deliberately doing this. It's Prince Kong again. Madame Luo frowned. Luo Rongyan heard her words that seemed to have a deeper meaning. He also frowned, but did not ask anything. Now, he could only wait quietly. Half an hour later, Wang Shi returned. Obviously, what happened to Luo Xiaoba had come to an end. Wang Shi just whispered to Madame Luo. Jingwan naturally would not inquire about Wang Shi's concealment. However, in the Luo family, there was probably no one else but concubine Huan who would have bad intentions towards Luo Xiaoba. Whether today's matter had something to do with her or not, in short, the people around Luo Xiaoba who were bribed by her should have been removed. However, concubine Huan could compete with Madame Lu because she still relied on Luo romping. It didn't make sense for her to let people attack Luo Xiaoba at this juncture. She was still so despicable. Wasn't her original intention to let Luo Xiaoba get close to her and alienate Madame Lu, and then secretly destroy Luo Xiaoba's body? Maybe she was just bribed by her to make her own decision? After this incident, Madame Lu could be more alert. However, without Luo romping to rely on, it should not be difficult for Madame Lu to deal with concubine Huan, right? The other members of the Luo family came back one after another. Luo Peishan, on the other hand, came back later than usual. When he went to the third branch, there was only old Madame Luo, his other 3 sons, and Luo Jingming. How is the situation? The imperial physician said that his life should be saved, but I'm afraid that he will have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. The exact situation will be seen tomorrow morning. Tonight may be. I left the 2 imperial physicians in the residence. Luo Peishan nodded and then looked at Luo Jingming. This grandson was too quiet at this time. Go back and rest. Come back tomorrow. Grandfather. Okay, there's no need to say anything more. I've already asked someone to apply for leave for you at the Imperial College. Thank you, grandfather. Go back. Yes, I'll take my leave. After Luo Jingming left, Luo Peishan's eldest son, Luo Rongwen, immediately asked, Father, what exactly happened to third brother? That's right, they did not believe that this was really an accident. Luo Peishan glanced at them. There's no value in being alive. There's only value in being dead. There was even a hint of ruthlessness in his words. This meant that Luo Romping was still alive, and this matter was an accident. Only when he was dead would they investigate to the end. Father, why did this happen? Luo Rongyan frowned in confusion. He despised this third brother of his who was snobbish, but he was still his own brother. Why did he not say anything when an outsider bullied him? Why? Because there's balance. Even His Majesty is happy to see this kind of balance. Prince Kang's family has Jingbua's wife, but because her face was disfigured and she's only Prince Kang's cousin, the value of the marriage alliance weakened. As for Prince Rui, his 4th daughter became his concubine. She's only a concubine after all, so there's only so much value. The imbalance before was because of third brother's involvement. Now that third brother is like this, is it completely balanced? Luo Peishan sneered. I told him long ago not to get involved in this kind of thing, but he insisted on doing it his own way. He's extravagant in his extravagant hopes for riches and honor. He doesn't even know if he has the ability and the fate to do so. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but the sins brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. Then who did it? Luo Rongwei asked. Previously, he stuck with Prince Kong. Later, he wanted to use his daughter to achieve meteoric success with Prince Rui. Who do you think did it? He's a fence-sitter. Does he think that others don't know? Then it's Prince Kong. Luo Rongwei scratched his head. Idiot. Luo Peishan scolded. Chapter 164. It's not wrong to say that Prince Kang did this. After all, when the third son had an accident, there were people from Prince Kang's faction around. Even if it's not him, all the evidence will point to him. So, what he did was not wrong, and whether it was an accident or not, it doesn't matter. In the end, the Luo family is just a chess piece for those people. Luo Peishan said helplessly. In fact, Luo Peishan had another guess in this matter. Since a certain king of hell got involved, he always felt that there was his shadow everywhere. He was like a ghost, lingering and not dispersing. Many things went smoothly, but sometimes he felt even more exhausted. If this continued, he was even worried that he would lose 10 years of his life. He had no one to complain about this kind of anxiety, because as the only person he could talk to, his old wife had long been siding with an outsider, who let her dear grandchild be her treasure. If the living king of hell could protect her treasure, then it was a good thing. Thinking like this, Luo Peishan unconsciously glanced at his old wife. She lowered her eyebrows and narrowed her eyes to drink tea, as if she didn't hear their conversation at all. Also, in this kind of thing, she always only listened and didn't talk. "Concubine Huan, what are you doing here?" Mrs. Lu's voice came from behind. Luo Peishan and the others looked at each other. Since they dared to talk about this matter here, naturally, they were not afraid of being heard by the women of the third branch. Or Luo Peishan was deliberately doing it. Regarding the matter of Luo Jingying, after all, she was Mrs. Lu's daughter. As a mother, it was impossible for her not to know anything about how to arrange her. It just so happened that there were some things to let her know a little more clearly. Let her know that she could only rely on the Luo family now. If she was restless all day long and always thought about some nonsense, then don't blame the Luo family for not tolerating her. But why did Concubine Huan appear again? This was the main room of the third branch. Why was there a concubine here at this time? "Come out," old Madame Luo said lightly. She didn't know that inside, Madame Lu was staring at Concubine Huan with a cold smile. After hearing what she shouldn't have heard, she wanted to run away. She didn't even ask if she agreed. This slut had relied on that damned thing's favor to climb over her head time and time again. What was even more hateful was that she had dared to stretch her hand over her son's head. Now that that damned thing couldn't climb up and she had caught such a good opportunity, if she didn't take revenge now, when would she? Concubine Huan's eyes were hazy. Mrs. Lu asked her to bring out the water. She also knew that she couldn't argue with her at this critical juncture. She could only wait for Sanyi to wake up. As long as Sanyi said that he couldn't leave her and wanted her to serve him, she could protect herself. As long as she gave birth to a child, whether it was a boy or a girl, she could think of a way to settle down. With the eldest son of the third branch as an example, she wouldn't stupidly kill herself. It should be possible to let Laoi take care of her. If it was a girl, then they could only blame that they didn't have the fate of mother and daughter. She thought that Mrs. Lu just wanted to take the opportunity to torment her, so she was very obedient. She didn't expect that there was such a big trap waiting for her. She knew that she was not easy to deal with, but she still underestimated her. Mrs. Lu didn't leave just now. Perhaps she knew that Laoi was coming, but she didn't know. She could set a trap. It didn't matter if it succeeded or not. But obviously, not only did it succeed, it was also fatal. When they heard old Madame Luo's summons, they tidied up their clothes and came out one after another. Because there were several men, either eunuchs or uncles, with their heads slightly lowered, their eyes fell on the ground. She greeted him politely. "Did you hear what we said before? What do you want to say?" Luo Peishan went straight to the point. Although Mrs. Lu didn't hear as much as Concubine Huan, Luo Peishan's last few words were almost enough. Because of Luo Jingying, she had already sobered up a lot. It was simply a dream to try to restore her family. Her mother had died early, and her father had also passed away. Now, her elder brother was in charge of the Lu family, but he was just a loser. Although he had the title of count, he was idle all day long and didn't work. He didn't have much wealth to begin with, so naturally, he lost it even faster. From time to time, he would come to her place to ask for money. Even if the emperor's grace was vast and mighty, and he was promoted, Could he support it? Would the Luo family think highly of him? Would her status in the Luo family be raised because of this? The answer was actually very obvious. No. The Luo family was a scholarly family and a family of etiquette. Her father-in-law and mother-in-law were not snobbish people. When you were down, they would not hit you when you were down, and when you were rich, they would not covet your slightest bit. She should have seen this fact clearly a long time ago, but she was unwilling. But now, what could she do even if she was unwilling? Everything was just a delusion. If she really dared to do anything else and make the Luo family abandon her, she would really have no way to live. She had once threatened Luo romping by beating the drum. She wasn't tired of living yet. Mrs. Lu directly knelt down. Father, mother, in the past, this daughter-in-law was insensible and caused you a lot of trouble. In the future, this daughter-in-law will live a good life and raise the children well. I will not ruin the Luo family's reputation. Did she really think it through? It seemed that this person really knew how to reflect on herself in despair. However, Mrs. Lu's words didn't seem to have anything to do with her husband. It could be seen that until now, her heart was still filled with resentment. In fact, from Mrs. Lu's point of view, it was natural for her to feel resentment. Whether you really think so, or it's just a temporary measure, this is your last chance. Old Madame Luo said. Mrs. Lu's body trembled slightly, and there was a trace of joy in her heart. Concubine Huan also hurriedly knelt down and expressed her position. Master, old madam, this concubine is willing to take care of third master for the rest of my life. If something happens to third master, please wait for this concubine to give birth to a child. Then, this concubine is willing to be buried with third master. If Luo romping heard this, he would probably be very moved. He might even hug each other and have a touching scene of life and death parting. Tears would fall like rain, and he would be heartbroken. Unfortunately, the men present were far from being as protective of the fairer sex as Luo romping. Moreover, their brother's concubine had nothing to do with them, so they wouldn't even look at her. Moreover, that's your man. Isn't it right for you to do that? And for old Madame Luo, concubine Huan's little tricks were simply not enough. She looked at her meaningfully, then looked at Mrs. Lu, who had lowered her eyes. Third daughter-in-law, she is a member of your third branch. You are the mistress of the third branch. Naturally, you should deal with this matter. However, there are some things that should be left to rot in your stomach. If you say it out loud, it won't be good for anyone. Yes, this daughter-in-law understands. Mrs. Lu respectfully responded. In that case, keep an eye on third master tonight. If there's anything, immediately report to us. Luo Peishan gave his final instructions, then got up and left. Old Madame Luo followed closely behind, followed by the other three masters. Mrs. Lu stood up and glanced at concubine Huan, who was still kneeling upright. Someone come. The maid-servant guarding outside immediately came in. Madam, send someone to concubine Huan's courtyard and bring her daily change of clothes. Concubine Huan will serve third master day and night. In the future, concubine Huan will live in the back room of the main house. In order to protect herself, this bitch would make any choice. Mrs. Lu would naturally fulfill her wish. Serving people had never been an easy job, especially a person who was fine one moment and paralyzed the next. Her temperament would inevitably change greatly. This kind of person would probably only prove that she still existed and was superior to others by torturing others. Who else could be more suitable for this task than concubine Huan? Mrs. Lu bent down slightly and patted concubine Huan's mother. Third master likes you so much, and he also trusts you very much. In the future, you must serve him well. Don't let down his feelings for you. Madam, don't worry. This concubine will definitely serve third master well. Concubine Huan said. It was almost impossible to detect any difference from her tone. Mrs. Lu nodded. That's good. Mrs. Lu was actually looking forward to it. She wanted to see how long this bitch could last. She would not let anyone help her. Eating, drinking, going to the toilet, everything would be taken care of by this bitch. Moreover, Luo Romping was the third master of the Ministry of Personnel. Even if he was paralyzed, Mrs. Lu could not abuse him. Therefore, once he felt uncomfortable, it must be because this bitch did not serve him well. When concubine Huan heard Mrs. Lu's laughter, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. An eyesore of a concubine, without a man to rely on, she could only be kneaded and squashed by the mistress. She could not resist. Don't say that there were so many people around her before. When she worked for her, those people were the best at taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, she belonged to a lowly concubine. To put it bluntly, she was the property of the master and mistress. Now that the master was gone, she was firmly controlled by the mistress. Didn't she hear Mrs. Lu say that she would only pack a few clothes for her? In other words, everything else no longer belonged to her. You can get close to my son under my nose and bribe the people around him. Originally, I thought that you were capable. However, I have been waiting for you to do something stupid. But, in fact, you don't have that ability. You schemed against the third young lady and then framed me. You have always wanted to do this, right? It's a pity that you can't even get close to that girl. In this backyard, it's possible for me to scheme against anyone. There are only two people that I won't directly reach out to. One is the old madam, and the other is our third young lady. Touching the third young lady's hair is more serious than scratching the old madam's body. In the whole mansion, only my stupid daughter insisted on going up to find trouble. I have already told her not to directly confront her. However, she's also a young lady in the mansion. The old madam only punished her. If it were you or me, the old madam will definitely skin us alive. Do you believe it or not? The more Mrs. Lu said, the more she felt that it was reasonable. Before, she realized that she could not directly attack that girl, Luo Jingwan, but she had never been so clear-headed. She also had to bear a large part of the responsibility for her daughter's current situation. Once she started to be clear-headed, she would be completely clear-headed. But now, she cannot take care of her daughter. She clearly had a mother-in-law who stood on the side of her daughter-in-law in this aspect, but she had to court death and make her unhappy. Otherwise, no matter how Luo romping was, there would never be so many foxes in this backyard. She glanced at the bedroom behind her and saw the man lying unconscious on the bed through the wall. Even if he wasn't dead, he wouldn't be able to get up. This source of trouble had been completely cut off. In the future, she wouldn't have to be so tired anymore. After the initial pleasure, her heart calmed down again. Luo Peishan and old Madame Luo, as well as their sons, each went to their own place to think. Whether it was a good night's sleep or a sleepless night's sleep, they didn't mention it for the time being. After Qin Tianming went to the Yamen, he had already gone to the gate of Jin Xin Wang's mansion to ask for forgiveness. In the end, he was a first-rank military governor. Li Hanyuan didn't do anything to him. He just let him kneel for 2 hours. There were few people coming and going in front of the gate of Jin Xin Wang's mansion, but it wasn't that there weren't any. Therefore, Qin Tianming's matter was estimated to be known by everyone. However, Qin Tianming was a miserable person. This apology was just for outsiders to see. The real apology would be at night. Li Hanyuan didn't say much. He just pulled him to the martial arts field, and the two of them practiced. In terms of martial arts, there was probably no one who could win against Li Hanyuan in a one-on-one fight. He was a battlefield. He had been baptized by blood for a few years. If one wanted to fight with him, one would only die faster. Therefore, the result of the practice was that Qin Tianming was beaten down again and again. His whole body was covered with invisible scars. However, there were no injuries to his muscles or bones. It wouldn't affect his daily life. But at this moment, it was very painful, very painful. When Qin Tianming curled up on the ground and couldn't get up again, Li Hanyuan stopped and squatted down. Do you know your mistake? Master, this subordinate knows his mistake. The way he addressed him was his good attitude at this time. What did you do wrong? You didn't teach your daughter well. You didn't teach your son well. Qin Tianming, third Miss Luo, is your future mistress. The only one. She and I are one. We will live and die together. Li Hongyuan's tone wasn't heavy, but the weight of his words set off huge waves in Qin Tianming's heart. Right now, he only felt that his master was really benevolent. His daughter had been so offended, but she didn't lose a single hair. As for the rest of them, they were only injured. They weren't crippled or killed. This wasn't a great kindness. Master, don't worry. This matter will not happen again. Otherwise, this subordinate will personally end that evil girl. You don't need me to teach you what to do with your son-in-law, do you? Master, please don't worry. Okay, get out. Li Hanyuan got up and left unhurriedly. His figure soon disappeared into the darkness. After a while, Qin Tianming slowly got up. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Li Hanyuan returned to the study. How is Luo romping? Master, 20% is dead, 80% is paralyzed. Li Hanyuan didn't ask again. Starting tomorrow, send some seasonal fruits to Wan every day. Master, don't worry. This servant will remember. As for the Luo family, there was no bad news from the third branch tonight. It could be considered a blessing in the misfortune. There was no morning court today, so the morning roll call at the Yamen could be slightly delayed. Luo Peishan went to the third branch to see Luo romping. From the imperial physician who came to check on the situation from time to time all night, he learned that his third son's life was saved. Luo Peishan breathed a sigh of relief. Although this bastard was disobedient and stubborn, he thought that he deserved it. Although he looked incomparably cold on the surface, his heart was still somewhat soft-hearted. Now that things were like this, no one would dislike him and want to punish him or even kill him as an example to others. The Luo family would also not be implicated by him. When Jingwan paid her respects to old Madame Luo, she heard the exact news. In fact, everyone, including the others, had the same thoughts as Luo Peishan. Of course, in fact, most people didn't know the specific situation and only thought that Luo romping had an accident. Although this matter could only be treated as an accident because Luo romping was still alive, it didn't mean that Luo Peishan's expression was good. It was unknown whether other people knew about this matter, but almost all the people in the Ministry of Personnel knew. When they saw Luo Peishan's gloomy face, they didn't dare to breathe loudly. When they saw him, they hurriedly left after greeting him. As for those who saw him from afar, they directly took a detour, afraid that they would bump into him. This selflessness and iron blood were equally famous. If he caught a person's weakness, even if they didn't die, they would be skinned alive. Prince Rue originally wanted to take this opportunity to comfort Luo Peishan. However, he thought that this old fox would not be so easily deceived. Perhaps he had already suspected him at this time. It was time to go up. If things went wrong, he might think that he was showing off. His previous efforts had failed to soften his attitude, and now it might backfire. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, Prince Rue chose to leave. He didn't know that after he turned around, Luo Peishan's piercing gaze was full of coldness. On the surface, it was indeed treated as an accident, but it didn't mean that he really didn't care at all. That was his son. Even if he was in the wrong, could this group of people wantonly decide his life and death? Before this, it was impossible for him to work for him. After touching his son, they still continued to have such thoughts? Did they really think that he, Luo Peishan, was made of clay? Not long after, Lu Qingdi summoned him. Luo Peishan tidied his clothes and entered the palace with a solemn expression. Lu Qingdi said that he had also just heard the unfortunate news and was grieving. "How is your son?" he asked with concern. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My son's life is not in danger. It's just that." Luo Peishan's indifferent face flashed with a touch of sorrow. "It's just that I'm afraid that in the future, he will be entangled in bed and won't be able to get up again." Lu Qingdi sighed. Luo Peishan, even if he didn't smile normally, was full of a scholarly aura and didn't make people feel that he was cold. However, today, he was emitting an aura of strangers don't come near. It could be seen that perhaps he was really in extreme pain. However, beloved official Luo, how did your son get into this accident? Have you investigated clearly? I'm also confused about this matter. If someone did something, just tell me. I will definitely seek justice for you. Why do you say that, Your Majesty? Luo Peishan was slightly puzzled. My son was an accident. Speaking of it, it's also his fate. If he really wanted to seek justice for him, he should directly hand this matter over to the Supreme Court for a thorough investigation. It could be seen that this matter was really what the emperor in front of him wanted to see. However, there was no other way. He was the emperor, and he was the subject. As the saying goes, if the emperor wants the subject to die, the subject has to die. It was easy to deal with other people, but the emperor couldn't find a way to settle accounts with him. Moreover, he wasn't the real culprit. He didn't even add fuel to the fire. He just didn't do anything after knowing that the matter wasn't simple and then hoped that some people would keep quiet. Lu Qingdi was very satisfied with Luo Peishan's tactfulness. He let people reward Luo Rongping with a lot of good medicinal materials and specially allowed the imperial physician to stay in the Luo family for a few more days. On the surface, this matter was covered up like this. Of course, it was only on the surface. At least, Prince Kong was now in a terrible fix. First, he was scolded by the Empress. Although she didn't use a dirty word, her words were all saying that he was an idiot, and a failure. Prince Kong was so angry that his veins were bulging, but he still didn't dare to lose his temper at the Empress. He just explained that he didn't do it. As a result, he was scolded even more miserably by the Empress. If he did it and was caught, at least he was worthy of the name. If he didn't do it and was framed, that was more incompetent and sullen. Speaking of which, Prince Kang's temper was so bad at other times because he was too sullen in front of the Empress. He was bound to get to the bottom of this matter. In addition to wanting to prove himself, he didn't want to take the blame for his sworn enemy. Luo Rongping's fence-sitter behavior naturally angered him. Even if he pushed all the blame to Prince Rue and expressed his loyalty to Prince Kong didn't believe him at all. Thus, he wanted to teach him a lesson and punish him as an example to others. He originally planned to make him fall off his horse, but the key point was that he still let people take action. Then, he gathered the relevant people together for a trial. However, the results made him break out in a cold sweat. These people told him with certainty that they did it because they were instructed by him, but they didn't have any evidence. After all, who would leave evidence for such a sinister thing? Jie Yin received the news from him the night before. Because it was consistent with his previous hints, and the number of people they met was also correct, other than Prince Kong and his confidants, no one else should know about it. Thus, he didn't have any suspicions. Then, he stalled for time and aggravated Luo Rongping's injury. This was also part of the plan. In this case, how could Prince Kong not feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave? This framing was very thorough, and it also indirectly proved that there was really a big problem around him. Otherwise, how could the enemy carry out his plan so easily without suspicion? In a flash, Prince Kong became a bird startled by the twang of a bough. It seemed that everyone was suspicious, so he became more and more irritable. Originally, when he learned that Luo Peishan treated it as an accident and didn't want to investigate further, as the people involved, they should more or less visit him to express their sincerity. After all, they went back home after the incident, which was very immoral. However, Prince Kong didn't know what was wrong with him. Not only did he not agree to this, but he also brought the matter to Lu Qingdi and asked Lu Qingdi to prove his innocence. In the court, all the civil and military officials were present. Lu Qingdi hinted that this matter was an accident and stopped here, but Prince Kong didn't seem to understand and told him that he was wronged in a tearful voice. Lu Qingdi was so angry that he wanted to strangle him to death. Well, he had proven his innocence, which confirmed that Luo Rongping was framed by someone and not an accident. No matter who the culprit was, as the executor, none of the people involved in this matter could escape. Those people were all Prince Kang's people, more or less related to him, and so were even his brothers-in-law. Now, all because of him, they were sent to prison and were trapped like this by the master they were loyal to. He reckoned that Prince Kong would be so angry that he would vomit blood. As for the others, they were afraid that they would have a cold new life. What kind of future would they have if they followed such a person? even if they risked their lives for him. Who knew when he would sell them out? His heart wavered, so he naturally thought about whether he should choose another master. Prince Rue and the others looked at him with vigor. This kind of person, perhaps he didn't need to do anything to be finished. In fact, Prince Rue was still considering whether to let Luo Jingying go home to visit family. But in the end, she was only a concubine. Her status was too low. It should be known that even ordinary concubines didn't have the qualifications to go home to visit family. If a concubine was allowed to go home to visit family, it would definitely be a great honor. Only her man would spoil her to the heavens. However, a mere concubine was too much an honor. If he dared to set this precedent, he was afraid that the imperial censor's saliva would drown him. After thinking about it, he could only give up. Perhaps he could send a steward to visit the Luo family in the name of Luo Jingying. In the end, Prince Kong only knew that his imperial father believed him and that he didn't do it. As a result, Prince Kong felt refreshed, as if he didn't realize the seriousness of this matter at all. After the morning court, Lu Qingdi flew into a rage and almost overturned the imperial table. He kept calling Prince Kong a fool. Prince Kang's behavior was not only pushing his own people out, but also slapping his father's face. Lu Qingdi, the emperor, regarded it as an accident, but his son unceremoniously tore down his father's face. Sun Yilin was next to him. He lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes, looking more and more cold. He had already seen through it. No matter how ambitious his Aunt Empress was, there was no hope for her to realize it in this life. This drag was so strong that others couldn't pull her back even if they worked together. Duke Dinghu's mansion was also in a mess. His strong rise had suppressed his elder brother's development, but there was no other way. He was not only fighting for himself, but more importantly, for the future of Duke Dinghu's mansion and even the Sun family. If he did not do something, he was worried that Duke Dinghu's mansion and the Sun family would be completely destroyed by a certain king of hell. He had lost his beloved woman and had to bear the fate of his family alone. From time to time, he had to face the intimacy of the Empress. Sun Yilin felt very tired many times. Every time this happened, he would sit in the flowers for half a day, alone and quiet, not wanting to be disturbed by anyone. Prince Kong was called by the Empress again and pointed out the interest to him. But Prince Kong didn't care. There were so many people who were loyal to him. It didn't matter if there were a few fewer. He was the eldest son of the legal wife, and no one was qualified to compete with him. The Empress waved her hand and let him leave. She didn't even bother to give him a sentimental idiot look. At this moment, the Empress was really thinking about supporting another prince, a prince who would listen to her 100%. But it was a little difficult to choose. It was not suitable for someone too young. The fight for the throne was almost white-hot. By the time the younger one grew up, it would be too late. But there was no one who was qualified for this fight that she could firmly control in her hands. Now she was a little regretful. Why didn't she adopt a prince in the early years to prepare for a rainy day? Her son was actually quite smart when he was young. Even a few years ago, he seemed to be good. Why did he become more and more disabled after experiencing so many things? The Empress rubbed her swollen and painful temples. It was really not easy to change the person now. Perhaps she should prepare for both sides. Previously, she thought that it would be enough to find him an obedient stepwife. Now it seemed that this was not appropriate. There needed to be someone who was close, opinionated, and knew how to talk to him from time to time. It seemed that the Luo family's third young lady was indeed a very suitable candidate. Unfortunately, if she had known this would happen, she would have made a prompt decision to fight with the emperor. Even if she let Luo Peishan continue to be the Minister of Rights, and even if she gave Yilin some compensation, she was now the fiancée of Li Hongyuan. It was not a wise decision to fight with him. However, perhaps she could make a fuss about him, bringing bad luck to his wife. There were too many examples before. But now the Emperor and Lady Su were watching the Luo family's third young lady closely. It was not so easy to make a move. Empress Sun narrowed her eyes and thought quietly. At the same time, she was calculating in her heart. If this matter did not succeed, who else would be suitable? In her heart, She searched through all the unmarried young ladies in the capital. As for whether Jingwan would have any thoughts in the future, it was not within the scope of her consideration. After a woman got married, her heart would naturally be loyal to her man. The Empress did not think about whether she herself was loyal to Lu Qingdi. As the victim, Luo Rongping of the Luo family naturally knew about this matter at the back of the Luo family. It was Luo Peishan who sent people. Jingwan and Sun Yijia were eating fruits. A certain king of hell sent people to deliver fruits. Since a long time ago, there was an endless stream of fruits every day. Some fruits that were easier to store and transport were naturally sent more, while others were less. Especially when Sun Yijia saw it, she was very surprised. In the past few years, even in the palace, it was extremely rare. This also confirmed what Li Hanyuan had said. Jingwan was silent, and then she decisively hid the fruits. If there was more, she would share some. If there was less, except for a little bit sent to old Madame Luo, she kept all the rest. Her mother did not even have any. There was no way. Her mother could not hide it. Doing this was just to avoid attracting trouble. After all, the palace did not have it, but you ate it every day. What was going on? Even if Jin Qinhuang did not care about people knowing that he brought these things back, the palace was not willing to give them. Wasn't that unfilial? As the beneficiary of the benefits, Jingwan naturally had to help cover it up. Therefore, the Luo family only knew that Jin Qinhuang sent a lot of fruits to Jingwan. Only a few people knew what exactly it was. Sun Yijia couldn't help but tease Jingwan. Sure enough, she was different. Even that king of hell, who had seen countless beauties, was so attentive. She had never heard of any of the previous fiancés receiving this kind of treatment. Eating can't even block your mouth. Jingwan gave her a sidelong glance. Sun Yijia quickly shut her mouth, because she heard Jingwan say that eating more fruits was good for the baby. Other than those that were easy to get heaty, she ate a lot. However, for those that were smaller in amount, even if she was hungry, she only ate a little. If she really listened to Wan Mimi and ate all of it, other than the people serving Wan Mimi would be unhappy, the old madam would definitely have thoughts. More importantly, if that king of hell knew, he might skin her alive. She herself was also very strange. Before she found out that she was pregnant, her appetite was bad. After she found out, her appetite gradually became better, although she would still feel nauseous when she smelled some special smells. Those before, it was probably the wrong time. And sister-in-law, you were a special case. Sun Yijia was surprised at first. Then she understood what Jingwan was saying. Who knows? After all, Jin Qinhuang had his first fiancée at the age of 16. It has been 6 years since then. Who would pay attention to those things? I'm a special case. This point is not false. I am definitely the one that he dislikes the most. Regarding this point, Sun Yijia did not particularly care. He wanted to be liked by that king of hell. If he really cared about Wan Mimi and treated Wan Mimi better, perhaps Sun Yijia's opinion of him would be less. That's right, sister-in-law. You should have a mama by your side who specializes in this aspect. Jingwan pointed at Sun Yijia's stomach. But your side seems to be... For a noble lady like her, it was basically standard to have someone like Gong Mama. Even if she did not burn, she would not make a mistake like eating a bad stomach. Sun Yijia paused, then said without care, "Last year in December, she was driven away by my mother. She had a daughter who wanted to climb into my fifth brother's bed. Fifth brother was very angry, so their whole family was angered by my mother." Jingwan laughed. "It's not that I want to say this, but your mother values your fifth brother too much. In the future, she will definitely be incompatible with your fifth sister-in-law. Right now, I'm very glad that I broke off the engagement with your fifth brother, really." Sun Yijia saw that she did not avoid this matter at all. It could be seen that she really did not care. She could not help but sigh for her fifth brother in her heart. What incompatible fire and water? The premise was that there must be such a person. But looking at her fifth brother's state, in the short term, it was very difficult. She was even worried that her fifth brother would not be able to walk out of it in this lifetime. That's right, it's good to break it off. Is it better than marrying into Jin Qinhuang Fu? Jingwan teased. Maybe. According to Jin Xinhuang's current attitude, he should not be too cold to you. After you marry, there will be no one above you to suppress you. Even if there are secondary concubines, they will not be able to surpass you. If you want to deal with them, there are many ways. But if you suppress a difficult mother-in-law, you will only be sullen. Sun Yijia lightly said. Therefore, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in this ancient era was perhaps even more blood-vomiting than the relationship between the legal wife and the concubine. Not to mention that it was like her previous life, where one wrong move and the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law would fight. Many times, the daughter-in-law would suppress the mother-in-law. Try it here, as a daughter-in-law. If she dared to talk back to the mother-in-law, it would probably cause the sky to fall and the earth to sink. How is your mother? It's just like that. In any case, her actions are not very nimble. All day long, she is making a fuss about fifth brother marrying a wife. Many of uncles' and aunts' family's female cousins have been called over to Ding Guogong Fu. You must know, in the past, my mother simply did not like them. You say, how ironic. As for other things, fifth brother will probably let her do as she pleases. Only when it comes to marrying a wife, I estimate that 3 to 5 years is short. There's nothing wrong with being late. Just like in her previous life, it was normal for men to marry in their 30s. Now is indeed not the right time. Young lady, third young madam, old madam has sent someone over. A servant girl came to report. However, what was more surprising was that the person sent by old Madame Luo was Luo Peishan's personal manservant. Jingwan's heart slightly moved. Is there any new change in third uncle's matter? Thus, that manservant repeated what he had just told old Madame Luo to Jingwan and Sun Yijia. After Jingwan finished listening, she gave a reward and sent that manservant away. She was silent for a moment. Sister-in-law, this cousin of yours is actually an expert in placing righteousness before family. There was simply a hole in his brain. There was a saying, do not fear a godlike opponent, but fear a pig-like teammate. And Prince Kong, as the core figure of the faction, was so deceptive. Even a godlike person could be deceived to death by him. If it happened 2 more times, she was afraid that even the most loyal hardcore would abandon him. What's the point of fighting for the throne? He should just wash his neck clean and wait to be slaughtered. Sun Yijia was speechless for a long time. He really wasn't this stupid before. Pausing, she seemed to have thought of something. Actually, cousin-in-law is a very smart woman. She is wholeheartedly devoted to Prince Kong. Cousin-in-law is seriously ill. It's not that she didn't work too hard. When you get married in the future, I will properly thank Jean Prince. Jingwan understood in a second. Because he messed up your marriage with Jean Prince? Actually, listening to how she addressed Prince Kong and Prince Kong Qinhuang Fei, one could know how she felt about these 2 people. Sun Yijia nonchalantly maiden and sound. If he can treat you well, I will be even more grateful to him. It wouldn't be a problem to set up a long-life memorial tablet for him. What nonsense are you saying? Jingwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As a result, Sun Yijia looked at her very seriously. She really wasn't lying. Jingwan was a little helpless, but her heart was warm and very comfortable. That's right, Wan Mimi. Do you know about Wan Fangfei's situation? Why are you mentioning her for no reason? Jingwan was very displeased with this person. Such an obvious dislike. If there was no problem, then it would be fake. Yang always tell me to learn more from her. Seeing her also suffer in the hands of Jean Prince, I was happy, So, if I could hear news of her misfortune, I would be even happier. You're not this kind of person, so you don't have to discredit yourself like this. Ask Mama, she should know. Usually, she's the one who tells me these things. At this time, Gong Mama wasn't present. Third young mistress, Nubi also knows about this. Nubi will tell you. As Jingwan's maidservants, they definitely had a common enemy with their mistress. Even if they didn't know the reason why Jingwan hated Ruan Fangfei, they were still their common enemy. So if Ruan Fangfei was not good, they would be happy. So, if she wasn't good, they definitely had to pay attention to it. Jingwan looked at the Qingju, who was full of gossipy spirit, and thought it was funny, but she didn't stop her. Because of Sun Ijia's personality, there weren't any lively maidservants by her side. Even when she was young, the little maidservants who served her were trained to be well-behaved, as if they were carved from the same mold. According to her mother's words, being too lively would lead her astray. When she first found out about the Qingju's nature, she was actually quite surprised. After interacting with her a few more times, she found that this kind of personality wasn't bad. Okay, you say it. If you say it well, you'll be rewarded. Qingju giggled and agreed. Then, she began to narrate the story vividly. It must be said that these past few days, the outside world was abuzz with rumors. First, it was Jean Prince causing a ruckus in the Gong Prince Fu. Then it was Luo romping falling off a horse. Of course, because the latter involved a factional struggle, very few people talked about it openly. However, it spread throughout the entire imperial city. Whether it was in the backyard of a large family or in the marketplace, the topic of conversation was Ruan Fangfei. Compared to Sun Ijia's disfigurement, it was more than 10 times more serious. Therefore, the rumors were all centered around Jean Prince's words. Something about her face being disfigured like a yaksha, suffering from a chronic disease, or that she was actually a stone woman, or even that she wasn't a virgin for a long time. All kinds of malicious guesses were piled on her, with no limit to exaggeration. One person spread it to 10, and 10 people spread it to 100. The initial guesses later became the truth. There were even people who came forward and patted their chest to guarantee that everything was true. And the people who heard it, no matter how outrageous, spread it out again. If Ruan Fangfei dared to appear now, perhaps there wouldn't be a single person within 100 zhang radius. How high she was once praised, how miserably she fell now. Don't talk about Ruan Fangfei. Even the other members of the Ruan family don't dare to go out. It's estimated that other than the Grand Secretary, no one in the Ruan family has not been affected. Even those servants who came out to buy things, if they weren't treated differently, they would be asked if the masters of the Ruan family were really like the rumors. At the beginning, whether it was the masters or the servants of the Ruan family, there was no shortage of fights outside. It seems that after the Grand Secretary spoke, the situation calmed down a little. However, those rumors have become more and more intense, especially those young ladies who are close to her. This servant estimates that in order to distance themselves from her, those people will most likely alienate her. It's that serious? Jingwan was very surprised. It shouldn't be. It's reasonable to say that the original source was Jean Prince, and it was in the Gong Prince Fu, so it shouldn't be this outrageous. At most, it should be in the backyard of a large family. Sun Yijia felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Perhaps someone deliberately fanned the flames and did it on purpose. Jingwan's gaze flashed. She inexplicably thought of that man. It's reasonable to say that he wasn't the kind of person who would do this kind of thing, but on that day, it was indeed him who said those words. It doesn't matter if it is or not. In any case, my mood right now is very good. Who told her to do some bad things to Wan Mimi first? Public opinion can melt gold. Accumulation can destroy bones. This wasn't something to joke about. If the person involved didn't care, the damage might not be too big, but how many people could truly not care? Not to mention the current situation where reputation was greater than the sky. Even in Jingwan's previous life, rumors and slanders could drive people to death. In her previous life, transportation was developed and it was convenient to travel. If one couldn't stay in one place, they could easily change places. But here, it wasn't so easy. Thinking of the things that Ruan Fangfei did to her, Jingwan couldn't sympathize at all. However, Jingwan felt that that kind of abnormal species, her ability to withstand pressure wasn't ordinary. She couldn't possibly be unable to recover from this setback. So much so that when she appeared again, she might become even crazier and harder to deal with. She had to thoroughly beat her into the dust and lose her freedom. She had to struggle in despair, and after struggling, she would find even more despair. Only in this way could she vent her hatred. Wan Mimi, in this way, is it possible for her marriage with Jin Qinhuang to be cancelled? Jingwan stared blankly. If her guess wasn't wrong, If she really liked Jin Wang, the cancellation of the marriage for her would probably be one disaster after another. I don't know. Although her reputation is bad, but in the end, it's His Majesty's decree. Wan Mimi, you say if the marriage is really cancelled, would it be counted as Jin Wang bringing misfortune to his wife? No matter, a Si Fei is just a concubine. It should be that Jin Wang's fate of bringing misfortune to his wife has expanded. Sun Yijia rejoiced in other people's misfortune, but she didn't know whether it was Jin Wang, Wan Fengfei, or both. Jingwan rolled her eyes at her. What about me? Is sister-in-law cursing me? How can you be the same as them? You are great Master Liao Chen's 8 characters, a match made in heaven. It shows that he can't bring misfortune to you. It's best if he brings misfortune to all the women close to him except for you. Then he can only have you. Sun Yijia felt that her idea was very wonderful. Then Wan Mimi could also be a pair for a lifetime. Chapter 166. Motherfucker, who is this silly white sweet? Please return the flower of old age. It was said that pregnancy makes one stupid for 3 years. This child had only been born for a short period of time, and she already became stupid? Hurry and wake up, don't dream Sun Yijia curled her lips. She also knew that she was indulging in fantasy. He kept a courtyard full of beauties. Weren't they all fine and dandy? For Jin Wang to jinx his wife to that extent, it was already very strange. If he really jinxed all the women close to him, then no one would dare to get close to him. She reckoned that even the emperor would suspect that there was a problem with his son. Don't talk about this anymore, it's so boring. Sun Yijia continued to eat. The weather is getting hotter. According to the usual practice, starting next month, the emperor will go to Chengde Palace to avoid the summer heat. Grandfather will definitely be named by the emperor to accompany him. Grandmother will most likely also follow, so you can't run away. I don't know if I should go or not. Of course I should go. I heard that pregnancy is very difficult. Naturally, I should do whatever is comfortable. The palace is only so big. It's all for the emperor's concubines and the princes to live in. The other courtyards of the court officials are all built around the palace. The place is naturally much smaller than the residences in the capital. If more people go, I reckon that they won't be able to live in it. Moreover, the other courtyards of each family are close to each other. When you go out, you can see each other. This will cause more troubles. Sun Yijia spoke from experience. In the past, when she wasn't married, she didn't have the patience to deal with them. Now that she was married, she would definitely be in contact with those who were also married. Those who were the same age as her, as well as those who were older by a few years. There were many old acquaintances, so it would definitely be noisy. Jingwan thought about it. It was indeed so. The closer they lived, the more lively it would be. The women in the inner courtyards of large families were originally bored to the extreme. Even if there was nothing, they would still be able to stir up some trouble. The same thing, their mouths would open and close. They would be able to talk about good and bad things. There's me accompanying you. Right now, I'm the same as Jin Wang, belonging to Gue Jianshou. No one can provoke me. For the past 2 days, the Gong Prince hadn't been able to get a good look from his father-in-law, so he was forced to suffer. Because there were other things pressing down on him, he didn't make the headlines. However, Luo Peishan told old Madame Luo about it, and old Madame Luo told Jingwan about it, so Jingwan knew about it clearly. In the end, the reason was Princess Consort Gong, but the root cause was Jingwan. When Jin Wang went to find the Gong Prince, he didn't obediently drink the wine, and even said something that shouldn't have been said. Naturally, the Gong Princess Consort's maternal family and his in-laws took the blame. The left governor's 3 sons were kicked and injured, and he himself knelt in front of Jin Wang Fu for an hour. This kind of thing had never happened to Lu Qingdi before, so it could be considered a loss of face. The main culprit was his own daughter, so the left governor at most let his wife say a few words. The Gong Prince, who didn't handle this matter well, naturally became the left governor's punching bag. But he was a prince, a duke of Qin. No matter what, the left governor was only a subject. He couldn't do anything substantial, so he just gave a cold face and gave a cold war. Due to his status, the Gong Prince's words and actions would definitely not be subservient. The more the left governor scrupulously abided by his duties as a subject, the further the distance between them got. But he was the person that the Gong Prince relied on the most so he vomited to death and hated him to death. The so-called clay figurines still had 3 points of temper. Usually, the Gong Princess consort was fine and indulgent, but now her father was giving her such a hard time, so naturally he took his anger out on her. Almost every day, the Gong Princess consort was unreasonable as usual, laying her hands on those beauties. But for the first time, she was reprimanded by the Gong Prince, vixen, jealous, losing face for him. At that moment, the Gong Princess consort felt that it was inconceivable. She quarreled with the Gong Prince, but in the end, with a slap, she completely stopped. It was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had sunk. The Gong Princess consort cried as she returned to the champion Marquis Fu. Although her grandfather was the champion Marquis, her father held the right to speak. Her mother felt sorry for her, but Qin Tianming was a military general. He wouldn't fall for her crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang herself. So what if she was the Gong Princess consort? In his territory, she was only his daughter. Even if she turned into a dragon, she had to coil up. Even if she turned into a tiger, she had to lie down. As a result, the Gong Princess consort, who had been arrogant for several years, suffered 2 heavy blows on the same day. In an instant, she was like a flower in full bloom that lost its moisture, wilting. In the end, she was the Gong Princess consort, different from the average daughter-in-law. She couldn't stay in her maternal home for too long. Even if she stayed for a night, she was afraid that the next day, she would be reprimanded by the Empress. Therefore, the Gong Princess consort's honor guard came in the same way, and she returned. Whether it was a respectful welcome or a respectful farewell, the champion Marquis Fu's etiquette was complete. However, the Gong Princess consort on the carriage didn't have the slightest sense of superiority, because she had personally experienced that all of her honor and glory really originated from her father. She had always denied this point, thinking that others were jealous that she was able to obtain all of her husband's favor. Even without her father, her husband would still treat her the same. This time, she had truly awakened from her beautiful dream. The feeling of falling from the clouds to the dust was always the ultimate pain. Was it hate? Definitely, but she didn't dare to retaliate against Jingwan. It was only because of the words that she, Qin Tianming, had said to her if he angered the living king of hell, he could really do anything. If he killed her old man in a fit of anger, even if it was a felony to kill a first-rank official for no reason, could the emperor kill his own son to make up for the official's life? At most, it would only be a demotion. According to the emperor's favor towards Jin Qinhuang, it might only be a small punishment, but her old man's life would truly be gone. Without the left governor, the champion Marquis Fu could only wait to be divided up. She didn't have her father, so she could only wait to be given the cold shoulder or even be removed from the court. Therefore, she, Tang Tang's Qinhuang Fei, couldn't do anything to a female official, so she felt vexed and aggrieved. Not only that, no matter how much the Gong Qinhuang Fei pretended, it was not as glorious as before. Naturally, she would be ridiculed and squeezed out by her sisters-in-law. There was nothing more vexing than this. Luo Jingwan was a god of plague. If she couldn't provoke him, then she could only hide. What Jingwan knew, Sun Yijia naturally also knew. She looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Looking at Wan Mimi's meaning, it seems that you are quite honored. That's right. Jingwan nodded in agreement. Your skin is getting thicker as you age. If being thick-skinned can prevent yourself from getting hurt, then being thicker is also okay. Just like Jin Qinhuang Li Hanyuan, if his skin wasn't thick, would he start eating meat while hugging his fiancée? Definitely not. All right, Sun Yijia was defeated by Jingwan's reasoning, but please, that was for outsiders, okay? All right, Gui Jianqiu, can you still accompany me all the time? You used to be grandmother's intimate little cotton-padded jacket. If you spend all the time on me, grandmother will definitely be jealous. Then wouldn't my sim be big? Then it's even simpler. Without me, isn't there still my Sanji? Your Sanji is a big man. It's even more impossible for him to revolve around me. How would that look? You don't need to accompany me all the time. You only need to appear at the right time. Then the effect of abusing dogs will be good. Sunny Jiao was a bit confused. She could understand every word that Wan Mimi said, but she didn't understand when they were put together. Abusing dogs? What did it have to do with dogs? Jingwan didn't need to look to know what Sunny Jiao was thinking. This wasn't a generation gap, but a generation gap separated by time and space. Thinking about it, sometimes it seemed quite lonely. All right, Jingwan was a little sad. She slowly peeled the lychee shell. It was more interesting to eat these things by herself. In her own territory, she didn't need to care about her appearance. Well, to put it bluntly, it's just showing off. It's boring to show off clothes and jewelry. If you want to show off your husband. Words don't count. You have to let others see that your husband is not pretentious and not hypocritical. You have to show them that your husband truly cares about you. Only then will people be envious and jealous. No matter how much jealousy others have and say, you will only feel more comfortable. Yes, that was it. Among those noble people, no matter how good something was, it couldn't compare to a good husband. Sunny Jia understood what Jingwan meant. Wan Mimi was indeed full of bad ideas, but she also liked it very much. As for abusing dogs, she roughly understood. But wasn't it bad to compare those people to dogs? Forget it. Anyway, outsiders couldn't hear it. If Wan Mimi said that they were dogs, then they were dogs. Young lady, second young lady, and young master are here. Oh, second older sister has come back from worshipping the ancestors. On the day Luo Rongping was injured, she sent a letter to Luo Jingxiang. However, it was said that the husband and wife had returned to the old residence to worship the ancestors. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away. A round trip would only take a few days. In addition, Luo Rongping's specific condition was not confirmed, so she didn't anxiously send someone to send a letter to ask her to hurry back. However, her sister was here. Why did she bring her husband? Wasn't second older cousin at home? Let second brother-in-law go to third older brother's place? Jingwan glanced at Sunny Jia and saw that she also nodded. Yes, then let's do that. Second older sister, please come in. Jingwan's maidservant nimbly put away the unsuitable fruits on the table, as well as the seeds. Luo Jingxiang walked in unhurriedly under the guidance of a young maidservant. There was a faint smile on her face. When she saw Jingwan, her smile unconsciously became brighter. Compared to before she got married, Luo Jingxiang had changed a lot. It was obvious that she was living a good life in her husband's family. Second older sister, come and sit. In any case, they were sisters, not Luo Jingying, so there was no need for formalities. Luo Jingxiang didn't hold back. Third sister-in-law, third younger sister, I'm sorry to disturb you. It's fine. Jingwan waved her hand. Sunny Jia didn't mind and smiled at her. This smile made Luo Jingxiang feel a little flattered. The Sunny Jia in her mind was still the high and mighty noble lady, and not the third sister-in-law who had married into the Luo family and had a good temperament in all aspects. Sunny Jia pretended not to see and pushed the fruit plate in her hand to her. Eat some. Thank you, third sister-in-law. Sun Yijia nodded. It had to be said that even now, when there were other people around, her temperament was still a little cold. Second older sister, have you visited third uncle? Jingwan asked. Yes, I have. She didn't have any feelings for that man. She didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in her heart when she saw him lying limp on the bed. If it weren't for filial piety, and if it weren't for the people she cared about in the Luo family, she probably wouldn't have come back. However, Luo Jingxiang felt grateful to him. If it weren't for his accident, she wouldn't have come back so easily. Although her husband's family didn't care about her coming back to her parents' home at all, and even hoped that she would come back from time to time to get in touch with them, she couldn't do too much about it. However, Her official mother's attitude was out of her expectations. It was as if she had changed into another person. Fourth younger sister sent someone back to visit father. He said that he was the steward of Prince Rue's mansion. Now second older brother is the only male in the third branch. Mother asked him to take care of people. This was the reason why she had brought her husband along. However, Luo Jingying sent someone back. It must be Prince Rue. It wasn't that Jingwan wanted to belittle her. She was going to the backyard of an unfamiliar residence alone. She thought that she had something solid to rely on, but it was actually thinner than a piece of paper. Whether it would become thicker or disappear completely in an instant, it all depended on Luo Peishan's attitude. A steward, and a man who she had never seen before, could be recruited by Luo Jingying in such a short time? Even if it was a joke, it couldn't be like this. Prince Rue hadn't completely given up on Luo Peishan. Otherwise, today's matter wouldn't have happened. However, it will be soon. At that time, Luo Jingying's good days would come to an end. My husband likes to draw. He admires third older brother, who can create fine brushwork. He has always wanted to learn from him. On the way here, he was excited and nervous like a young boy. Luo Jingqiang smiled. Sunny Jia looked at Jingwan with ridicule. Jingwan ignored her. She was as still as a mountain. There was no doubt that fine brushwork was her third older brother's new creation. You're staying for 2 more days this time? Yes. Mother has already asked my concubine to clean up the place where I used to live. My husband has also been arranged to live in second older brother's courtyard. That's right. What surprised Luo Jingqiang the most was that her mother had been grounded. Now that she was in the third branch, she was no longer grounded. This didn't seem like her Dean mother's style at all. In her opinion, everything was strange. Originally, the Dean mother had schemed against the second aunt, but in the end, the Dean mother had found her concubine mother to take the blame. The concubine mother had been grounded by the grandmother and had been ordered to move to the farmstead after she got married. When she returned home 3 days later, the grandmother had let her see the concubine mother. She seemed to have forgotten the punishment she had mentioned, and for some reason, the Dean mother had not mentioned this matter. Until today, her concubine mother seemed to be fine. That's not bad. Jingwan nodded. Third younger sister, when I came here, I asked the steward who came with me about fourth younger sister situation. Fourth younger sister seems to have a good life in Prince Rue's mansion. She enjoys silk and satin and delicacies from land and sea. Everyone avoids her and attends to her. Prince Rue also dotes on her very much. From the moment she entered the mansion until now, it seems that he has spent more than half of his days in her place. There were 2 times when Prince Rue rested in other places, and she asked someone to invite him, and Prince Rue agreed. What's more, one of them was in Princess Rue's place. It could be seen that he really dotes on her. Jingwan raised her eyebrows. It seemed that even her second sister had sensed that something was amiss and was trying to curry favor with her. However, such a small matter was not a big deal. Fourth sister is not lacking in talent and beauty. It is not surprising that Prince Rue dotes on you. However, Luo Jingying had always believed that Prince Rue loved her. Now, she was even more dizzy and forgetful. She dared to snatch someone from Princess Rue's hands. Jingwan had to praise her. She really had guts. However, Prince Rue also worked hard. In order to achieve his goal, he could be regarded as a different kind of real man. It was said that one should think twice before acting. No matter what one did, it was best to leave a way out for oneself. Did Luo Jingying not think that even if Prince Rue really liked her, could this love last a lifetime? She even offended Princess Rue. Madame Lu had taught her a lot. She couldn't be so stupid, right? Did she have something to rely on? Or was she really pregnant? What kind of luck did she have? She met several people who hit the jackpot on the first try, including the one in Sun Ijia's belly. Jingwan suspected that she was pregnant on the wedding night. Weren't there many people who didn't have children for many years? Jingwan and the others were chatting, and Luo Jingbua seemed to be very harmonious. For those who really liked fine brushwork and were all relatives, Luo Jingbua was not stingy with his time. He wanted to carry forward fine brushwork. Even if he couldn't let the world know that it was actually his younger sister's new creation, he hoped that his younger sister could see the world's admiration for fine brushwork. That was the glory that belonged to his younger sister. Although Prince Kong tried his best to prove his innocence, in the end, all the evidence still pointed to him, including the people who were detained. They probably really wanted to eat Prince Kong alive. Instead, they insisted that they were following his orders. Everything was said with certainty, and they even took out evidence that Prince Kong himself didn't know. Prince Kong was suddenly stunned. He didn't expect such a result. Originally, many people suspected that he didn't do it, but now, more people believed him. And those who still didn't believe, it looked like it had nothing to do with them. In fact, it wasn't that no one expected this result, but Prince Kong didn't do it properly. Who could he blame for shooting himself in the foot? Prince Kong flew into a rage like a furious beast. He cursed that a group of dogs dared to betray him. He didn't know how many officials who were loyal to him were bitterly disappointed. In order to let him ascend the throne, it could be said that they put in a lot of effort, but they didn't expect that in his eyes. They were a group of dogs that he could order to come and go as he pleased. However, he was just one of many princes. He thought that because he was the eldest son of the first wife, he took the throne for granted. Others scrambled for it because they were ambitious. Think about it. In history, how many of the sons who finally sat on the throne were the sons of the first wife? And how many were the eldest sons? Lu Qingdi was so angry with Prince Kong that his veins were bulging. He picked up something and smashed it down. When Prince Kong saw a black shadow flying over, he subconsciously raised his hand. Then, that thing hit the ground with a bang and broke into pieces. When he took a closer look, it turned out to be a seal. Fortunately, it was only Lu Qingdi's private seal. If it was the Imperial Jade Seal, it would be a big joke. Prince Kong finally calmed down a little. When he saw the furious Emperor Lu Qingdi, his legs went soft and he swallowed his saliva. "Father, please believe me. I was really wronged. They framed me." Lu Qingdi looked at him coldly. "Li Hongyi framed a court official. He will be fined 1 year's salary. From now on, he will be suspended from all duties. Go back to the mansion and reflect on his mistakes. He is not allowed to take half a step out of the mansion without being summoned. If he violates this order, he will be stripped of his title and demoted to a commoner." This time, Prince Kang's mind really went blank. It took him a long time to recover. "Come on, drag this evil creature out and expel him from the palace immediately." The commander of the Imperial Guards personally led his men into the room and carried Prince Kong out. "Father, I'm really wronged. Believe me, I really didn't do anything." Unfortunately, no matter how he screamed, Lu Qingdi was indifferent. "Li Hongming, it's you, isn't it? It must be you who framed me. You despicable man. Do you think you can get away with it? I tell you, don't even think about it. Li Hongming, wait for me. I will never let you go." Prince Rue lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes indifferent. And Lu Qingdi, who was in a rage, didn't dare to stroke his beard. "Empress' son," they thought that this matter was over, but Lu Qingdi opened his mouth again. This time, his words were enough to scare them out of their wits. Without waiting for him to continue, a group of people led by Ruan Ruiz Hong, the prime minister of the cabinet, immediately stepped forward. They couldn't let Lu Qingdi finish his sentence. After all, he had just attacked Prince Kong, and then he mentioned his mother. It was obvious that it was not something good. Empress Sun was virtuous and virtuous. She had been careful and conscientious in managing the imperial harem for many years. She didn't make a big mistake. If she spoke without thinking and said something she shouldn't, it would be too late for regrets. Even Prince Rue didn't want to involve the Empress in this matter. Although he wanted to be the legitimate son, and noble consort Su wanted to be the Empress, this matter was not so simple. It involved too many people. If the Empress really fell, many people would be implicated. Noble consort Su would bear the brunt of everyone's attack. The imperial court was already unstable. If there was a bloody battle in the imperial harem, it would be really, therefore, Prince Rui stepped out without hesitation. Lu Qingdi breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't disappointed after all. However, Emperor's son didn't teach her son well. She is ordered to kneel in the ancestral temple for 2 hours to reflect on herself. She will stay in the imperial harem during the summer holiday next month. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after dealing with this matter, Lu Qingdi took out a secret memorial and passed it to the officials to read. The western border is very important to the Qi Yuan. I believe everyone knows that although this matter didn't happen at an important pass, if it isn't handled well, it will cause a very bad impact and even affect the safety of the border. Therefore, I want to send an imperial envoy to investigate this matter immediately and make appropriate arrangements. As soon as he said this, many people stepped out to ask for the order. There were civil and military officials. If this matter was handled well, it would be a great merit. Even the princes didn't want to miss it. As for the origin of this memorial, no one looked into it because it wasn't the first time it appeared. At the same time, no one questioned the contents of the memorial. As a candidate for the imperial envoy, I have already made my decision. Old Gio, you've been in the imperial harem for a long time. This time, I'm sending you to train and don't let me down. He was only 17 years old. In the imperial harem, he had been divided by his elder brothers. Although he was unwilling and hated that he was born late, there was nothing he could do. Although he had sided with the Empress on the surface, he still couldn't calm down. He wanted to make a good achievement and impress his father. However, important things never came to him. Naturally, he couldn't touch the important things. He always came in contact with the minor details. This time, he was eager to fight for it. However, he didn't have much hope. Unexpectedly, he was surprised. After being stunned for a moment, he hurriedly thanked his father. "Don't worry, father. I won't let you down." "Very good. Go back and get ready. We'll set off tomorrow." As for the entourage, Minister Luo, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? After all, this wasn't a small matter. Naturally, it was impossible to leave it to a greenhorn. In fact, the entourage was the key. Luo Peishan was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Coupled with his recent actions, Lu Qingdi still had high expectations for the person he recommended. Luo Peishan thought for a moment and casually named a few people. Combined with the contents of the previous memorial, he recommended people from a Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, and even the Ministry of Justice. Obviously, he had considered all the possible situations that might be involved and who would be suitable to represent them. As for which faction they belonged to, Luo Peishan said that he didn't know. Lu Qingdi thought for a moment and decided to arrange it like this. They were all people recommended by Luo Peishan. None of them were changed. "Your Majesty, I have one more thing to say," Luo Peishan said. "Speak. For this trip, perhaps we can add the 3 people who passed the Jinshu exam this year. They are all the future pillars of Qi Yuan. Why don't we take this opportunity to train them? In the future, they will be able to serve your Majesty and Qi Yuan better. In addition, they're all young people. Along the way, your Highness won't be lonely. Perhaps you can learn from each other." Minister Luo's words are reasonable. I approve. "Your Majesty, how about adding son Bingbai from the internal court?" "That's great." Lu Qingdi agreed without hesitation. Thus, the main personnel for this trip to the western border was finalized in the conversation between the monarch and his minister. As for these people, the others really didn't have any good ideas. After all, Luo Peishan was really looking at the big picture and was impartial. If he wanted to squeeze someone out and replace them with his own people, it was inevitable that he would be caught and criticized. However, with Lord Gio as the leader, Lord Gio's birth mother relied on the Empress in the harem. In other words, he was equivalent to Prince Kang's little follower. Lu Qingdi had just angered him, and now he chose his people to do this important task. Did it mean that Lu Qingdi was not completely disappointed in him? Prince Kang would stand up sooner or later. It was naturally difficult to refute something that had been decided. However, "Father, according to Lord Luo's suggestion, why don't we let Lord Gio go with us? He joined the court later than Lord Gio, and it's time for him to gain experience. Let's not talk about what to do. Even if he just watches and listens, I think it will be very beneficial for Lord Gio. What do you think? Prince Rue said. The 10th Wangya was his follower. Everyone was well aware of his intentions. Lu Qingdi pondered for a moment. Originally, the plan was to let Lord Gio and Lord Gio be imperial envoys. However, because of the previous incident, in order to balance things out, he naturally had to appease Lord Gio when he suppressed Lord Gio. However, it was not impossible to let Lord Gio follow him and not participate in the decision-making. Approved. Thank you, Father. Prince Rue kowtowed and thanked him. Lord Gio, who was indignant, also thanked him with joy at this time. However, his joy was somewhat exaggerated. Thinking about it, it was reasonable. His elder brother, who was not much older than him, was in charge, while he just followed him. It was a living torture. In this case, it was better for him to stay in the capital, and then go to Qingda Palace to avoid the summer heat and live a comfortable and happy life. Prince Rue glanced at him and more or less felt his dissatisfaction. He frowned imperceptibly. The other four did not have the qualifications to attend the imperial court yet. After hearing about this matter, they were all grateful to Luo Peishan. Not everyone would have such an opportunity when they were just starting out. It should be known that this kind of experience would allow them to have a better start than others. Moreover, there were so many officials on this trip, and they had nothing to do during the journey. They believed that if they asked for advice, most of them would not refuse. After the court, Lord Luo is really not stingy to guide the younger generation. Ruan Ruizhong said with a calm expression, even if others did not dare to point fingers at him. The rumors that caused the whole family to be afraid to go out still made him very angry. Luo Peishan still did not get along with him. Even a saint was angry, not to mention he was not a saint. If Luo Peishan wanted to go against him, why should he be polite and bear with it? The moment he made such a decision, it meant that Ruan Ruizhong had lost his normal heart. In this way, when he did things in the future, it was inevitable that he would be biased. In this way, the balance would be tilted, and he could no longer be absolutely neutral. Luo Peishan chuckled and put on a fake smile. As the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, is that what I should do? Ruan Ruizhong nodded and turned to leave. Luo Peishan looked at his retreating figure with some pity. If a person like you one day found out that you were treated like a fool, kept in the dark, and played by the people you trusted and loved dearly, how would you react? Perhaps, when you were thinking wholeheartedly for them, they were actually laughing at you in their hearts and treating you like a clown. How sad would that be? After Li Hongyuan saw the list of people on this trip to the west, although most of the people were different from the people in his previous life, it did not exceed his expectations. However, after seeing Sun Yilin and Chun Jingmin's names, he laughed coldly. To put it nicely, he was guiding the younger generation, but he still felt guilty toward these two people. The other two were just incidental. This old fox was not really that selfless. This favor had allowed him to pick up 100%. This time, there was only one imperial envoy. Without Old 10th to oppose him, Old 9th should listen to his advice and handle this matter well. Li Hongyi's stupidity could be considered as doing a good thing. He did not need to worry about the aftermath. After reading the list, he threw it aside and did not ask about it anymore. Anyway, he did not completely ignore it. If there was an unexpected situation, the people on the other side would definitely send news. Now, he should think about how to pull Wan into his arms when he arrived at the temporary imperial residence. In the temporary imperial residence, they lived relatively close to each other. However, because it was crowded, it also meant that there were many eyes. However, at that time, there would be all kinds of banquets, poetry banquets, flower banquets, and even wine banquets every day. It would be easy to fish in troubled waters. Muin, how are the preparations at the temporary imperial residence? In reply to Master, this servant personally watched everyone arrange one by one. You can rest assured that nothing will go wrong. That was the Master's pleasure nest. This year, there was a high chance that the future female master would also go there. Naturally, he did not dare to have the slightest neglect. Eunuch Mu lowered his head for a long time and did not wait for his master's response. He slightly raised his head and took a look. The beauty was lying on the couch with her eyes closed. She seemed to be asleep. His master with his eyes closed was always more harmless than with his eyes open. However, even so, Eunuch Mu did not dare to take another look. Tian did not need to be covered with a quilt in this state. After thinking about it, he personally took the fan and moved closer to her. Gently, with a rhythm that was neither fast nor slow, he fanned her again and again. 2 days after the people going to the west were ready to set off, the list of people going to the temporary imperial residence for the summer was also released. As for the candidate to stay in the capital to supervise the country, it was really unexpected. It was the 7th prince, who had no sense of existence. He was 2 years younger than Li Hongyuan. He was not picky in his work and was always able to complete the tasks given to him. Except for some things that had already been decided by objective conditions, the things that needed his subjective participation were basically just passable, and the results were mediocre. His biological mother was just a palace maid who died early. However, at that time, he was already 6 years old. Lu Qingdi did not give him to other concubines to raise, and he was raised by a group of palace maids. Perhaps because he had no one to rely on, he was not bullied or embarrassed. This time, he was asked to stay and supervise the country for 2 months. It could only be said that misfortune and fortune came hand in hand. After all, Prince Rue thought that after Li Hongyu was gone, he would definitely be the one to supervise the country. As for the Gong Prince, before his eldest brother was taken away, he shouted that it was the 3rd prince who harmed him. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Imperial Father would not let him supervise the country. Then, the possibility of it being him was very high. Li Hongyuan and the sickly 5th prince were definitely not considered, and from the start, no one thought about the 7th prince. Most likely, it was either the 3rd prince or the 4th prince, or both. Hey, who knows, it was not even one. In Li Hongyuan's previous life, there was no Luo romping incident, so Li Hongyu was not grounded, but the one to supervise the country was still the 7th prince. In addition, of the 4 cabinet elders, except for the Grand Secretary, the other 3 were left to assist the 7th prince. This point was consistent. In his previous life, these 2 months in the capital were peaceful, but this time it might not be so. After all, there was still Li Hongyi in the capital. Even if he was grounded, not allowed to take half a step out of the palace, don't forget, the Empress was also staying in the palace. If she wanted to do something, it was very likely that she would not be discovered. This made people look forward to it. Of course, Li Hongyuan was also waiting for this opportunity to thoroughly deal with Ruan Fangfei. With his quasi-concubine title, it was really an incomparable eyesore. On the last 2 days of the 5th month, headed by Lu Qingdi's ceremonial guards, a fleet of carriages with no end in sight majestically left the capital. Dash that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.